Well, good afternoon, Hockenheim. Here we go with the Autocross event. Well, first of all, the historic Autocross event for the 2025 Hockenheim event, Formula Student Germany. There's a special little cup fighting going on with the historic cars. A number of historic cars we've seen last couple of days as well out on track. Always nice to see some of the historic, combustion cars as well. Especially one of my favorites is the old Stralsund car from 2003. So that's already a 22-year-old car that is still driving, and pretty quickly actually. They weren't even the slowest on multiple occasions, and it's really nice. An Autocross event. Maybe explain the rules a little bit, Matti.
Yes, so let's first start with this one, the historic one. So this is like old time's sake. Each team gets 4 runs, 2 per driver. That used to be the rule. I think now they're quite flexible in who exactly is driving. So they get 4 runs, and the best time is of course the one that wins. There are of course also penalties if you hit some cones or go off track. Then some time is added to the total points tally. That's the historic cup. This later this afternoon is slightly different. Then they only get then they also get 4 runs. I was thinking about the acceleration and skid pad. So also there it's for old time's sake. And very iconic to have the Stralsund car already being prepared, indeed from 2003. They are the first ones here, and I think that's really symbolic because some say that team is also a bit the origin of FSG. So the first ones here because they were also the first ones to start FSG.
Yeah, and just to tell everybody, it's a standing start, just behind, a couple of meters behind the timing barrier. So there's no practice for these drivers. They were allowed to walk the track a couple of times, but other than that, there's no practice with the car on track. So they don't actually know how much grip there is. So they have to judge this during the walk, and it's all depending on the strategy of the driver. How much risk is he willing to take? And how much effort will he put into this Autocross?
And Matti, you of course have driven these Autocross track a couple of times back in your former student career, and I saw you also went along on the track walk today. What can you tell us about the track? How does it compare to the years past?
Yeah, in general, it's always a bit the same track, or at least the same idea. But every year, every corner is slightly bit different. I have a feeling that it's a very quick track, but a lot of the corners seem very tricky. There are, for example, a lot of off-camber corners, often hard to see when you're in the car, but definitely noticeable the moment you start to lose grip. So I think it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, and there we go with the Stralsund car. Already a lot of wheel spin. Very angry sounding car. No wings on this car or no under tray. It's a very simple 4-cylinder tube frames car, but still going strong. And this driver is just not taking it slow, is he? He's all over the place.
No, it's quick. It's quick, and it's the first run out there, so shows that there is grip available on the track, and it's not because it's an old car that it has to be a slow one. Very quick indeed.
Yeah, and just as the car is navigating the track, I think we have another one coming up as well, which 869. It's the UAS Diepholz car. Again, a very nice combustion, a lot of noise coming from that car. We absolutely love that. So it should be interesting to compare these old cars in between. While Stralsund is in the inner part of the track again. So far, I don't see any big drama, so it should be quite a decent time for them at least.
As Diepholz now also receives the green flag and sets off.
Yeah, and Stralsund just coming over into the slingshot just before the long straight. And navigating through the final part of the track. Oh, blocking all 4 wheels, but navigating through the corner as well. Over the line. Oh, that's very good. I'm not sure we have the time from them yet. Yeah, we do. It's a 93.57 or 58. to be more exact. Very decent, very good try from the Stralsund driver.
And Diepholt just now going through the hairpin on the outer side of the track, about to make their way back into the infield. And Stralsund immediately going for attempt number 2 as well.
Yeah, which is smart because he at least has the track for himself and also a little bit of a heat in the tires. And as we all know, tire temperature is key for these kind of cars. He stalled the car though, but that should not be an issue. Go ahead, Matti.
Yeah, indeed, because the timekeeping is 5 meters further. So luckily for the driver, big moment of oversteer, hitting a cone on the way out. And meanwhile, Diepholt is making its way to the final corners into Horseshoe. And then we have one of the final corners called Slingshot, my personal favorite, where you literally get shot onto the last straight. Final braking zone. Oh, and they missed it. Going understeer, missing the corner. And that's 102 seconds for them.
Yeah, so just a little bit slower than Stralsund, and just showing that Stralsund is still a very quick car. And yeah, you were mentioning earlier that it's one of the OG's car, obviously. And actually, we talked to Frank Ruske, one of the first organizers of this event. He actually drove this car, as did Ulf Steinfurt, as did Peter Jakowski. One of the OGs, well, a lot of the OGs drove this car, which is very nice to see. This car back in action, really cool.
The driver really fighting the car, trying to get every bit of performance out, using the combination of steering and throttle to get the car turned. Lovely. Braking in time and across the line, and they improve with 2 seconds to a 91.9.
And now the Diepholt's driver also lining up for their second attempt. And I see behind them in the queue 2 cars from Delft right behind each other, the DUT 17 and 15. But first, Diepholt's H69. And you can tell the audience and of course us, the commentators and all the officials, are very much enjoying the more analog smell and sound of these combustion vehicles from years past.
Yeah, the electrics are a bit more quiet, but that doesn't mean they are slower. Often quite the opposite. But yeah, great show from these combustion cars. Diepholt's has the track for its own. They're halfway through, currently in front of the big grandstands into Pendulum, because the corner really resembles as if a pendulum moves. And they are making their way back to the infield.
Yeah, that's just one of the parts of the track that we don't have eyes on from our stand, from our point of view. But anyway, the most of the track we can see perfectly well. We have a very nice spot here, a little bit higher than the Marshall, so we have a pretty good overview just next to Aaron, who is the leader of this event, and he makes sure that the dynamics is going in order. So yeah, Diepholt's coming just to the slalom. Just to remind everybody, orange cones means you have to take the slalom. You can choose whether it's right or left. That's really up to you.
Yeah, and about that, when I was doing the track walk, in Germany they always put an even number amount of cones. What does that mean? That means that the way you enter is not the way you exit. So you need to compromise one or the other. And I think in this case it's very tricky to make up what side you need to enter the slalom. So it's something we will have a look out for, how the teams decide. Do they enter left or right? I saw the Diepholt's car entering left now. Maybe we should keep account.
Yeah, it's an improvement for Diepholt's as well. 101.6, well, 70. Still far away from the Stralsund car, which was really impressive with a 91.91 seconds. But yeah, they make you choose, don't they? So either you sacrifice your exit or you sacrifice your entry. But yeah, that's a really nice choice for a driver to make.
And at some point, if all the others choose a certain way, there's more grip on one side. So that can also influence your decision, of course. The two Delft cars, 2015 and 17, lined up behind each other in the queue. It would be great if we could get them on track at the same time. I do have a feeling that they would ask, you know, if they can arrange that, so definitely be possible. Enough space on the track.
Yeah, this is definitely a battle of prestige. I mean, it's 2 years apart, but both teams say, well, my car is faster, I'm faster driver, so bring it on.
Yeah, I have a little bit of an inside info. Maybe you were going to maybe say the same thing. But in the 17 we have Robin, who was one of our best drivers we've ever had. And in the 15 it's Chris. Now I don't want to do any injustice to Chris's driving, but this would be his first time ever driving an autocross on a competition. So I would expect Robin to be slightly quicker than Chris, if not a lot.
Well, also because Robin is driving the slightly younger car, you'd think that that would provide some benefit as well. But Matti, you have also driven both of these cars, haven't you?
Yes, I did. They actually drive quite similar, mostly because they run the identical tires. But yeah, you do feel a little bit of evolution, of course. 2 years apart, and the 2017 should be a bit quicker. But of course, you never know until the times are done. And Robin with the 2017 car is making its way to the starting line. The 2015 car is not ready yet, so I don't think we will see them together just now.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a live stream as well, and just focusing now on the 17 car from 2017. I mean, let's make that very clear. It's from which year it is. So yeah, this should be very interesting. I think will be a very good comparison between the OG car from Stralsund, no wings, no electric power, nothing fancy, and that 17 with all the gimmicks and on tires and everything on it. Dare we make a prediction for a lap time, Matti?
Yes, I'm gonna go for 75.
I'm gonna go for 72.
Very quick from the get-go, sliding its way, but there does seem to be quite a lot of grip on track already. Yeah, maybe indeed, you might be right. McKee is going extremely fast. And I think this could also be a benchmark for the cars you will see later on today, because it is quick.
Yeah, and it's getting a lot of airtime on our YouTube channel as well. So that's always very good for the sponsors as well. Not to be... well, let's be honest, that's also very important for these teams. Yeah, we don't have any sector times. We're trying to make our IT people provide us with some sector times to update you on that as well. But so far, the car is looking really good. I know Robin is one of the most experienced and quickest drivers we ever had in Delft, but this is still looking very, very nice.
Yeah.
A lot of sliding though.
Went very wide on the entry of the slalom. I did see he made a little mistake on pendulum, and oh, you can see the smoke from the dust, I should say, from the track pop up. Horseshoe, I can hear the tires scream.
Yeah, that's one way to put some heat into the tires, but I think he's enjoying himself as well. Car is doing what he wants to do, so let's look at the time. No, we were way off. It's an 82, so our predictions weren't that good anyway. But it's still, let's say, about 8 seconds faster than the Stralsund car. But yeah, he was sliding a lot, Matti, wasn't he?
Yeah, it feels like, and certainly when you hear the tires, it kind of indicates that they might be overheating. Is that the 2015 on track?
Indeed, the DET 15 just about to make its way back into the infield over the FSG bump. Very quiet through there, so no aero scraping, lovely to hear, or not hear. As the DET 17 sets off on its second attempt and going even faster this time.
Yeah, and Chris in the 2015 actually driving really nicely. No drama, keeping the car under control. Just a little remark, this is his first time ever doing an autocross. Doing an extremely good job. And it will also be quite a decent time, I think.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Chris has never driven an event on Formula Student Germany as well. So this is a sort of a reward for him for getting the car prepared. And he put with the team, they put a lot of time into making this car drivable again. But
outbraked himself on the very last corner, something we see a lot of drivers do.
It's a 92.1. But already Robin is back with the Dutch 17, still sliding every corner. We can hear it from our position as well. I'm not sure whether there will be any tires left after these a couple of laps. That's a lot of sliding. Oh wow. Yeah, so coming up to the last chicane, a bit more controlled than previous one. But yeah, he will definitely complain about the grip level. We don't have the time yet.
Meanwhile, the 15 is almost halfway through. This is the second lap for Chris. On its way to what used to be hairpin, but it's quite wide this year.
Yeah, and the time from Dutch 17 is slightly quicker, 82.4. So Robin managed to find 4/10 of a second, but I'm pretty sure he will complain about the grip level. That's for sure.
And I think, is that the car from Siegen or Kiel? I'm not 100% sure. We were too focused on the lap times.
Yeah, indeed, it's Siegen. So that's the next car.
And the 15 was for a moment carrying one of the slalom codes, I think, with him.
And we have Stralsund again. Third lap already, so they're not waiting around for anything else. Chris is coming over the line with the Dutch 15.
And it is a 87.6. That is an extremely decent time from Chris. Only 5 seconds off the pace compared to Robin. Wow, he can be very proud, to be honest.
Yeah, that was excellent drive. Both of these drivers doing the 2 allotted laps in a very quick way. You could see the driving style difference. Robin being very aggressive on the throttle, and Chris a lot more smooth on the throttle and the braking. Matti, you're going to have a couple of words with them just to hear what they have to say?
Exactly, I'll see if I can catch something.
And in the meantime, we have Diepholz coming around into the slingshot. Oh, sorry, is that
is Siegen coming around.
Sorry.
Stralsund not too far behind them. Let's see how Siegen handles the last corner. Braking early, going through it very neatly, and across the line in 103.54.
Yeah, and we see Stralsund just in front of us, coming into the horseshoe and into over the bump into the slingshot for the final, being closely followed by one of the drones. So this should deliver a couple of nice shots for the celebrations this evening. Stralsund into the last corner, over the line. Yeah, very decent drive from this team. It's a 105.8 if my eyes are not mistaken.
I tried to get a word from the Delft driver Chris. The only thing I could get was a holy poot. He was very impressed by the speed of the car.
Was it a good holy peep or a bad holy peep?
Let's say, well, it was a holy number 2.
Oh, that's a good one then. All right.
And now we have the car from Eindhoven, also one of the Dutch competitors here in the Historic Cup, taking off as Stralsund lines up for their 4th run. The Stralsund car again stalling at the start, but now taking off with this hell of a burnout. Again, looking very, very quick through that first sector.
Yeah, and let's not forget these early cars have one major drawback, and I see some yellow flags because we have one of the cars stalled out and check. I think it's the Eindhoven car. I'm not sure what the issues are. I see the marshals looking at the suspension, I think, looking at it because I think they're trying to lift the car.
Maybe there's a cone, let's hope for them. But indeed, the rear wheel is up in the air.
Yeah, I think they put what do you call it? The furniture mover under the car to go bring it back home. It is out of the way as far as I can tell, so it's not directly in a dangerous situation. But it looks like some kind of suspension failure indeed for Eindhoven.
That's always unfortunate to see. Ziegen, meanwhile, did finish their second run with a 97.29, a big improvement for Ziegen. Stralsund, of course, has been held up by yellow flags, so they might get a rerun on their final attempt. And we have car number H74 from the University of Erlangen just waiting at the starting line until the marshals can clear away the car from Eindhoven. And indeed, we can see it's taking quite a lot of manpower to push that car away. So indeed, probably some difficulty with the suspension or the powertrain or the drivetrain.
Yeah, and for the viewers at home, we do have a drone flying around as well, delivering a couple of spectacular shots of these cars as well every now and then. Our race director is switching between those static images and the drone images every now and then, but it looks really spectacular. So we keep an eye on it as well.
And the car from Eindhoven has now been put off to the side, and Erlangen does get the green flag. Also setting off a little bit cautiously, but getting a lot of burnout and a lot of power sliding out of the first corner as Stralsund lines up for their rerun.
Yeah, and that's something, of course, these rear-wheel driven combustion cars can do quite nicely, is on exit of the corner, flip their tail out a little bit and give us a bit of a spectacle. They do not run any kind of traction control. It's all about driver skill. And away goes Stralsund for this is their fifth run, which is a rerun for the fourth run. And again on the straight, whipping its tail out. Lovely to see.
And we're about to get some more combustion action. H62 from Regensburg lining up. And there's many, many more cars yet to come in the Historic Cup. We're about to see a lot of spectacular action.
Oh, I love the sound of the Regensburg car. So we have actually, if I look correctly, we have 3 cars out on track simultaneously. I stand corrected, it's the 4th one, because all the drivers are thinking, okay, this is my moment to go, so let's not waste any time. In the meantime, Erlangen just coming into the final chicane and crossing the line sideways almost. Yeah, really nice ride by this team.
And just as they finish, car number H92 from Sevilla is ready to get the green flag and about to start. And off they go, revving a little bit of a burnout, cautious through the first corner, and setting off.
Oh wow, the driver braking and turning at the same time, bad combo, and immediately going straight. Hopefully the driver will learn from it and will fare better in the next corners.
Oh, Regensburg sounding so nice, so angry. Clipping a couple of cones into the last chicane, but OTH Regensburg, awesome drive, awesome sounding car, also looking very nice as well.
Yeah, we have another Regensburg lining up for their runs as well, H26 with a big wing, either from 2013 to 2014. And next to them also H33 from AMZ Zurich. So we're expecting a lot more fast action to come as Erlangen sets off on their next run.
and some indeed some strong contenders lined up. I think the car from Regensburg might be able to beat the best time, but definitely also the Zurich car. So we will be watching those closely.
Yes, and if we talk about track evolution, Matthias, we saw the very first cars going out there, picking up a lot of dust maybe on track, and these cars should have a little bit better track, because now it's being rubbered in, and there we go with Zurich. That should be very interesting.
Yeah, great acceleration out of all these corners. Super quick car with a lot of downforce. Also really nice rotation, maybe a bit too much even. Going into the third corner, that is. Wow, such a nice sight to see them back again on FSG.
As Sevilla comes back around to finish their lap. And there they go, across the finish line for Sevilla.
Yeah, and Zurich is on a quick one. I think they have one of the best first sector times. Let's check how are they doing on the second split. Ooh, they're matching the time from the 2017 car from Delft.
And they're looking incredibly quick coming back into the infield now. Erlangen meanwhile roaring across, power sliding across the finish line. As H62 from Regensburg lines up for their second attempt. AMZ now going through the slalom section.
Regensburg H62 on track as well. Lovely black car with a very nice sounding engine. Zurich in the meantime just over the bump into the slingshot, very, very quick indeed. Very quick acceleration into the final chicane. Yeah, clean and over the line, Matthias.
Oh, 80.9 on their first run,
on their
immediately
first
setting
run.
the quickest time. Wow. Also the style they had, I loved it. Great rotation mid-corner and then a super strong acceleration.
Yeah, but it looked like the driver had to catch the car every corner, accelerating out of the corner, right? Because it over-rotated a little bit in every corner.
Indeed, it was a bit of a handful, but a quick handful.
Quick is more important than being able to control it, right?
And another new contestant lining up, H05 from Kiel. And you can hear it roaring through the first corner.
Yeah, and that all-black Regensburg car is so looks so nice and it is so quick. They must get close to these good times. Let's have a look. This is their second run. And it is a 86.2 for Regensburg. Getting closer to that best time that's being set so far. Grimsel for their second run. How much will they be able to shave off?
And just behind them is also the H17 car from TU Munich. Also one of the fastest historic cars we've seen so far. Will be interesting to see how they compare.
Whoa! The car from Diepholz going straight into the last chicane, narrowly missing one of the marshals, who is standing in a little bit of a danger zone there. I'm not sure if I would be standing there, but maybe this marshal has a bit more courage than I do.
Indeed, I would also definitely suggest that marshal to move in a slightly different position, because this is, yeah, dangerous.
AMZ has now set off on their second run. Matti, how are their sector times looking?
Let's have a look. Zurich is even a second faster in their first split. They're nearing their second sector time. Any moment now, 2 seconds quicker on the second sector. So if they can keep this together, this is already a great lap by them.
Well, this will be interesting because Grimsel is catching Sevilla. Sevilla collecting a lot of cones as well. So there's marshals running. I would not do that.
Look out.
Yeah, exactly. Just look out before you start running, guys. So there we go. But I think Grimsel will be catching the Sevilla car if Sevilla doesn't hurry up, because Grimsel is not taking prisoners, is he?
Yeah, I think Sevilla might be dragging a cone under their car as H17 from Too Fast sets off. Big power slide out of the first corner. And AMZ has indeed been shown the yellow flag to slow down, to make sure they stay a safe distance away from Sevilla, and they will be getting a rerun. As in a way, very beneficial for the driver. They got to complete almost another lap at full speed, put some more heat into the tires, learn a little bit more.
True, but they were onto a very quick one already. So they will also be a little bit sad that they can't wrap it up. Meanwhile, the Munich Combustion 2017 on its way. I do not have any sector times at the moment, so we'll have to wait it out. I do now. The second sector, 42, which is quick, but not the quickest we've seen yet.
Zurich now lining up for their second rerun just after Kiel set off on their second attempt. And the marshals waiting a little bit longer to give AMZ a bit of a wider berth, make sure they don't catch up to the car ahead of them. As behind them, H26 from Regensburg comes back as well.
By the way, the Kiel car, Combustion 06, was really quick after the first split. Not sure where they are right now.
Yeah, we got a couple of backfires here. We haven't heard that in a long time. Anyway, I'm just keeping an eye on Zurich car and Grimsel. Let's not forget that's the world record breaking on the acceleration. So they had the world record for I don't know how many years on the fastest acceleration for an electric car. So the acceleration is really good, but also the dynamics changing direction is really good of this car. And the driver, well, let's not forget the driver is handling the car pretty well as well.
Yes, and they are on a way to very quick run, even a second faster than what would have been their previous one. I think they might beat their time with maybe 2 seconds.
And meanwhile, we also had Eindhoven, the other historic Eindhoven car, set off on their first attempt. Dresden now lining up.
Oh, Zurich with an issue.
Oh no, oh no. Only maybe 100 meters away from home, not even. Just into the slingshot. I see a couple of marshals running towards the car.
Yeah, a lot of marshals running, not enough yellow flags being waved.
That's very useful because the car got going again. So Zurich managed to get going again, but obviously they lost a lot of time. So this time will certainly not be the fastest.
Yeah, that's the problem with these reruns. It's nice to have a rerun, but of course, if something goes wrong, then it's a bit of a problem. We have a queue, a traffic jam forming now on the exit.
Yeah, we should see some yellow flags being waved, hopefully for the car from Eindhoven. The marshals telling them to slow down, and they do so in time. And while we were waiting, Dresden has also set off on their first run, the historic entry from Dresden, H25. One of the faster cars yesterday in the acceleration, and looking pretty quick here on the Autocross track as well. And the track officials are being given the all clear to start.
Yeah, the Munich car, Combustion 17, 83.1, which is an extremely impressive time for a combustion car. So well done by them.
And now Esslinger 294 is being given the green flag, and they're roaring off the line.
I think this is one of the champion cars, isn't it, from Esslinger? I think they won this championship maybe 2 times or 3 times even. And I think this combustion car was one of the fastest they ever built. And they also had a very experienced drivers as well. So this should be very interesting how far they can match
times are also already pretty good. So here we have sector 1 and sector 2 time, and obviously sector 3 is a total time.
And what was the time from the Dresden car, Matti?
Let's have a look. It was an 86.1. So very good first lap, I would say. Extremely competitive.
And also, let's not forget the electric cars has sort of an advantage over the combustion cars, right? Because they have so much more torque in all the ranges from low speed to high speed. So they will be, I think it will be very difficult for a combustion car to beat the electric car. So we have actually 2 competitions within the competitions, right? So let's say the electric historic and the combustion historic.
Yeah, indeed, just like yesterday on the acceleration, we have to look them a little bit differently. but they get quite close. The good combustion ones get close to the best electric ones, but not quite. Meanwhile, the Renstal Esting car is making its way to the finish line, and it's 85.7. Very good first lap time.
Yeah, that's pretty competitive, and I do think the track is getting quicker and quicker as well. So towards the end, we will see the quickest times. I'm pretty sure, and of course, some of these quick cars will be back on track with the third and fourth run as well. So we still have a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, we have H26 from Regensburg finishing what I believe is their second run.
Eindhoven, meanwhile, has some great sector times. I think this is a rerun for them, so they will have a few more laps. Let's see.
Keeping it very neat through the final few corners.
82.2. Wow. That's a very impressive time.
Dresden is looking pretty quick on their second run as well. Car number H25. With those very distinctive white wall tires. We saw them painting them yesterday evening.
And also an 82.6, so the Dresden car and the Eindhoven car very well matched with each other. I think the Delft car also had an 82, and only Zurich managed to beat them all with an 80 point something. Unfortunately, they didn't quite get their second lap together. We will see them back.
Erlangen sounding angry, crossing the line, power sliding over the line. Oh yeah, it's a 95-second run from Erlangen.
Esslinger looking very aggressive through the horseshoe and coming into the slingshot. Keeping it clean in the final few corners. A power slide across the line.
Wow, and also an 82.1, so he's matching what the electric cars can do. Impressive stuff.
Still 2 seconds away, I think, from the Zurich time, but still. For a combustion car, already we told you that this is one of the fastest cars they ever built, and they actually proved on point just now.
I think that car might have even been the last combustion winner here at FSG, if memory serves. So a little bit quieter now, at least in terms of decibels, as the majority of the combustion cars have completed their first two runs. But of course we will be expecting them to return soon.
Yeah, and we see a couple of more cars lining up in the queue as well, so we will get some more action soon.
Viefholz coming across their line on their third run. No, fifth run even, and it's a 101.4. I believe that is a 5 because they had a rerun at some point.
Erlangen making his way to the finish line right now, and as a 92.2, potentially their final run. Yes, they are going to the exit. Siegen has a track for its own. The electric car from 2013, remember? The oldest electric here. Currently in the slalom.
Now that the combustion cars have roared and they are silent again, we can hear each other and we can hear the gentle spinning of the electric cars. But it doesn't matter because we still have some action on track, and we will have some action because I think it's one of the Munich cars, right? The electric cars lining up, so that should be very interesting as well.
Yeah, certainly they will be hoping to challenge those top times that we have seen so far. And a couple of more cars lined up behind Munich as well. We have H24, H31 and H97.
Yeah, so the magical number so far, Matthias, is the 80 seconds, right? I think we are at 80.2, if I'm not mistaken. I think on our
80.9.
80.9.
Yeah,
that's
that was the
correct.
first lap of Zurich, and they can definitely go quicker. But I think if anyone else can go quicker than that, it is the 2018 car from TU Fast, TU Munich. So I'm looking forward to seeing them on track.
And of course, all of the cars that set those that set those times in the 80, say to 83 second range, will of course be hoping to improve on their subsequent runs. So still quite an intense shootout yet to come.
And it's quite nice that we have these historic, more fun cars right now. They can clean the track a little bit, and then by the time we have the regular competition, no one has an excuse to wait it out any longer. We'll see plenty of cars immediately making their way to the track.
Yeah, especially because we start a bit later than usual with the autocross. So it does last until 8 o'clock, but we know the weather is a bit chilly and cold today. So after 6 o'clock, we noticed yesterday that the temperature was dropping quite dramatically. So I'm not even sure I would wait beyond, well, let's say 6:30 to make it out on the autocross track, because that's, well, colder weather is not always optimal for your tires, isn't it? So. We have a little bit of a break with no cars out on track. Just looking at Siegen patiently waiting for their second run to go out. Or I think no, we saw them before, so I don't think it's their second run. Let me check real quick. Siegen has done 3 runs, so this might be their 4th run. Yeah, that's correct. So Siegen have the track for themselves at the moment. Snuck out quietly while we were having a chat, and we were speculating a little bit about the strategy of the historic teams. Whether to go early or not early, or wait a little bit and let the other cars clean the track for you. We saw in the first couple of laps of the cars, we saw a lot of dust coming from this track. Just to remind everybody, this track is not being used usually for racing purposes. It's just actually a big parking area. So there is a lot of dust, there's a lot of oil maybe from trucks and so on. So that has to be cleaned first, and that's a big evolution. We know that from our history books as well. This track, the evolution of this track is huge between the first car and the last car.
Yeah, and tomorrow we'll drive the same track on endurance, and then definitely by the end of the endurance you can see the black lines appearing where all the cars are driving. Meanwhile, Siegen making its way to the finish line in a
97.12, their best time on their final run.
That's a pretty decent run.
Yeah, so we're standing next to the operations chiefs of this event, so we have a bit more information to gain. And they're just discussing all the cones. They take this historic cup, even if let's say it's a fun event more or less, but still they take it very seriously. So they count the cones, they do the reruns, they do everything possible to make sure it's a fair event for everybody. But they're very serious about a fun event. But that's pretty German of them. Eh?
Yeah, but it's also actually good practice for what's coming next, the real competition. So if they take this seriously, they can maybe iron out the little issues that they might have, although everything is going quite smooth so far. Talking about smooth, there's a 2018 car from TU Fast that silently made its way, sneaked under beneath us to the starting line, and this can be a very good run. They have the track all to themselves. So let's have a look what they can bring.
This is the one with the fancy wheel covers. Oh, that's talk about aggressive, Matthias. Holy moly.
Wow.
Yeah, really cool.
The rear is flying everywhere, but still, car is under control, it seems. This is definitely one way to heat up your tires, that's for sure.
Good, just take a look at the sector time.
It is 12.69. I believe that's the fastest we've seen today.
That's good. And this is on the first run.
By a margin, as far as I can tell. Really fast.
Into the pendulum now, which is slightly slower than it used to be, I think.
35.11 on the second split.
Ooh, that's impressive. Will this time already be below the magical 82nd? He's so close to the cones, but still I didn't see any cones move. Maybe one, but he was just taking so much risk, just coming into the horseshoe. Yeah, bottoming out everywhere over the bump. Yeah, there he goes, and into the slingshot onto the straight.
And a clean final set of corners.
And it is a 75.44.
Oh,
5 seconds faster than Zurich before.
First lap, eh?
This was the first lap even, Matthias. So second lap should be a little bit faster.
Wow.
I know, judging by the driving style of this driver, is not a first-time driver. Probably done it a couple of times, and we know from experienced drivers that the difference between the first and the second lap is not going to be 3 seconds or something like that. But maybe maybe second and a half, something like that.
Yeah. So the driver is either Kevin or Tom. Either of the two. I spoke yesterday with them. Not sure which one it is, but no, definitely not his first time. Already from the first corner was drifting all the way, and with a little bit of luck there's more heat in the tires, so I think that he can improve even further. Off he goes. Yes, it's a lot cleaner this corner. Wow, no sliding at all this time.
Maybe the first deliberately driving like, you know, a little bit crazy to put some heat in the tires, and then nailing the second one. That should be interesting.
Improved by 0.3 on this first split.
Yeah, he is driving like he stole it, so maybe the team from Too Fast needs to check if they lost the car. It is looking clean, it's looking sharp. Again, a very slow pendulum this year.
Slowing down a little bit, but still improving on their second split by 0.2.
No cones this time in the entrance back to the parking lot. Which side are they going to take? Oh, on the right-hand side, entering the slum, compromising the exit.
Well, bottoming a couple of times as well into the horseshoe. But it looks a lot cleaner though than the first time. A lot more, well, sticking to the ground and not sliding as much. Into the final straight, into the chicane. Very tight over the line.
And they do improve by 0.3, 75.1.
So it is an improvement, but not by a huge amount. Even though the style of driving was completely different.
Yeah, so I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. First lap was very wild, warming up the tires. Second was very controlled, but maybe just a bit too controlled. I think The driver left a few tenths of a second in the last few corners.
Yeah, and let's not forget he did clip at least one cone in the first attempt. So maybe he was thinking, well, let's not do that again because I'm adding 2 seconds to my time every time I do that. So let's just stay away from the cone just a little bit more, and then you're a bit cautious, obviously, and then it can cost you some time as well. But hey, what are we talking about? This is 5 seconds faster than any other team so far. So I'm impressed.
And we have an Eindhoven car which is making itself ready, being ready to be sent to the starting line. We're waiting for a second. Probably something needs to be arranged here. I think this is H40, so that is the 2018 car from Eindhoven. I do think they already have a time on the board.
Indeed, they have an 82.27, which is the best time from their first 2 runs, but I believe one of those was a rerun, so they still have 3 to go.
Yeah, I'm still not too sure if they got the rerun or not. Still, 82.2, that's a very good base time, a banker lap. Will they be able to break the 80-second mark? That would be very impressive.
Yeah, and just behind them there's an empty queue, although I do see a couple of cars being pushed around. I think one of them is also coming back from the practice area, although I'm not sure whether that's one of the competitors for the Historic Cup. And all the other cars seem to be either waiting and choosing the best time to go, or maybe a lot of them already did their 4 runs and we will not see them back again. But the majority have only had 2 runs as far as I can tell. So we will have some more action soon, hopefully, or at least from Eindhoven, because they are ready to go, just waiting for the marshals to give the OK sign. And the track is clear as far as I can tell, so that should not be an issue.
Yeah, I saw some of the officials running back into the dynamic area, so maybe something needs to be arranged there. There is 50 minutes left in this historic session, 53 to be exact. So we already had an hour of fun. Fun it was, definitely. And I guess we'll see many cars making their 3rd and 4th run after some settings changes. And we're not too sure what we are waiting for. Do we have any intel from inside? I cannot see anything obvious.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything on the let's say the organizers channel, on the dynamics channel. We have a radio that we can listen in. Don't hear any drama, so exactly sure what we are waiting for. But we'll just have to be a little bit patient. For the next 50 minutes, we will have some action, and I see the marshals pointing towards the track. So maybe there's something on track, but I don't see any marshals moving either. So well, we'll just have to wait and see.
I'm going to make a little speculation. I think there's some discussion about how the cones are counted, or either they're not sure who hit what, or maybe they're just checking if the system is waterproof, figuratively, because it's not raining. And of course this is and I see the car from Eindhoven moving, so whatever thing they had, it's solved, and we will have a new car on track. Or at least we have seen them already. They had an 82 before, and I think they're looking to improve and maybe dive underneath the 80-second mark.
That would be impressive by itself, let alone going below the 80 seconds with a couple of seconds to spare as well. So, but let's see what happens. They have the clear track, sunny, it's warm, ideal circumstances for a good lap.
Yeah, they're slowing down a lot now, so something might be wrong. I see already some marshals running towards the car. They start off well, a little bit of lock-up in braking, but now they have come to a stop just outside of what we can see. But I can see some marshals in urgency mode, so that's not a good sign.
Hopefully not another mechanical issue like with the other historical entrant from Eindhoven.
Wasn't the other car, or was it the same car that?
No, it was indeed the 2019 that had a mechanical issue. This one is the 2018. It was slowly coming to a halt, which does not seem like a tire came off or anything, but you never know.
Yeah, the other one had some kind of suspension issue, right? And this car just slowed down just after a couple of turns. So yeah, the marshals are still around the car. I think they're pushing the car out of the way.
It's not exactly out of the way. I'm just looking at the live stream. The car was almost entirely off track in the grass. And it is now indeed the marshals pushing it, not using any dollies or anything. So it does seem to be like mechanically the car is in good shape. Most likely something going on with the electrical systems.
And now we want to know what's going on, Matti. Can we stand another frustrating question that we don't have an answer to?
Yeah, it could be many things. This is of course just after what we call the FSG bump. So that could cause many issues on the electrical system. I think we'll see many cars turn off there, even in the endurance tomorrow.
You know what, disregard my previous message. It does seem like the car was placed on dollies now and is being pushed away by multiple marshals. The wheels are definitely not in contact with the ground. So it would seem to be, unfortunately, a mechanical issue.
That's really sad, because two cars, two mechanical suspension failures. As it seems, of course, still, even though their dollies were speculating, we don't know. But it seems like similar type of breakdown for the Eindhoven car. So that's really sad, because they went through all the trouble to get the cars running. And now on the Autocross, and we already told this morning, Autocross will be heavy for these cars, because they go full throttle, flat out. They don't mind the car, and things like that can happen.
Yeah, and they need to drive tomorrow as well on the endurance. So hopefully they can fix the suspension a bit and still make an appearance tomorrow. They need to run as a very last, so they have plenty of, well, not plenty of time, just one day, but they might be able to fix it.
Yeah, they will keep us in suspense, I guess. Yeah, and so just looking at the lack of queue, there are no cars currently waiting. So looks like the marshals will have a small break until some more cars will show up, trying to beat their personal time, or even setting their first time altogether. So far, very impressive times. Especially the Munich car was unbelievable. I already thought the Zurich car was magical, but the Munich car was just too fast for everybody else.
Yeah, that was something else. Really no drama, planted to the ground, and I think this will be a very tough time to beat as well for the cars in the regular competition. I really hope the top teams will be able to do so, but yeah, a 75, that's a great benchmark.
We have just over 45 minutes left in the historic Autocross. So a little bit surprising at the lack of cars in the queue. Not all of them, of course, have completed all of their runs so far, just some of the teams. But the conditions are not going to get any better than they are now. The sun is hiding a little bit behind the clouds. It's definitely feeling cooler out on the track. So if the teams are looking to improve their times, unless they're playing with their setup, now would be the time to do it.
Yeah, the cars are still here in the dynamic area, a bit further away, so they haven't ran away. And I do see the 17 car from Delft being pushed to the test track, so they will be looking to maybe warm up the tires a bit. Although, when I heard him, I'm not too sure if heating up the tires is the limiting factor. right, we have a few new cars in the queue. There is the H17 car from Munich. So my guess would be that's a 2017 car. Behind them is the 2014 or 13 car from Munich with a huge rear wing. And then we also have H05, which is Kiel, I think. And behind them, Combustion car from Sevilla. So we might see 4 cars in a quick succession. And definitely some quick ones out there. Can someone match the time from a 2018 Munich Electric, which was an extremely impressive 75 seconds? 5 seconds better than the Zurich run. 5 seconds, that's crazy. And then I think the best combustion was a 72, would be my guess, from Rennstall Esslingen.
Yes, it is indeed 82.096 from Esslingen. And the second fastest combustion is the Team Munich that we see lining up now. They had an 83.18. So quite a few cars on that 80 to 83 second range. But yeah, like you say, nobody even close to the 75 seconds yet. Let's see if they'll be able to approach it.
The Team Munich car stalled it for a second, approaching the starting line. So we'll have to wait a few seconds longer. But it's taking them a while to get restarted. Getting it into the correct gear first. Come on. Driver getting instructions from his team members how to get the car started, but it does look like they will have to make way for the other Munich car from 2013 or 14. Or maybe they will be able to get started. Yeah, so that's a bit the problem with these combustions. Once they stall, they need to get restarted, and this is not always an evident process. And they have to do a kind of bit of a 3-point turn here, because some other cars are right behind them waiting. So it is taking a few more seconds, but we should be ready to go now. And it will be the H05 from Kiel, one of the combustion cars. No aero package on there. Let's have a look what their time is so far. They actually had an 89.8, so that's already pretty decent for being a non-aero car. Oh yeah, and it's the sound of the Team Munich car with the huge rear wing that's waiting to make its way around the track. How quick will they launch it behind the Kiel car? Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing this Munich car on track. And off they go. Oh, so they must have so much downforce, those car. Clipping 3 cones on the straight. And they are followed by the car from Sevilla, who will also be making their way to do their, I think, their 3rd and their 4th run. But I do think that the Munich car will catch up with the Kiel car, who maybe might have had a problem somewhere. There might be just enough distance between them.
Yes, indeed, does seem like the Munich car might be able to catch up to Kiel. They are going blisteringly fast.
Yeah, they will.
Kiel is going just a little bit too slow through the slalom there.
One of the coaches of slalom is knocked over.
Yeah, let's see if that'll slow down Munich, waving their hand, not knowing what to do.
Yeah, and I think they actually could skip maybe a slalom gate. Oh, it's going to be so tight if they can catch each other.
Not seeing any yellow flags yet, but I do. Yeah, I think Munich did not get to slow down, so they do make it across the line without having to brake. Getting very, very close to the Kiel car there. But they do both get to finish without any obstruction. It is an 80 seconds flat from Munich.
Wow, that is an extremely good run. The fastest combustion run we've seen so far. And that on their first lap. Sevilla car is cruising along on the back straight right now, just in front of the grandstand.
And the wind is now picking up quite a bit as well. Does that affect how you drive, Matti? Oh, and there is a car that stopped on the track. I'm not sure if that was a technical issue or if the driver just spun out for a second. They do seem to get going again under their own power, which is good. As car number H05 from Kiel lines up for run number 4. Meanwhile, I believe it is Sevilla that made their way back into the infield on their third attempt. Have the track to themselves for the moment.
Slowly, some problem with the car. Sometimes seems to be out of gear or something, because the driver was even waving along that something was wrong. Might explain why they are a little bit slower, but fun nonetheless. And Kiel is off for their fourth and final run.
Yeah, so we're just listening to the München, and we were actually just discussing how fast this combustion car is. 80 seconds. That's ridiculous for a non-electric car. But we do know that this car was quick back in the day as well, and the drivers really know this car, and they have found probably a very good setup. And yeah, the driver is just eager and waiting to go. I think the marshals are waiting to put a little bit of distance towards the next car on track, because you don't want to have a situation when where these cars have to overtake each other. And there we go with H31. Oh, just sounding so nice. I just love it.
Being very aggressive in the first few corners there, clipping it going on the entry.
A second faster in the first sector compared to their previous run. They might be up there with the electric version of the Munich car.
Yeah, it's an interesting little intra-team battle, combustion versus electric. And I hear now another combustion motor, that is H26 from Regensburg, returning for their third run. Kiel now crossing the line. Do they manage to improve, Matti?
No, this is not a personal best for them. They had a quicker run before. Munich does have an improved sector time. Not sure if it's going to be as quick as their electric counterpart, but definitely the quickest combustion right now.
No, and I'm not sure it'll be as quick as their first run either, or their previous run in any case, because they did have to do the full slalom this time. But let's see, maybe the driver pulled out enough in the rest of the lap.
Oh, and he did. It's a 78.0 for a combustion car. Only 3 seconds slower than their 2018 electric.
That's really impressive.
Wow.
But it looked really clean. There was some risk, but never really overdriving the car. Like, never seemed to be out of control anywhere. So, yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, we see a lot that on the first run they tend to slide a bit more, maybe to heat up the tires, and then indeed second run super clean. And this was just their second attempt, so they'll have a third and a fourth one as well.
Yeah, I believe there's multiple Munich cars, maybe even 3 participating in the Historic Cup. Meanwhile, H26 from Regensburg made their way back into the infield, approaching the horseshoe now, nearly at the end. A lot of backfire coming from that car. And they go into the final straight. Let's see if they get their brake point correct. Yes, they do. A bit of a power slide though, and across the line.
Yeah, just clipping one cone in a very spectacular fashion, just sideways almost through the last chicane. Really spectacular driving. I think the driver is having a lot of fun. Too bad he's wearing a helmet, because otherwise we would see a huge smile on his face for sure.
We see car H24 running along the track now as well, and they look very, very low. I'm wondering if that affected their performance over the bumps. I believe that is the car from Dortmund.
Oof, and a Dortmund car locking up but managing to keep it together in the last corner, and that is a 100.0. Regensburg relaunching again on the track for their final run. It's around the 92nd they had before. Their best one was a 86 maybe.
Meanwhile, we have Dortmund lining up for their second attempt. And behind them there will be a new car that we have not seen yet, H16 from Karlsruhe.
Yeah, that's one of the cars that I flagged as being one of the quickest on track as well, with a very nice sounding AMG engine as well, the turbocharged version. If I believe that's correct, it's also from 2016. The turbocharged AMG motor in it, that's pretty good.
A lot of wheel spin off the line, a little bit slow through the first corner, but speeding up on the straight. And it's a bit of a Combustion era throwback. 3 Combustion cars about to be on the track at the same time. As car number 294 from Esslingen prepares for their next run.
Yeah, the other Regensburg coming over the line, just finishing in a very tight fashion in the final chicane.
Yeah, 87.5, kind of their personal best, but they had a 85, which was a rerun. So, yeah, actually the time that they got rerun was actually their best one.
Yeah, well, too bad, but yeah, that's what you get. So I see a couple of more cars coming up to the line as well in the queue. Now we have a full queue again after a little break in the event. We still have 26 minutes left. Just watching the car from H24, TU Dortmund, coming over the line as well.
Coming across the line in a time of 91.3.
That's a bit slower than we anticipated, obviously, but we don't know whether the driver is used to be one of the older drivers or just someone new that helped.
Yeah, Rentschel meanwhile looking very fast and very loud right behind them.
Yeah, it was an
almost drowning us out.
1 second slower than their best one, but of course it's the first run of the second driver.
Karlsruhe now going immediately for their second attempt. Let's see how much they can improve. And immediately much more aggressive off the line and a little bit faster through the first corner as well. Karlsruhe improving by 2 seconds already in their first split. And Karlsruhe improving by another 4 seconds on their second split. So So definitely a much faster time here. I think they'll be able to get into the mid, maybe even the low 80s.
Yeah, who knows? Already, how many seconds in the split was?
Yeah, already 4 seconds faster on the first half.
Obviously, it was just a banker lap in the beginning and maybe a sighting lap, or getting used to the conditions of the track. And the driver saying, "Okay, let's go full throttle for the second run. Nothing left to lose." So into the horseshoe now, just over the bump, just now. Yeah, almost coming loose. Really nice. Into the slingshot and onto the straight. So let's see what kind of time they can do.
Driver a little cautious there with the braking, but a big power slide across the line.
84.7, that's 6 seconds or 7 seconds improvement. I do feel like in the first run something was not quite warmed up yet. Could also be the driver not being warmed up yet, but yeah, impressive time, 84.7. That is a really good time for a combustion car, definitely one that's 10 years old.
We have Schweinfurt now, just made their back way into the infield.
Yeah, they seem to have some kind of problem or parked it somewhere, because they're on their way to do a 3-minute lap.
Yeah, we heard the marshals on the radio saying that the car pulled off due to some kind of issue with the car. They pulled off the track not to hinder the other drivers, but then got started again, and they were allowed to complete the lap.
Esslingen now setting off on their 4th attempt, I believe. Very, very loud. We can barely hear ourselves think here. As Schweinfurt pulls up and across the finish line. Like you said, Matti, there was a bit of an issue with the car, so let's see, we won't count this run as a legitimate one, and hopefully they can complete their next attempt without any issues. Esslingen loud enough to sound as if it's right next to us, even though it's all the way out by the grandstands.
Yeah, that is very loud, but they seem to turn their noise into speed as well. A very quick sector time. A second quicker, or even more than their previous one. They get another update, 2 seconds quicker on their way. So will they be able to challenge the Munich car that we saw here before?
And let's see what Schweinfurt can do as well, setting off on their second run. As Esslingen is making their way towards the slalom.
Maybe for us it's a wise thing not to commentate while Esslingen is driving by us, because we can't hear ourselves thinking even. So this car is so loud, but so very aggressive on the track and looking really fast as well. So let's just watch and enjoy.
And the driver again with a little slide over the line. Matti, did they improve?
Yes, they did, and it's a 79.9, so they managed to cross the magical 80-second barrier. That is probably our second quickest combustion car we've seen here. Let me verify that. Yes, indeed, and actually have the 3rd best time so far.
And the starting line is looking empty for the moment, but there are a couple of cars in the queue. H85, the 2015 entry from Delft, is getting ready. Behind them, H62 from Regensburg, and a couple more cars lining up. But I believe, looking at the clock, seeing as there's 20 minutes left, those are cars that will already be participating in the 2025 FSG Autocross.
Indeed, I was already wondering why some cars got moved in front of the queue, but it's indeed the queue forming for the regular competition. So that's nice. It means we will have immediately on the switch some new cars.
Schweinfurt, sorry, I'll interrupt you there for a second. Schweinfurt, meanwhile, have crossed the line on their second run. No issues here, and a 94.6.
And indeed, the 2015 car from Delft is making its way. I think this time it's the driver Len, who was the chief engineer at the time. Before we had Chris, and yeah, they are really challenging each other. Who will have the quickest lap? Chris had, if I'm not mistaken, an 87. Will Len be able to improve? Let's see how that plays out.
Pulling up to the start line now.
Oh, they must be so nervous in the car right now.
Yeah, but we always were. Just before the flag, I think my heart rate was about 200 or something. But the funny thing is, their Len goes off on the track, and Whoa.
immediately power sliding.
Yeah, exactly. Really nice. But the moment the flag drops, Matthias, then it all goes away, right? You have no more time to be nervous. You're out on track, you're doing your thing, and there's no time to think about what can go wrong. You're just doing your thing.
Exactly. I often have trouble times to remember what I was thinking while driving, because I was just so hyper focused that it was over before I even realized. In the meantime, Len is finding its way, navigating through the track. Hard to tell visually if it's quicker or not than the previous driver, Chris, but the times will tell us. He did, of course, have a nice oversteer moment here, exiting the first corner. And definitely not holding back on the straights. That's nice to see.
And we also have car H40 from Eindhoven. It appears that when it was put on the dollies before, it was not, then due to a mechanical issue, thankfully, and they will be able to do another attempt.
Yeah, and just a little bit too quick in the slalom from Len, meaning he had to overcorrect in the middle. Will cost him some time, and oh, he spins out doing a 360.
And immediately going off again, scaring the marshals a little bit. But the car wasn't broken. It was just a clean spin. Coming over the line in a couple of seconds. It will cost him a time.
Is the jury from the Crazy 20 still here? Because Len is looking for points.
Yeah, that was a 91.2, but obviously that spin cost him a lot of time. Even though it was fun, he went going again. So yeah.
And let's see if he goes immediately for his second attempt. Yes, he does. Once again, he will have the track all to himself, and he sets off.
And a lot cleaner this time. Tires are a bit more heated up. Driver is also warm. Got to know, so this looks quick now. Hopefully he can complete it without any mistakes. Let's see.
And he's being joined by another Dutch car, H40 from Eindhoven, coming back for their second attempt, I believe. H85 making its way back into the infield, looking very quick. And it seems Len is taking it a little bit more cautiously now, trying to make sure the car doesn't slip away from him.
And I wonder how he will do the slalom this time. A bit slower in. Yes, that's better in the previous one. So learning quickly. How is the Eindhoven car doing?
Yeah, looking very quick, coming back into the infield.
Yeah, very clean looking cars. Both of them actually driving quite cleanly on the car. And just Len coming over to the final chicane. Still very clean, over the line. Whoa, slow down, slow down, slow down.
And it is a 83.8. That is very quick. And yeah, he does manage to beat his colleague Chris. Wow. Looks like the track has also improved quite a bit. Meanwhile, Eindhoven wrapping up their lap. Give me 2 seconds and I'll tell you the time. It is an 87.5.
H26 from Regensburg has set off on their run too. And right behind them will be H62, also from Regensburg. Let's see how the two of them can compare.
Nice, this prestige battle between different universities, right? Between the same universities, actually. So we have the battle between the Munich cars, we have the battle between the Delft cars and also the Regensburg cars. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Hoppa, big power slide, almost sideways through the half of the straight. Drivers definitely enjoying themselves. And yeah, visually they look very different, the two Regensburg cars. You have one with a huge rear wing and also a huge front wing, and then the other one is a bit smaller, but doesn't mean it's slower at all. And the Regensburg car from 2014 comes across the line. It is an 86.4. That means their colleagues from 2018, the Regensburg 2018 car is still a little bit quicker, and they have 2 more runs to go.
And Matti, you might want to keep an eye on the timesheet because car number H17 from Munich has set off on their attempt. Currently the fastest car we've seen with a 75.
Oh no, we'll see the time being improved again. Let's have a look at the sector time. It's looking quick, that's for sure.
Big power slide from Regensburg, H62 out of the horseshoe.
In terms of sector times, they are matching what they have already done. This is of course the first run for the second driver. So let's see if they can improve on the total time.
And it's H21, not H17. That's the Combustion Munich car, of course. Which is coincidentally in the queue for their next couple of runs. But H21 now going through the horseshoe, looking very, very quick. A little twitchy over the bump, but the driver keeping it very neat. Perfect braking point and across the line in.
Wow, 74.68, so that's already an improvement of half a second over the previous driver. Wow, and they should be able to go for their second run immediately. Let's have a look, but first we will get the Regensburg car. Again, yeah, I see the driver nodding from the Munich that he wants to go for a second run.
That was a nod of being happy and content with the handling of the car, and it was already the first lap was a purple time from all the other cars as well. So wow, that
very
was
quick.
impressive.
Did you see, Mickey, how quick the car came out of the slingshot? It was full throttle already before the apex.
I think this is what the reason why the slingshot is called a slingshot. It was just shooting this Munich car out of it onto the straight. But it's so well handling this car, and of course not going to take anything away from the driver because, well, this driver is getting a lot out of this car as well.
And there's unfortunately a bit of a delay with the starting procedure here. Not sure exactly why, but there is just over 10 minutes left on the clock and a lot of cars that still want to do their runs. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cars that still want to do at least one, probably 2 runs.
And it's 12 more minutes, so that's going to be tight.
Yeah, hopefully the officials will allow them to run in parallel and the performance is matched enough that we don't need to wait for too long for one car to come on after the next.
Yeah, normally we see 4, maybe even 5 cars simultaneously. I think in the later on also, I think the maximum number of cars out on track was 6 in the history, if I remember correctly. So yeah, maybe we will see 5 cars, something like that, on the track simultaneously. And Munich, again, like a rocket ship out of the beginning.
Half a second quicker in the first sector already. Can they keep this speed? Because that's going to be nuts.
Yeah, H62 from Regensburg just ahead of them. And at the pace Munich is going right now, they might even catch up as H25 from Dresden sets off on their run. Very, very quick through the start. And H16 from Karlsruhe is lining up behind them.
They're still half a second quicker also in the second sector. So now it's all a matter of bringing it home with the speed.
It's going to be close between Munich and Regensburg.
Yeah.
I think maybe Regensburg has just enough head start not to be a hindrance for Munich, but Munich is really flying on track. And
it's going to be very close.
No, it's going to be okay because Regensburg is already on the final straight into the last chicane. So thankfully no overtaking situation, but yeah, really well done by the Munich car.
Not sure why there was a yellow flag at the end, but it was still an improvement, the 73.8. Do they get a rerun now, or that's a little bit confusing. They actually can opt to do a rerun, and I think the driver doesn't mind. I hope he knows he already set the best time.
Yeah, meanwhile, H25 Dresden has stopped on track, so it will take a little bit of time before Munich can get their rerun. And unfortunately, I think there will also be yellow flags for H16 from Karlsruhe behind them. Not sure what the issue is with the Dresden car, just stopped in the middle of the S's as we were calling them. H21 indeed lining up on the starting line for their next attempt. but Dresden is still not moving. Yellow flags being waved. The car from Karlsruhe also slowing down and being guided around. Not the delay we want to see. Less than 10 minutes to go. Still plenty of cars hoping to do their runs. Let's hope this will be able to get resolved quickly. H25 car now being pushed off by the marshals into the inside of the track.
Yeah, and these reruns do not help the cars that are still in the queue, unfortunately.
I'm not seeing any mechanical issues with the Dresden car. I think it's just an electrical issue. And they are being stopped in the middle of a track in a safe area to allow all of the other cars to get their runs in as much as it is possible.
And Munich is back on its way. Can they improve even further?
It looks even faster off the start if that is possible.
Isn't there such a thing where you can't go quicker at the speed of light? I remember reading that. And again, an improvement on the first sector. Marginal, but still, we can expect an even quicker time.
Karlsruhe H16 setting off again. Also on a rerun. As Dortmund comes to the starting line as well.
Another half a second off sector 2 for Munich. Where do they keep finding it?
Well, I guess practice makes perfect, Matthias. This driver has been given a couple of extra laps now, so to learn the track and getting maximum performance out of the car. Still a very good performance, and can't take anything away from this driver and the car, obviously, going into the final horseshoe and the slingshot. Oh, really nicely into the final straight.
Yeah, this is beautiful. And it is a 73.1. Wow, that's crazy. I'm not even sure if the present cars will even beat that. And what I like about this driver is that he improved but didn't start overdriving it, something we do see from time to time when they get multiple runs. So very well driven and extremely fast time.
Well, speaking of improving on time, we have now H33 from AMZ, the fastest car before Munich. Let's see if they can get close to Munich's time. Zurich setting off now.
Yeah, they were here at the very beginning, setting the benchmark with an 82nd. Had a bit of bad luck in their second run, so they are definitely looking to improve. First sector is definitely not as quick as Munich, but maybe their potential lies in the second and third part of the lap. Ooh, I see them sliding around.
Karlsruhe now setting off on their fourth attempt. And behind them is H92 from Sevilla and H31 from Munich.
Yeah, we'll have to make a little bit of haste because we only have like 5 minutes left in this competition, and already the queue for the next event is lining up as well. So there's no time to be wasting. Do we have an update on the sector times of Grimsel?
Yes, it is quick, but not as quick as Munich at the moment. Of course, this might be the first run of the second driver, but it will be a quick time, that's for sure.
Yeah, the car from Sevilla, meanwhile, setting off, but seems to be struggling a bit. I'm not sure if they're stuck in first gear, but they're struggling quite a bit to pick up any speed.
Zurich now approaching the finish line. It is a 80.9. That is an improvement on their first lap, but only slightly. So they will definitely be looking to get some seconds off.
Yeah, it looks like the marshals are waiting for Sevilla to make some ground, because they are a bit slow out on track, and they don't want to create a situation that any other cars coming right behind them. In the meantime, Karlsruhe over the line.
Personal best with an 84.4. We have seen that the 82nd benchmark for combustion cars is hard to beat. Only 2 cars managed to do so far, so I think they can be pretty heavy with an 84.
You still have a little bit of a traffic jam on in the queue here, and that all has to do with the pace of the Sevilla car. I'm not sure, Diego, maybe you have eyes on them. Can you tell us anything? What's going on?
Yeah, it really does seem like the car has just been stuck in first gear the entire lap. I have not heard any revs going up or down, just a very constant hum from the very beginning and a very constant speed as well. No braking, no accelerating.
Did they just cut part of the track?
It felt that way, yes.
That might actually help getting some progress, so to be honest, well done by them.
Yeah, I mean, if that's on purpose, the driver recognizing he's holding up the whole queue, if that's on purpose, then big credits to the driver, obviously, just wanting to get home and not bother other drivers too much. Yeah, it sounds like it's in one gear, yeah.
And that does allow, of course, other cars to set off. We have Dortmund and Schweinfurt. And H33 from AMZ is waiting to line up, and the officials here are urging the cars to be moving a little bit faster through the queue. We have H33, H31 and H87 waiting for their attempts, as Schweinfurt and Dortmund are on track, and Dortmund unfortunately seems to be stuck. There's yellow flags being waved.
Yeah, that's what can happen during an event like this.
Yeah, can you see on the live stream, Matti? Maybe
Yes,
there's a better angle.
they actually spun out completely in the pendulum.
Oh, they're facing in the wrong direction even, or not? Yeah.
But they do seem to get moving under their own power, which is good. Hopefully they'll be able to clear the track quite quickly, as we have 3 more cars wanting to do their runs. A bit of a blue flag situation potentially developing, but I think Dortmund is fast enough for Schweinfurt to not be troubled by them.
Yeah, but they were already held up there by the yellow flag situation. So
Yes, indeed.
it doesn't matter too much. In endurance, of course, then there's blue flags and everything, but here...
AMZ now getting the green flag and setting off. H31 pulling up immediately after. But the driver seems to have stalled the car, but a very confident nod from them that they can restart it, and in fact they do.
And Zurich improving big time. They're almost 2 seconds quicker in the first sector already.
H31 from Munich setting off. Erlangen finishing, and Schweinfurt, of course, will get a rerun given that yellow flag situation. And there's another car that is stopped on track now. I believe that is AMZ.
Indeed, it seemed like the car discharged for a second.
And it's barely moving.
Yeah, Munich will be held up. Hopefully they have seen the yellow flags.
Schweinfurt, meanwhile, does get the green flag. And AMZ does get moving under its own power, so Schweinfurt will not be held up. And let's see, there are some final checks being done on the DUT17 car, H87 from Delft. Let's see if they'll be able to make it for their second runs. But no, there's a bit of a disappointed handshake from the driver. It appears that there is some issue with the car that they were unable to resolve.
Well, actually we were quite disappointed with that. But that's okay. We still have some cars on track. We do hear a gong, so I'm not sure whether some more cars will be allowed. As always, these Germans are a bit strict with the time, but we have to because there's another competition beginning right after this. So we will continue with the next competition very soon, I believe. I might be that
Are being sent to the second run queue.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they can be.
No, the officials are saying
I think
it's
so.
over.
Yeah.
Fun's over. Now
Yeah,
it's
that's
time for
it.
the real deal, the real competition.
Yeah.
There's of course still Schweinfurt on track, so let's monitor how they are progressing on their final run.
Yeah, and it seems that one of the teams has been given clearance to go and pick up their stranded car.
Yeah, that is Dresden.
Yeah, and as far as I can tell, they can push it out just before the next part of the competition begins, which is the, we'll say, the regular one. So this was the historic cup, guys. A lot of action, a lot of sound, a lot of burning rubber, a lot of burning fuel.
Matti, maybe
Which was really cool.
Very, very cool. Matti, maybe you can give us a rundown of the top times and see what the current crop of cars from 2025 should be aiming for.
Yes, and it's a very interesting ranking, I would say. Of course, we had the quickest time, a 73.1 by DQ Fast Racing. Of course, the 2018 team from Munich with their lightning fast electric car. And then, interestingly, 2 combustion cars. First of all, the 2013 combustion car from TU Munich with a 78.0, followed by Esslingen 2019 with a 79.9. So that's our top 3. Then we have Zurich with an 80.9, and closing in on the top 5 is Eindhoven with an 82.2. So some very impressive times. Definitely the one, the 73 from Munich, which I feel like will be very hard to beat, even by these new and modern cars. So yeah, we have quite an afternoon ahead of us, and the benchmark has been set.
And there is no break in the action here at all. Just some final checks being done on the track as car number 320 from Porto is our first competitor for the manual Autocross FSG 2025. Green flag is waved and they set off. Keeping it very tight, very tidy through the first corner. A bit of a power slide onto that first mini straight. And they set off into the distance, a little bit out of view of our commentator position as University of Ghent, car number 51, lines up next.
Meanwhile, Porto and Ghent seem to be driving at a very similar speed, very cautiously making its way on the actual track. Is Ghent?
Porto is a little bit too cautious, unfortunately, coming to a stop just before coming into the slalom section, or a little bit earlier than that. The marshals are being readied to wave the yellow flag for Ghent, but that thankfully seems to not be necessary. Porto does get going again under its own power. Porto now going through the slalom and unfortunately stopping yet again, but Ghent also stopping just past the hairpin on the outer part of the track. And a lot of marshal action. Porto does get going, as does Ghent. The two teams seem to be mirroring each other quite a bit.
They are entangled, as they would say, doing also a bit of honor to the original purpose of this area, which is a parking lot. And again, Porto stalling.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why these teams elected to go first on track, because probably they know they have some issues, and maybe if they go early, they have some opportunity to correct them for later on, and at least get some data or some identify some gremlins on the car. And still you have until 8 o'clock, right, to maybe fix that car. Yeah, so actually quite a good strategy.
Indeed, Porto, meanwhile, did finish, and it is a time of 1:31.6. Ghent now also coming up to the finish line, and they set a 1:23.67. And just after them, car number 17 from Cluj, very similar looking at a distance to Porto. Caused a bit of confusion here for the commentators, but it's car number 17 currently running alone on the track, and they are about to be joined by car number 34 from Ingolstadt.
Oof, lots of wheel spin here on the first straight. I'm not sure if they're running with four-wheel drive or two-wheel drive, but definitely a handful. Very nice looking car though, the one from Ingolstadt with some really pretty wings.
Yeah, very nice, neat looking car. Attention for detail. Also delivery is very matching the car and all the wings and the bodywork. So yeah, I always like the cars that the teams that pay attention to detail, and pretty sure design judges love that as well. I mean, that's not everything, but there you go. It's very nice to see. And Eindhoven is out on track already, quite early actually. I'm not sure whether they are having some issues or maybe concerned that they might have some issues, but already looking pretty good. And wow, we hear some brakes from the Romanian team from Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, they're actually currently the fastest one with a 96, even though they don't have no aerodynamics. And but I have a feeling Eindhoven will beat them.
Yeah, it's not a big surprise because I think both Ghent and Porto stalled a couple of times. So yeah, the 91 seconds is not a big surprise that it's the fastest time. Ingolstadt, in the meantime, just coming into the horseshoe. Just over the bump into the slingshot. Eindhoven is catching them rapidly. They won't catch them before start finish. Also electing to do the slalom from the left side, so that means compromising the entry to benefit the exit of the slalom. So interesting to see that. In the meantime, we have Ingolstadt in a time of 106.2.
Yes, so Cluj still the quickest, but that might change in the coming 2 seconds. Indeed, an 83.1 for the team from Eindhoven, kind of matching their historical ancestors.
Yeah, exactly. 83.1 is
very good run.
It didn't look that fast, to be honest, but yeah, that's
no, I think they found
good.
some speed in the second part. Had definitely cool tires here in the first corner, but yeah.
Then I think we might expect even better time for the second time around. I think that they will be allowed to go quite quickly. I think they will just wait for the Ingolstadt car to gain some distance and not to create any close situation. But yeah, that was already quite impressive, but it didn't look impressive. And that's usually the fastest.
Yeah, and it's something we've seen in skid pad as well. The less expensive it looks, the quicker it is. But this is definitely a lot quicker from Eindhoven.
Yeah, unfortunately already clipping a cone, so that means 2 seconds added to their time. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, that's what you get if you take a little bit more risk.
They're actually matching almost the sector time from the Munich car and the Zurich car we saw before. Just a little bit slower, but still extremely fast. So maybe we're underestimating the current field.
Yeah, maybe these new cars aren't that bad. Maybe they have a lot more downforce or a lot more electronic and traction control and things like that. That we might not have appreciated so far, but we'll just watch and see. In the meantime, Cluj-Napoca is having crossed the line again. Improving the time, yeah, absolutely. A 92.6.
And it is again relatively close between Ingolstadt and Eindhoven, but they managed the gap perfectly here. We'll have them both in a rapid succession finishing. A lot of wheel spin from the Ingolstadt car. Wrapping it up in a 90.7 and Eindhoven in a 78.4.
Wow, that's already pretty impressive. So the bar has been set high again by the Eindhoven car. And this driver is very happy, I'm pretty sure. Happy with this drive, and especially we're looking at the time. Yeah, really impressive.
Car number 22, Leuven, just going around the horseshoe now.
Yeah, I feel like they're slightly limited in power or top speed. But clean run it is, and it is an 89.4 for them. This is their first run, so let's see if they can improve in the second run. Is that Deggendorf in the meantime?
It is Deggendorf, and yes, we will be, of course, hoping to see a little more from Leuven on their second attempt. Deggendorf going through the slalom. Seems to be slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, there are a lot of bumps there, so the driver probably wanting to take it cautious both for the car, but also not to lose any control. And Leuven is on its way for the second run.
And indeed, it does seem to be accelerating a little bit slower than it did during the acceleration. They've had a big slide from Deggendorf, but the driver does manage to catch it.
It's a mistake we already saw a lot from, as well from the Historic Cup. It's an extremely fast straight followed by a 90-degree curve. So you really need to brake hard. And if you just brake a little bit too late, then you overshoot and hit some cones.
And it is a 93.35 from Deggendorf. That was their first run. Leuven, meanwhile, does improve by almost a second on their first split and by 2 seconds on their second. So the driver indeed improving as Deggendorf immediately sets off on their second run. Very aggressive burnouts there.
Yeah, clearly not running any traction control. And then these electric cars are very hard to drive because they can go from 0 to maximum speed in less than a second. The wheels, that is. And if you're then dealing with multiple motors, and often you have that these inside wheels tend to spin up because, yeah, basically these things don't have any differential. Everything is electronically regulated.
Leuven is looking quicker. Keeping it needs a little bit of a slide in the final corner, but they do improve by 3 seconds to 86.7.
Yeah, and it seems as if Leuven did not have any regenerative braking, so I could not hear the motors, meaning they need to do everything on the mechanical brakes.
That should be interesting for endurance if they can't use regenerative braking, right? Because most cars actually depend on this to finish endurance in a certain fashion.
Definitely, I think they recuperate up to 40% of their energy.
Wow, that's a lot. So yeah, if you have to carry that extra, you need a bigger battery pack. But maybe they have a lot of battery on board. We don't know. But usually it's better to have some kind of regeneration of your energy.
Could also be that they were running on max voltage right now, meaning that they could not run. Oof! Drama here at the exit. The Deggendorf car almost spinning out and hitting the tire barriers. Not sure what time he wants to find after the timing line.
I don't know why he did that after crossing the finish line. So I have some question marks about the usefulness of that action. But anyway, it was spectacular, but there are no more show awards today. So yeah, Deggendorf did improve indeed, 88.5. So it was faster, a lot faster than the first run.
And meanwhile, we've had a car number 227 from Bern running along the track as well, their first attempt.
They're scraping the tarmac a lot with their aerodynamics. It's a very bumpy track, of course.
Yeah, sliding a lot, burning rubber.
But it does look fast, so I'm very curious to see what time they have. That is an 83.3, and that is their first run. So it looked a little bit chaotic, mostly due to the scraping, but it is fast.
And up next, we're going to have one of the faster cars we've seen at FSG this year, 95 from Chalmers. It might be that Bern will get their second run first. Indeed, they do.
Yeah, also the marshals recognizing how important the tire temperature is as well. So if they can and they have the option, then they will allow you to go as quickly as possible, not to cool off the tires and make advantage of that situation. So great job for these marshals to acknowledging that.
And once again, Mickey, a burnout going into the first straight.
It does look quicker. Very aggressive from the driver. Let's see at their first split time. Do not get any update here, so I'm afraid we'll have to wait till they cross the finish line to see how they are going. Will they be able to break the 80-second mark? I'm having a good feeling. I think they will. And Chalmers on its way, very aggressive, swerving a bit on the straight, as we see with many cars. They were, of course, very good at the driverless events. Let's see how their manual control is.
Yeah, Byrne looking even more aggressive compared to the previous lap, and bottoming and hitting the wing on the just after the bump. In the meantime, Ravensburg or Oregon State on track. But I'm going to keep an eye on the Byrne car from Switzerland into the final chicane over the line. Yeah, very well controlled. Nice drive.
81.1, so not quite managing to dive below the 80, but this is their second run, so they can still improve on third and fourth. And I think indeed it's GFR is now Ravensburg, at least it says here on the team. I'm not sure if it's still in the collaboration with Oregon.
Yeah, well, they do have the name on the side of the monocoque as well. So I do believe it is still a collaboration with Oregon State. But I think in Germany they use the Ravensburg name because you cannot use two names in the systems, right? So. Oh, Chalmers looking really good. They were really quick all weekend or all week, so this looks really good as well.
83.3, yeah, I think that's very good for first lap time, but I would expect them up there with the top teams.
Talking about top teams, Zurich on track. This should be interesting. Do we have the split times or?
Yes, we do, and this is a very good one. If you can do that in 12.8 on the first sector, that is matching the quickest time we have seen in this segment so far from Eindhoven.
Chalmers off to the second lap, while Ravensburg finishing the first lap.
Bit dramatic, but improving. No, sorry, there's their first lap, so 92.8. And Zurich is on a quick one. Very quick second sector. Not quite matching the Munich car we saw before, but very good for a first run.
But it looks very clean. There's no aggression from the driver at all. You can see the car changing direction very quickly. Yeah, so there's no big overdriving from this driver as well. Bottoming a little bit, but that's okay. Into the horseshoe, again bottoming with the wing, but that's fine. For now, over the bump into the slingshot. Let's see this acceleration. This should be very good. Oh, there you go. What kind of hard braking into the final chicane. Very clean. Oh, good driving. Very good driving.
And that's a 75.8 on their first run. So only 2 seconds off what we've seen from the Munich car before.
We saw this coming, didn't we? We just saw it by the handling of the car, handling of the driver, that this was fast indeed.
Yeah, that car had so much grip. Also goes to show me already that the track is gripping up, and this might actually be one of the best conditions. It will be with the Borg. In a 79.6, so breaking the 80-second barrier, really big improvement from them. So they are up there with the top teams. That's nice to see. Ravensburg, meanwhile, launching it for their second run.
Zurich is also coming back for the second run immediately, so that should be nice.
And followed by them will probably be the Delft car or the Lyra car. Or I think it's the Lyra car, I'm not 100% sure. Either one of the two.
Zurich on track, and we'll just take a look at the split time. 12.03. That's already 0.8 of a second faster.
And that is quicker than the Munich car that we saw before. So, exciting stuff.
And we have another car, Matti, that you think will be faster. Car number 85 from Delft, setting off on their first run.
Yes, and this is Max with the first run. So let's see how he can progress. Collecting a cone though.
Already in the first right-hand turn. It was a quick turn as well. I think he carried it away because the marshal was looking for a spare cone.
Zurich, meanwhile, improved by more than a second. Can they wrap it up into a clean run?
Ravensburg in a 90.8. Zurich on the final straight. Oh, they're really quick, really quick. Oh, a little bit of slide over the line, but still 73.6.
Very quick, and meanwhile, unfortunately, the Delft car does stop, having just come back into the infield. The green tractor system light is on, so the high voltage system is disengaged. But they do manage to get going again.
Yeah, and so the Zurich car was only half a second off from the best time we've seen so far with Munich. Very impressive, and of course they do still have 2 runs left. So it looks like the modern cars are able to improve. Oof.
That was a big scrape from the Delft car and a big slide into the horseshoe. Yeah, that bumpy section of the FSG track, very punishing for all the cars and the drivers.
Car from Lyra also on track right now. Yeah, the Delft car seems to be quite a bit of a handful. Hopefully the driver will manage to get a banker lap in, because this is a 90.3. That's definitely not the speed that they are looking for. They were of course parked for a second.
Car number 13 from Sion now approaching the horseshoe. As car number 131 UAS Munich sets off on their first run. 3 cars on track at the moment. Car number 85 from Delft electing to go for their second attempt immediately, despite the little issue that they had. Let's hope they get a clean run this time. Sion, meanwhile, sets a 103.14. They do improve on their second run. And the wind again picking up quite a bit. Matti, does that affect how a driver approaches the track, or is it not as relevant at these speeds?
It is definitely irrelevant. The problem is it's once you're in a car, very unpredictable what it will do in what corner. So sometimes you have lots of downforce going in and then oversteer going out. Delft launching it again on track. They will be looking to get a nice time in.
The area, meanwhile, also improves, or doesn't improve because this was their first run. They get a 98.8. Delft has a very quick first sector, 12.75. Munich, meanwhile, does look to be going a little bit tentatively back into the horseshoe. Delft looking very quick out on the main track section as number 19 from Braunschweig sets off as well, but going a little bit tentatively. The Lions Racing car number 19. Munich crosses the finish line with an 86.24.
Yeah, Munich had a really good first sector, but then lost it somewhere in the second sector.
Delft car sliding a lot just before the slalom.
A little bit of overdriving, I can see it from here as well. The driver is really having to manage this car, to keep it on track. A little bit aggressive looking. He's not making one turn, but he's making 3 turns into one. So yeah, onto the slingshot into the straight, final corner. Oh, very aggressive. Oh,
wow, it's a 75.7. It is 2 seconds off the Zurich time, but of course they had a little bit of an issue in their first run. So really nice from the driver to get a really good banker lap in. I haven't seen if they hit any cones or not, but they are up there with the quick ones.
Braunschweig have sped up a little bit from their initial speed. They're just making it back into the infield. But it does seem like the driver is driving in a bit of a comfort mode at the moment. Definitely not the maximum performance from that car that we have seen so far at this competition. As 131 UAS Munich sets up on their second run. And now car number 167 from Osnabrück lining up. This was also one of the faster cars that we've seen, I believe.
Could well be. I don't think they made an appearance here on Autocross yet. Maybe you're referring to the skid pad. Oof, lots of wheel spin come out of the first corner, and we see that so much. It's always tires are cold. Driver is a bit too enthusiastic, and then they spit it up here, going on to the first straight. Munich on its way. I do have a feeling that they can still find some time, so let's have a look if this is a better lap. And also Lyra is looking to improve on their time. But it is actually slower, so they might have had an issue somewhere. Munich on its way. And it is a 79.3, so also they are below the 80-second mark as we speak.
And just at the finish, car number 101 from Hanover sets off. Also, we've seen them be very quick at the skid pad and at the acceleration this year, so let's see how they do on the autocross. Lining up behind them is car number 59 from Dresden. I believe that was the fastest accelerating car at the acceleration this year.
You're right, Yegor. They were absolutely... Nobody expected that, but they were the fastest of anyone. So should be interesting to see how well they can manage on a dynamic track.
Away they go, and no drama for them on their first run. So the car looks really planted. I think we might be getting another top time in here. It's a quick first sector, but that only tells half the story. Meanwhile, Osnabrück almost spinning out and collecting a few cones here at the very last corner.
Dresden does seem to be going quick out on the main track section as a blue car. Oh no, it's a red and blue car from E-Force Prague sets off on their first attempt.
Yeah, very aggressive, lots of wheel spin, but also a lot of rotation from that Prague car when it launched. We have Hanover here across the finish line in an 84.5 on their first run. I think that's quite impressive, and if they can shave off a few seconds on the second run, then also they are looking for a really good spot. Dresden, let's have a look at them going through the slingshot. A bit tentative, I would expect them quicker. Make it through the last corners in a 78.7.
Very solid banker time from Dresden. As we see E-Force Prague clipping a couple of cones, making it back into the infield, coming up to the slalom now. Slowing down quite a bit to enter on the left.
Yeah, they're overdriving it a little bit. It's a very quick car, but it's been driven like a maniac right now. Let's hope it's to warm up the tires and that the driver can get it all together for the second run. Because so far our top times we're driving it a little bit more easy. Across the finish line, it's at 80.5.
Meanwhile, 101 from Leibniz Hanover set off on their second run. We see car number 167 from Osnabrück going through the infield. Seems to be slowing down a little bit in that backfield section. That's car number 59 from Dresden, blisteringly fast off the line. Prague lining up for their next run immediately.
And actually Hanover has a really good first split time, also a good second split time, so they might be on their way for maybe a sub 80-second time. Although that will be a very big improvement. Dresden meanwhile matching the split time from Zurich.
Prague very aggressive off the starting line, but under control. Just as I say, that big power slide in the first section.
That must be the quickest commentator curse ever. Just on the coach. Oh, that was really funny. But it's really funny to see the different driving styles, Matthias. The quickest cars, the quickest drivers were actually very smooth. And just behind them, the aggressive drivers overdriving the car maybe, or having to catch the car every corner. But the fastest times looked very smooth.
Absolutely. Look, this track punishes you if you're driving aggressively. Smooth is the way to go. Again and again. Diego.
Speaking of aggression, I was just about to say Dresden looks very aggressive in the end there. Did they improve though?
Yes, they were a 76.1, but they have actually an extremely good first sector, also a good second sector, so I think they lost a bit in the third sector.
Prague once again struggling a little bit in the slalom and drifting on the exit. Sliding quite a bit through the horseshoe as well and into the slingshot.
And I think part of their rear wing is actually coming loose. Let's hope it doesn't crack off completely. Yeah, part of it is falling off as we speak.
Yeah, it's one of the lower parts of the rear wing. It's a bit loose, well I can imagine, because the car was so bumpy, bumping all over and jumping and being overdriven. So I'm not surprised that the rear wing is having a tough time hanging on.
Meanwhile, car number 54 from Barcelona setting off, and behind them 124 from Tallinn, as car number 153 from Lemgo is just going through the slalom, clipping a cone there on the exit and another one, and they're actually taking it along with them and now depositing it just outside the track, clipping another cone onto the entry to the horseshoe. It seems the car is a little bit difficult to control for the driver. Big slide into the slingshot as well as car number 124 from Tallinn sets off.
Indeed, carrying another cone, and that causes them to understeer wide into the last corner. Yeah, really, they're making an entire collection, the driver from Lemgo. And it was a 102-second lap for the first driver.
And Lemgo is lining up for their second run, but nobody's retrieving the cone from under their front wheel. Yes, the officials have noticed it now.
Oldest cones, let them go.
Car number 54 from Barcelona, just coming out of the slalom and going into the horseshoe. As 44, the other Karlsruhe sets off very aggressively.
Yeah, they added the second slalom on the track. And they used the straight to do a few wiggles.
Yeah, and it seems those wiggles have caused some trouble with the car, because I think it has come to a stop just past the first couple of corners. There was also a big sound of something scraping the ground. I'm not sure if that was Tallinn coming back into the infield and just timed very closely, or if it was some trouble with the Ulm car. But the marshals are running over with the dolly to try to retrieve it. I think, though, it might have gotten going under its own power.
Barcelona finished in an 84.0 on their first run. Let's see if they can improve and maybe dive under the 80-second mark.
Tallinn, meanwhile, a little bit wiggly into the final corner.
Yeah, I think they lost a few motors maybe, because under braking the car was really wiggling and being quite not out of control, but a handful to drive. Also, they have an 84.8 on their first run.
Yeah, I think whatever it might have been with the Tallinn car, it's not completely unexpected, because the driver is electing to go immediately into their second run.
But he is restarting the car, so doing some kind of power cycling. And a lot of cars are already in the queue. I think at least 6 cars are charged currently, plus the 2 that we have here ready for the second drive and the one at the starting line.
And Mickey, can we maybe see on the live stream, I'm not sure if it's available, what is happening with the car from Ulm?
Yeah, I see a couple of marshals standing around. As always with electric cars, they are a bit hesitant to touch the car before the driver is saying it's okay, that the car is safe to be pushed. Yeah, of course, now the marshals are pushing the car away to clear the track for the next ones. There's a little bit of a lag in the live stream that we're watching as well, so that might not be the actual live situation. But anyway, as far as I can see, the track is almost clear, or even, yeah, definitely it's clear. So we will be going again soon.
Car number 153 from Lengo does get the green flag. Let's see if they can collect some fewer cones this time around. Hopefully for them, of course, there will be 0 cones. 54 from Barcelona lining up behind them.
They already clipped one on the beginning, so 0 cones will not be the case. But the car does love the cones somehow, because it does collect them or touch them every now and then.
It was a very humorous shot. You could see the car flying into our view and then behind them a cone trailing. But they do make it through the hairpin on the main portion of the Hockenheim ring, and now coming back towards the FSG bump and into the infield. The officials are just giving a little bit of time for Lemgo to get out of the way and far long enough for Barcelona to start, so nobody has to slow down, and they do go.
Yeah, very nice rotation on the first corner here from the Barcelona car. It does look like a really fast car, so I'll be following them closely on the split times. They have a very good first sector, 13.3. Let's see if they can carry that speed all the way through the entire track.
I see another couple of marshals running, so one of the cars has stalled on track. So probably we'll have to wait and see. No, I see them going back, so the car started again. In the meantime, looking at the queue, Yegor, I think it's one of the top teams, right? Tallinn?
Yes, indeed, it is Tallinn getting ready for their second run. Hopefully, if there were issues, the driver was able to resolve them by power cycling the car. And behind them we have 69, 253, 29, 141, 123, 120, 76, 68. If those numbers mean anything to you, you know them a lot better than we have learned so far.
I thought maybe those were the lottery numbers or something.
Yeah, I think, and yeah, the Powerball was 23.
Oh man, I'm rich. I won.
Yeah, the main message is plenty of action to come. A lot of cars waiting to get started. As we have car number 54, Barcelona, scraping quite hard on the entry to the horseshoe, but continuing nicely.
Of course, they were parked for a moment there with an issue, so this lap time won't be quite relevant. Lemgo, when they finished here, unfortunately braked too late and clipped a few cones.
Yep.
But yeah, Tallinn is quick, but not as quick as the top times.
And behind them, car number 253 from Kiel is starting. They had a couple of off-track excursions at the acceleration event earlier. Let's see if the driver can keep it under control this time around. Tallinn sliding on the entry to the horseshoe.
It is aggressive, but not too aggressive. So you can see the car sliding a little bit and a little bit of sliding all around, but
and a
just
huge improvement
the
for them.
Yeah.
78, that is 6 seconds
Wow.
better. So that indicates to me
That's
that
pretty
they
good.
were running with an issue in the first run. Really nice by the driver, kept it all together. And I think we have a new kind of combustion car joining us. It's the team from Vienna, TU Wien, who almost sounds like a combustion car. They even made some stickers quoting us on that. But it is cool to hear.
Yeah, 3 cars on track at the moment. Car 69 from Mannheim just going into the slingshot. Car number 253 from Kiel going into the slalom. And somewhere on the outfield, car number 29 from Navarro. As car number 141, Vienna, sets off very, very loudly. 69, meanwhile, Mannheim crossing the line.
Yeah, and the Vienna car is mostly loud on low speed, funnily enough. On high speed, it gets a bit higher pitch and sounds a bit more normal. Kiel coming in, and it is an 84.8 on their first run. They really made a quick car this year, Kiel. Very impressive and good looking car.
Car number 29 from Navarro now going through the slalom. It seems that there is some sort of a power limitation on the car, the driver not being challenged too much. But that of course affords them the ability to find the perfect line through the entirety of the track. Car number 141 from Vienna, meanwhile, made their way back into the infield and just about to approach the slalom as car number 29 from Navarro crosses the line.
It's a 96.5. This is of course their first run, so they have ample time to improve, but they choose to exit. And so they think they'll...
Sorry, Mach, I'm going to interrupt you. Car number 69 from Mannheim. The driver is exiting the car. It stopped just, about 100 meters from the start of the track. So some sort of electrical issue, seeing as the driver has exited the vehicle pretty rapidly.
Car from Vienna across the finish line, an 83.8. Had quite a good first sector, lost a bit of time in the second sector, but then wrapped it up nicely. I think they also do have the potential to dive below that 80-second benchmark that we have seen, that it's quite difficult to achieve that. And yeah, a lot of cars are ready in the queue, but of course we need to wait until the track is cleared before we send out some new ones. Yeah, and I think Mannheim, looking at the stream, because we're a bit too far away, I do see like a little cart, so that could indicate also a mechanical problem. It does take a while for them to clear the car.
Yeah, it looks like a mechanical problem indeed, because they're positioning the one of the dollies just below the nose. So that would indicate a suspension problem on the front. Yeah, the car is being picked up also on the back. So yeah. Normally that's some kind of mechanical failure on the suspension, and the car is being pushed away as we speak. Yeah, there they go. It will take a couple of seconds, maybe a minute to correct that.
I actually have a picture here, Mickey. It's the left front tire that kind of like folded inward, so clearly a suspension failure.
Yeah, so the lower wishbone probably failed, and then the tire will just collapse.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard, for the picture. Gave us nice information.
There you have it, commentary team having a network with photographers all along the track, giving you the information. So
we have spies everywhere.
Yes, we have spies everywhere. Exactly. Yeah, credit to these marshals. They take care of that quite quickly as well. Of course, they have to be a little bit careful to make sure that the car is electrically safe, and that they don't damage the car any further by picking it up on the wishbones or something, which is often made of carbon fiber. And anytime we used to do that, then the chief engineer got a heart attack and saying, "Don't touch the carbon fiber wishbones because I'm going to beep you." So yeah, but it looks like the track is clear again, so we should have some action.
And I think Mannheim was still parked before the FSG bumped, even with their suspension failure. So the worst was yet to come for them. It was their second run though, so maybe they got some damage in the first run.
I think it happened in the broken chain, so maybe it's going to be the broken wishbone from now on.
Yeah, well, at some point we'll have to update the corner names, because I don't think any of these teams are running chains anymore. The broken motor controller.
Yeah, we see the marshals are also getting ready to bring out some brushes. I'm not sure that they will be necessary at this point in time, but good for them to be prepared in case some carbon or plastic dust does end up on the track. Of course, we hope not. As car number 253 from Kiel sets off on their second run, looking very aggressive.
Fast. The Kiel guys made a really quick car this time. I'm looking at the split time. Oh, it's competitive. If they can keep this together, then they will definitely dive under the 82nd.
Yeah, there was a big power slide just after the first sector, as car number 141 from Vienna sets off as well.
Is that a combustion car? Makes a lot of sound anyway. And we actually got a sticker from them saying that, is that a combustion car? No, it's not a combustion car, but it's a very loud electric car, but very fast electric car as well.
Oei. And there's the FSG bump and the unmistakable sound of a suspension failure. The driver from Kiel not electing to stop for some reason, even though he's scraping so hard. There's 3 wheels, 1 wheel in the air.
Yeah, please someone tell the driver to stop, because this is only damaging the car too much.
Not sure what the driver is thinking there. The red flag was waved, but they're still going. Now the marshals do manage to stop them. Yeah, that is a lot of ambition there by the driver. Unfortunately, in a very unsafe fashion. I think there might need to be some brushes brought out now. You would expect there to be quite a bit of carbon fiber scattered all over the track.
Yeah, to be honest, if I were team manager of this team, I would have a little word with this driver. If you notice something really wrong with this car, why drive on for half a track and damaging more components of the car?
Yeah, it's their second attempt,
no use. There's absolutely no use. It's not going to be faster than your first run, and you're just destroying your car. I have no idea what's going on in the mind of the driver. I know you want to finish, and you want to finish fast, but destroying your car while doing that, doesn't make sense.
I'm not sure what the reasoning is behind it. Of course, you really want to get everything out of it, but yeah, I don't think in post-squeaky you would make it anyway. too bad for Kiel. They had such a quick car. And obviously yellow flags to Vienna, so they will be given a rerun.
Yeah, the track marshal just inspecting the track at the moment, seeing whether any brushing action is necessary. Doesn't seem to be the case. We have car number 120 from Diepholz lined up, waiting for the green flag. And just some final checks being done on the track. Probably the marshals having some stern words with the driver of Kiel as well.
Of course, as long as no one tells the driver to stop, then I think it's kind of its own responsibility. The very smooth and beautiful car from Diepholz, making its way for the first run. And they will be followed by Vienna, who will do their rerun of the second attempt. Oh, and it's quick, the Vienna car. And I'm very much looking forward to their split times, because I do feel like they are up there with the quicker ones. Oh, it's a 12.7.
That's matching the fastest times, Matthias. Wow, this should be very interesting. We already had a suspicion, right? Yesterday we saw them on track, and we already pointed at them. Look, just keep an eye on this car, because they might be really quick.
And another car we expect to be pretty quick, car number 123 from Amberg-Weiden setting off. Vienna making their way back into the infield, and they might actually catch the car from Diepholz. So there might be another yellow flag situation for Vienna there, the driver getting quite a bit of practice. And at the green flag, we now have car number 68, National Tsinghua University.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to see the Taiwanese team on track. They had an extremely good skid pad. Let's see how that converts to the autocross time. And I think Vienna and Diepholz might just miss each other.
Yes, indeed they do. Diepholz now making their way through the final corner and finishing. And Vienna right on their tail, keeping it clean through the final corner, sounding very loud across the line.
Wow, a 79.8, diving below the 8-second mark.
And now we have another quick car, 76 from Karlsruhe setting off. Amberg-Weiden having a bit of a slide and a bit of a slowdown in the slalom.
Diepholz for their second run onto the track, and we have Amberg-Weiden across the finish line in a 79.8 on their first run. Yeah, both sector times look really good. Let's see what they can do in the rerun.
Yeah, it was interesting once again. The Amberg-Weiden car didn't look particularly fast, but they were smooth, and that is enough to be quick. Under 80 seconds already. Well done to them. We have now car number 68, the Taiwanese team, going into the horseshoe. There seems to be some sort of power limit, either artificial or organic, with the driver not pushing the car particularly hard.
It's an 89.8. Must be a bit more potential in that car, I feel like. Of course, it's just their first run, so getting a banker in is never a bad strategy.
Yeah, Diepholz, meanwhile, going a little bit wide, knocking over a cone as Karlsruhe comes for their first finish.
82.3. Good start.
Amberg-Weiden, in the meanwhile, had set off on their next attempt, looking very aggressive and very quick, especially there on the outfield. Car number 68, Tsinghua, sitting off on their second run. And in the meanwhile, we did not mention the start of 171 from Stockholm as car number 123 from Amberg-Weiden spins out just as they made their way back into the infield. Diepholz finishing their second run. As car number 76 from Karlsruhe sets off again, looking more aggressive than the first time. Amberg-Weiden, meanwhile, does seem to be, I'm not sure if they're crab walking a little bit.
Yeah, it looks a bit tentative, doesn't it?
The rear right wheel is sticking out to the right so far.
The track rod is probably loose or something like that, because it's just not pointing in the right direction. I think the driver knows, for some reason, I think the driver is just trying to get the car home, right? Let's
Yeah.
hope nothing breaks.
Yeah, they are driving very carefully, taking it slow.
At least he's not powering through. He's just nursing it and not accelerating really hard. Yeah, I'm looking at the right rear wheel, which is a mind of its own, as it seems. It's definitely a track art or something similar.
Yeah, many suspension failures this year. And even cars that continue driving on with wheels that are not pointing in the right direction.
Tsinghua now finishing their second run. Mati, do they improve?
Yes, a lot even. By, what is it, 11 seconds? No. 2 seconds, my apologies. An 87.5.
We have Karlsruhe now finishing their second run. And I would have to say, they do feel like the car was a little bit power limited. They looked faster before.
Yeah, almost identical time, an 82.4. Before they had an 82.3. I do feel like there's more in that car to be gained, because they were also very quick on skid pad and acceleration.
Meanwhile, we have car number 97 from Landshut setting off on their first run. A little bit of a burnout on the first mini straight.
And this time Landshut is actually allowed to do 4 runs. They accidentally got a few extra runs in on, what was it, skid pad or acceleration. But now it is also allowed.
Car number 171 from Stockholm coming to finish their second attempt. Pardon me, car number 36 coming to finish their first attempt.
Indeed, and it's a 101.7.
And car number 171 is right behind them, as car number 172 from Dortmund sets off very quickly indeed.
Yeah, and we have next car up. It's 313 from Berlin. And we have a pretty full queue, and Theo Chemnitz waiting for the second run as well. So a lot of action now coming on, and still more and more cars coming into the queue. I think it's very wise not to wait until the last second of this event, because it is getting overcast and a bit colder, which usually is not a very good sign for the track, right? So good thinking about from these teams.
The beehive from Berlin has left the station. They really sound as if it's a swarm of bees passing by. I hope in the audience, the live stream, you can hear the same thing.
And it seems, Mickey, the car from Deggendorf, number 41, has heard you. I believe they're coming back for their third and fourth attempts right now. Car number 97 from Landshut finishing their run. Clicking a few cones in the final corner, 172 not too far behind. And there is a big cheer from the audience from Dortmund. Mati, what was their time?
It was an 82.4 in their first run, so that's often a good indication of having a fast car, because that means that you can probably dive below that 80-second benchmark.
Yeah, the angry beehive from Berlin just behind them, bottoming out quite a few times, but finishing neatly.
80.9. Again on their first run, so there's more in that car that will be unlocked.
Dortmund electing to go for their second run immediately and setting off. Again, looking very quick, power sliding out of the first corner. 4 cars on track at the moment, and a fifth one about to join them. The second run from TU Berlin. Big slide from Deggendorf out of the slalom as 36 from Chemnitz finishes their second run.
Yeah, and Deggendorf, we already saw them here. This is their third run. They are looking to improve on an 88. Will they manage? Of course, it's the first run of the second driver, so you have one more run to go.
Very aggressive start from Berlin.
Deggendorf does improve with an 86.9, and they have one more to go.
Dortmund looking very aggressive, entering back into the infield. I think the driver might be trying their best to catch car number 279 from Pforzheim ahead of them, because then of course they will get a rerun. I'm not sure whether they will be able to catch them. As car number 26, Rennteam Stuttgart sets off, not seeing an open DRS flap on the first straight. We did see that with Berlin.
And Berlin has a very quick first sector time, and so does Stuttgart. But actually Berlin is faster on the way than Stuttgart at the moment.
279 from Pforzheim finishing their first run, and hot on their tail, 172 from Dortmund, almost lifting a wheel in the final corner.
I saw that as well, Diego. That's interesting. That means that your well, the suspension setup is pretty soft on the back, so actually you can just squat a little bit and lift one of the front wheels. Not sure whether that's an ideal setup for this track, but there we go. But in the meantime, just looking at the Stuttgart car, it does look fast. Not sure how fast is it, and
yeah, let's have a look at Berlin because they are very fast.
Yeah,
this is a 77.3 on their second run, so they are right up there with the top teams. I think this is the third quickest we've seen in this the regular competition.
And we will get a nice little benchmark from Stuttgart to see how fast the Berlin car was actually into the final straight.
It definitely looks a little bit quicker,
missing
but
the braking point.
Judging the braking point indeed.
A classic mistake. It was a 75.5, but of course they skipped a whole turn, so not sure how that translates.
But in the end it wasn't faster than just making that corner, because he really had to slow down and re-enter the track. So normally it would have been faster a little bit, but yeah, we will never know.
Well, maybe we'll find out right now. The driver is going for their second attempt immediately. Of course, we'll be hoping to rectify their error, as Deggendorf now comes back to finish for their final run of the day.
And they do improve. That is an 85 flat. And they literally improved 1 second, I think, every lap. So well done by them.
Yeah,
there's yellow flag. Sorry, Mickey, I'm going to interrupt. There's yellow flags being waved for Ren team, as there is some action on the outfield. It seems that the car from, I cannot quite tell from here, perhaps Pforzheim, stopped on track. Stuttgart is now following behind them very closely, but they will of course get a rerun. As car number 110 from Augsburg makes it through the horseshoe.
Yeah, indeed, at this point, Stuttgart can better park their car for a second, so that they can do the rest of the part straight. But indeed, it does seem like Pforzheim had an issue somewhere, unfortunately. But they are able to continue, which is nice, because then you have your car back and you can go for a third and fourth run.
Yeah, maybe this is a little bit of a preview for the audience at home at what endurance might look like tomorrow. Often, due to various issues, we do have cars of different performances running simultaneously on the endurance track. So we will see quite a few overtaking opportunities on the track tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. During Autocross, there's strictly no overtaking. By no means, the only way you can overtake a slow car or one that is standing still with some mechanical issues, if the marshals are waving you by. There's no other means of overtaking. And I think the Stuttgart is given a rerun, the driver acknowledging that fact with a thumbs up. So we will see him out on track again.
And now we have a completely clear track. The officials are, though, waiting a little bit before giving the green flag to Hawk Göttinge, car number 161.
And Stuttgart had a quick first split, matching the Zurich time and Munich time we've seen before, the historic Munich, I mean by that. So they were on a quick one. Of course, lucky or unlucky, depends on how you look at it. They get to go for a rerun.
Yeah, it looks like we have just a small break before the track is given back to the officials, because I see some of the officials or track marshals just walking around in the broken chain turn and just looking at the asphalt. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe there's some fluids or some parts of the car. They're just checking whether there has been some leakage or not. As it seems, they just want to make sure that the track is safe for the cars to continue the autocross.
And I'm just noticing, taking a closer look at the Hawk Göttinge car, they have a text Black Diva on the side of the car. I'm not sure whether that refers to the car itself or to the driver clad in all black. Maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah, I'm still looking at the track marshals, just making sure the track is in good order to continue the autocross. But As far as I can tell, it's still under investigation. There's some conversations going on. I think they will report back to Aaron here at our tent as well pretty soon. Yeah, and I think one of the white shirts is also just making sure the track is okay. So yeah, just a little bit of patience before we will continue.
Yeah, and I did hear some shouting from the team members that it is in fact the car that is a diva, not the driver. Good clarification there. Some action going on in the queue as well. We see car number 13 from Sion leaving their place in the queue and rolling away, and they are replaced by car 95 from Chalmers. They are returning for their third and fourth attempt. Just ahead of them we have Ghent and I believe potentially Erlangen.
Yeah, and just heard on the radio from the officials there was some debris found on track, and it has been cleared. Not sure if they got it all, but I think it's good because, as we all know, pieces of carbon fiber, for example, can be very sharp, and nobody wants a flat tire or some other damage to their car due to these pieces of debris. So the marshals having cleared that is actually a very good situation. So yeah, maybe a couple or maybe a minute or so before we can go. As far as I can tell, the marshals seem to be returning to their posts, and also the rescue team will give the final go-ahead.
Indeed, and we do have a couple of cars joining us in the queue as well. So what I mentioned before was the cars for their second run, and it was not Erlangen, it was car 17 from Cluj-Napoca. And in the first run queue, we have 197 from Schweinfurt, 63 from Trondheim, and 60 from Weingarten. And next up, once again, car number 161 from Hock Göttingen.
Yeah, we have official confirmation. Track is clear. So next car will be 161 out on track in a couple of seconds.
And they do set off. A little bit of a slide onto that first straight. And a big slide in the next couple of corners. It seems that the traction control is having some trouble. Or the driver is having some trouble without traction control.
Yeah, or yaw rate control, or whatever other control that we can make up from our position. We don't know, but yeah, it wasn't that fast even. It was a very slow sideways movement, right? So
yeah, it was many things but control, I think.
Maybe it was the lack of control.
Yeah, looking very much in control though. Car number 26 from Ren Team. Just as I say that, they do wiggle under braking, but keeping it under control in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, due to the long wait, tires will have cooled down. It is a quick split, and they were actually quicker on their way in the previous one. But of course, the track is long.
Oh no, Hock Göttingen just stopped on track, and immediately the driver is getting out of the car. So that's a definitely yellow flag situation on there. Yeah, that we see the rescue teams already sprinting towards the car to assess the damage. The driver was out of the car very, very quickly. So I'm not sure whether he already noticed some suspension failure or an electric issue. So the car is being pushed. So it looks like the driver is saying, "Well, what's going on? Can I leave or not?" Yeah, no suspension failure as far as I can see from here.
But nice opportunity for Green Team to get their tires back up to temperature.
Yeah, they already did get one rerun, and now they will get another one. So good opportunity for the driver to get a little bit more familiar with the track, with how the car behaves on it. We have car number 197 from Schweinfurt, meanwhile, approaching the slalom area, and car number 51 from Ghent setting off.
Yeah, Matti, I'm not sure what the rule is if you get a yellow flag, right? What is the rule about driving back towards the pits? Is that can you do that on full speed, or you have to slow down just a little bit?
Very good question. I'm not 100% sure what the rule is there. I would think full speed is not quite the goal, but I mean, if you can already drive at 80%, you will get some temperature in the tires. I see also Trondheim is on its way. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. We also saw Schweinfurt finishing their first attempt, a 90.61. But you say, Matti, that Trondheim should have set off. I do not see them anywhere on the track.
Yeah, me neither. So either it's a weird timing thing or they have stalled somewhere. I do have a feeling that I don't see the Ghent car on the timing. So maybe it's like a little glitch in our display system.
Renty, meanwhile, does set off again. I do remember seeing the Trondheim car in the queue, and I'm not seeing them in the queue now, so they must be somewhere around here.
Stuttgart again matching their best first sector. So we will really see what the true potential is of that car.
The car from Weingarten looking very twitchy on the way back into the infield, but very quick. Renty, meanwhile, stopped on the outfield section and got going again. Not sure why that hesitation happened.
Yeah, I saw that as well. It looked like a late braking maneuver from the driver, and then realizing, oh wait, I missed my braking spots, and then just rejoined the track or something like that. It wasn't a reset of the tractor system or anything else. It was too quick for that, so it has to do something with the braking.
Yeah, looks like they only lost a second, maybe two. Because of that maneuver.
Weingarten now a bit of a slide in the final corner and across the line. Renteam looking very aggressive, sliding around through the horseshoe. As car number 17 from Cluj-Napoca sets off on their next run.
And Renteam still with a 75.6, but it is not an improvement. Actually, their first one was still faster by a tenth of a second. So yeah, definitely more in that car, but they have 2 runs left with the other driver.
Schweinfurt, meanwhile, coming around to the horseshoe on their second attempt. And still, we do not know where the car from Trondheim is.
Yeah, I do have the feeling that maybe the Trondheim tag and the Ghent tag got swapped or something, although their timing is still running. So we'll have to have a talk with the timing guys to see what is happening here. Cluj slowly navigating their way. I do feel like they've slowed down just a little bit compared to the relatively quick start that they made. And they will be wrapping up in a 109. Now the timing got updated was indeed the Ghent car with a 96.7, so that is a significant improvement for them. And we have arguably the best British car on track at the moment from Unibath.
I think arguably the best British car at FSG this year, in fact. Car number 22 from Leuven, meanwhile, starting their third attempt. And we have Ravensburg, Weingarten pulling up for their second attempt.
Yeah, Leuven had an 86.7, so they are looking to improve that. It doesn't really look as if the track is improving anymore.
No, Matti, you're absolutely right, because it is getting colder and chillier. I had to put my jacket on as well, just to keep a little bit warm. So no, the track is probably not heating up. So that means that the teams that have already put their 4 runs in made a good choice so far. And so look at the second run queue. There's a couple of cars waiting. So I can see University of Bath waiting as well, to be able to get out on track. And I think car number 17 already missed the first corner, didn't it, Igor?
Yeah, it was a very aggressive start from them and just mid-judging the speed a little bit, going wide on the first corner, but finding their way back onto the track. We have car number 22 from Leuven going through the horseshoe, bottoming out quite hard.
Bath a lot quicker than how I saw them finishing earlier.
I'm seeing a lot of action from the marshals on the outfield, running towards the car from Cluj. Not sure what the issue is. The car was moving, but has now come to a standstill.
Leuven, meanwhile, improving their time by 3 seconds to an 83.6.
Yeah, I think the car from Cluj has restarted again. So yeah, something electric which was resolved with a reset of the system. And the car is going again under its own power. So I don't think any other car had some issue with that. So no reruns or yellow flags so far.
Yeah, Weingarten just finished here, but didn't manage to improve in their second lap, interestingly enough. Let's have a look at if Bath can improve. And I also saw Poznan driving away here with a whole bucket of wheel spin.
Yeah, I just saw Bath just before the slalom clipping a couple of cones as well.
But there
so
is
just
a car
missing
stranded just in front of the big grandstands. Is that Poznan?
Let me check. It's car number 23, if I can...
Yeah, that is Poznan indeed.
Yeah, it's Poznan.
Bath, meanwhile, looking quicker this time around in the final few corners.
Improving with 10 seconds to an 89.2. But they are...
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were the ones slowed down a little bit by the issue from Cluj earlier.
On the timing, it does set a rerun, but the driver, chooses to go to the exit. Official is now going to the team and the driver, asking if they would be willing to go again. I do feel they already had a really good time under the belt. But of course they do have the right. And we also have Esslingen coming soon. I really like that car, and I think it can also be very quick.
Yeah, the car from Poznan, unfortunately, not able to get going under its own power. And I see the car from Cluj also being pushed away manually by the track officials. So a little bit of a break in the action. The car from Cluj does seem to be on a dolly. Mickey, can you see a little bit better, maybe with your binoculars?
No, it seems to be on their own wheel, for as far as I can tell. I have an ice cream in my hand, so not the binoculars for now. But it's being pushed quite thoroughly away. And I think this is the moment that also the stricken cars are collected by the marshals. I think this is one of the times that the cars can be pushed back, also for the teams to collect them. And maybe start repairing them, maybe get them ready for the endurance tomorrow. Let's not forget the most important event, or maybe the event with the most points, the endurance, is tomorrow. So all these cars that have stalled or have some mechanical issues, should be repaired by tomorrow. Sometimes it's a long time. That takes a long time, and the teams need that time. So that's why I think now the marshals are giving all the cars back to the teams so they can start repairing them.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the car from Kiel rolling by. That was the one that did a little bit of a brave driving after the mechanical issue. And it seems that it's the right rear wheel that has failed, but I can't see any obvious brakes.
No, it looks like the push bar. So that means that any kind of rolling situation is just being worse. That's why the front lifted up, because the rear is still attached, but it's just not behaving properly. And also there is some damage to the floor, because we heard the scraping for like a couple of 100 meters. I'm not sure why the driver didn't hear it or didn't notice that he was looking at the sky in every corner. Anyway, let's hope the team can repair it and be back tomorrow for the endurance.
Unfortunately for Leuven, I think, who's in front of us, their tires are cooling down a bit, but that's of course the reality as it is on Autocross. Sometimes you're lucky, sometimes a bit less. After that we might get the car from Esslingen, who I'm very much looking forward to, potentially followed by Tallinn, who also set a very good time earlier. Hamburg we have as well, Lemgo, DHBW Stuttgart also making their way for the first runs. Then I think Augsburg, Chalmers, and then it's getting too crowded for me to still see what other cars are in line. So yeah, coming 20 minutes will be definitely exciting.
Yeah, and also not sure whether there are some, there is overcast, so there are some clouds, and some of them are pretty dark. However, I'm not sure whether the weather forecast is telling us whether there's any rain in the air coming towards the circuit, because that would make things pretty interesting.
Yeah, my apps tell me there's no rain, but indeed looking up, I'm not too sure about that. Pretty dark clouds indeed. It is getting a bit chilly. We just got an ice cream. Of course, they assumed it would be hot probably today. They are very nice, the ice creams, don't get me wrong. But it's getting quite chilly.
Yeah, and I see all the marshals returning to their posts, especially in the outfield section. Yeah, so all the cars have been cleared, as far as I can tell from our position. And yeah, looking at the cars, yeah, it's a full queue with a lot of blinking lights. All these electric cars are ready to go, eager, almost impatient, just wanting to go out there before, well, you know, the track cools off even more. Temperature is dropping. We can feel the wind picking up as well. So everybody is just ready to go.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that we can get some clear runs in without any issues for any of the cars, because then we can really get 3-4 cars on the track at the same time. Of course, every time that there is an issue, then everyone needs a rerun and so on and so on. And that keeps us busy. Still is quite some time in this session, a bit over 3 hours left, but it's cooling down. And Leuven is being launched on the track. And they are really sending it in that first quick right-hander. Very quick in front of the audience. 30.3 for the first sector. That is ambitious. Will they be able to dive under the 80-second mark? And Tallinn for their third run. A bit of wheel spin, a bit of sliding around. So driver will have to get some heat in those tires, but it is a quick car. We actually noticed with the Leuven car before that they were very quick in sector 1 and 2, but lost out just a little bit in comparison to the top teams in sector 3. Might have been a mistake, and the Esslingen car is being sent on track, and it is quick. I'm having a look also at their first sector time with a 13.2. Very good start.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Tallinn car, Matthias. It looks really cool as well, really quick as well. Just coming into the slalom, also entering in from the left side. The acceleration I saw just on the little straight coming into the infield was really impressive. And just coming into the horseshoe, you can see the driver is aggressive, but he's not overdriving the car as we saw earlier from some other teams. Coming now into the straight in the final chicane. I'm really curious about their time now.
Wow, it's a 77.4. That's their best. I'm not sure how much they improved compared to the previous driver. Also, Leuven managed to get an 81.2, just not quite getting it under the 80-second mark, but very impressive time from them.
Yeah, and car number 94, Esslingen, also coming around to the final straight and also into the final chicane. Yeah, very well controlled, very tight to the corner. Yeah, it's a 77.2 for Esslingen.
Wow, on their first run, that is. So tires are hot now. Driver knows the track a bit. Will they be able to get it to the 75 or even 73? As I say that the Hamburg car seems to be slowing down. Very slowly coming to a halt. That will hamper the Augsburg car eventually. If it's not get cleared out of the way quick enough. And luckily it's going again, both for them but also for the Augsburg car.
Yeah, we see a lot of cars stopping briefly, right, Matthias? So some electrical gremlins doing a reset, maybe Control-Alt-Delete, end task or whatever. But a lot of these cars, fortunately, get going again pretty soon.
Esslingen, meanwhile, with a 12.1 on the first sector, that is matching the time from Zurich. Will they be as quick on the rest of the circuit as well, or quicker? Lemgo on track again with a big power slide here in the first corner.
Yeah, immediately kissing 3 cones. That car has some attraction to cones. Because I know the first driver already collected a lot of them, so there's some kind of weird attraction between the cones.
Let's have a look at what side Esslingen goes into the slalom. They're opting for the
other side, right? Yeah.
Interesting. I think actually the electric Munich car did the same. Not sure what Zurich did.
Zurich did the other way around, and so they went in left.
So then maybe it's equivalent, both sides. And we also have DHBW Stuttgart on track. A lot of rotation on that car. And I'm having a closer look at Esslingen with a 74.4. That is the second quickest time we have seen here today, or at least in this competition.
And it looked quick already. We could visually see from our viewpoint here that the car is quick because it was aggressive, but not that aggressive. And the same goes for Tallinn as well. Just looking at. Oh, that was Lemgo. I think Diego pointed out that that Lemgo is actually carrying was carrying one of the slalom cones as well. So that pretty much screws up the slalom for the other teams. Not sure how the marshals will handle that.
They actually replaced the cones just in time, so Stuttgart, DHBW Stuttgart will have no clue that something was changed. And Hamburg is on its way for and as I say that, they were on a very good lap, but again slowing down at exactly the same spot as before. DHBW Stuttgart across the finish line in 78.9 on their first lap. And then we have a new car on track, Erlangen, who sounds like that they have an issue, but maybe it's normal. Chalmers is really selling it, not holding back, overdriving the car just a little bit. And Hamburg, they had a really fast car, but again they stopped somewhere on track. Rolling slowly over the finish line with a 90.8, which is their best, but there's more in that car.
Yeah, and I would be really worried because the reliability for tomorrow of endurance. I mean, it's bad enough it happens on Autocross, but happening it on endurance later on a lot of times, that will be killing. In the meantime, Chalmers just crossed the line.
77.0. This is the first
Yeah,
one of
there
the
you go.
second driver. So
Yeah,
big
really good.
improvements. Yeah, it's a 2-second improvement already compared to their first driver.
We get a very aggressive start now from Sion, coming back for their third and fourth attempts. Chalmers going for their fourth run immediately. And the queue is starting to look a little bit thin. We have car number 43, cars number 19, and Stockholm 171. And that is it for the moment.
Erlangen with an 85.0 on their first run.
I'm looking at DHBW Stuttgart. Looks pretty decent as well. And the moment I say that the driver is making a mistake, but that's okay. Into the slingshot, final straight, into the tight corner, a little bit of overdriving.
78.1 for them. Yeah, it did look a bit of a handful and
A little bit too much maybe, yeah, but
Yeah.
it was fast. So
And on this circuit, you do get punished for sliding a bit too much. I think certainly in the third sector where...
every time you go sideways, you're not going forward.
In the meanwhile, car number 149 set off. Chalmers looking very, very aggressive coming back into the infield. I think they might catch the car from Sion just ahead of them.
They are very quick. Chalmers set a very good second sector. I think Sion is far
Yeah,
enough.
I think they are just far enough. It will not be a huge difference at the end, but still Chalmers has to go through the horseshoe while Sion is already on the final straight. Sion just coming into the slingshot now. Yeah, it will be just okay.
Meanwhile, we had car number 43 from Constance set off.
And Chalmers with a 76.2 as their final time. And that brings them currently into 5th place.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have car number 43 or 49 was it in either case. The car from Constance stopping on the outfield. That will probably lead to a yellow flag situation for car number 72 or 79 from Barcelona. No yellow flags seen yet.
Yes, I see Uni Erlangen finishing as well with an 82.04. Very decent. Not one of the quickest though, but still that's a lot of points, and that's what counts in the end, right? Do we have some situation out on track, Igor?
Yes, the car from Constance is stopped. I do see the red flashing light, the T-Sol. So I think the marshals are just trying to wait and see whether the car can get going again under its own power.
Yeah, and I think the driver just pulled off the track the moment he noticed there's an issue with the car. I think these drivers are doing a great job, just thinking and doing the right thing and pulling over, not to be a hindrance to the other drivers. But also I see another car stopping out of track here in the middle, car number 79.
Yes, that is one of the two Barcelona cars. It is indeed stopping completely.
Yeah, I'm seeing the driver is just looking around for some help, but the car is going again, so maybe it needed a little bit of encouragement. But it's slow, so it's not under full power. Maybe it's a limp home mode or something like that.
And some of the marshals seems to challenge it for a race. They're running next to it.
Constance, meanwhile, did manage to get going again. Good for them. And we get the green flag for car number 13 from Sion.
And this is their fourth and final run for the team from Valles. Meanwhile, Barcelona making its way to the finish line. They will get a rerun, as far as I'm aware.
I saw a little puff of smoke from the car from Valles. Not sure whether that was a bit of a burnout or a bit of a lockup.
Let's hope for them it was just a lockup.
Barcelona, car number 79, is not does not elect to go for a rerun, or maybe, but they did have an issue, so maybe that's why they pulled off to try and fix it maybe. And then in the meantime we have Constance crossing the line.
Also exiting Yeah, I think both cars had an issue at some point, so they will be looking to resolve that.
A big slide and he spin out, unfortunately, for car number 13. The car is still moving under its own power, though, and the driver is turning around to find the right direction on the track.
Yeah, from now on, it's a bit of a show run, I think. Looks a bit more like one of the donuts we saw in the Crazy 20. Unfortunately for them, this is their final lap, so this will probably not be an improvement. They were doing a very good first sector, so there is some pace in that car.
And
Yeah,
when they drive by us, I'm just going to take a bit of a closer look at a left rear wheel. That is where the puff of smoke came from. But it seems to be all right.
Yeah, it could have been just a locked wheel or something like that. Well, yeah, it is locking immediately. So I think there's something with the brake bias, because every time the driver touched the brake pedal, the rear locked immediately. So
it looked like they had a lot of toe in on the front wheels, actually. Let's hope it's not damaged. It's just a setup, but it was quite a few degrees.
Meanwhile, we had car number 92 from Sevilla set off. Of course, we had their historic combustion car competing just a little bit earlier in the historic Autocross. Let's see maybe how those two times can compare.
And the Sevilla car, I find that they look very similar to their Combustion historic friends. I'm not sure from which year. So I'm always surprised to see, this is the Combustion one, or this is the electric one. They are making its way to the infield now. Reminder, this is their first run. So they hope to get in a nice banker lap. Quite a bit of wheel spin on the inside section, opting to go left in the slalom. We have not quite figured out what is the most popular yet. Into the horseshoe now. And then one of the most fun corners, slingshot, which they will use to launch on the final straight, and then one hard braking zone left. Nicely done by the driver and across the line.
That is a 99.8. Car number 92 from Sevilla setting off on their second run.
I have to say this looks quicker already, so driver was really opting to do a banker lap first. I really hope they can keep up with this speed.
Yeah, they do improve a little bit by 6/10 on the first split.
And we also have the car from Stockholm here. KTH Stockholm ready for is that their second driver? Let's have a look at the timing sheet. Yes, this is the third run, so the first one of the second driver. And it is a quick car. Is it also quick in the locking up in front of the corner?
Yeah, their best time so far is a 93.2.
It looks quicker than that, but we'll see if they can carry that speed throughout the lap.
Yeah, pretty good first split, 15 seconds. Sevilla, meanwhile, improved by 2 seconds on their second split.
A Sevilla car is actually pretty good on the higher speeds, but it's in the slower section and here at slalom that they seem to struggle to get enough rotation in the car. Into horseshoe now, bottoming out a little bit with some wheel spin.
And slowing down quite considerably.
Indeed. but they got going again. Seems like they lose power at some point. Talking about losing power, the car from Stockholm came to a halt right at the center of the track. Locking up is the Sevilla car in the last corner, but making it through without any cones. Driver shaking his head though.
Unfortunately, those slowdowns did cost them an improvement. It is a 104.5, but they do have 2 more runs to come later on in the day, so hopefully they still have time to improve.
Yeah, and the driver was not happy, so clearly some issues or some problems that was were holding them back. They started off really ambitiously, but by the time they got back, definitely something up with the car that was causing them to slow down. Meanwhile, it does not look like the Stockholm car can restart on its own power. I see a few... Yeah, they're pushing it away. That's very unfortunate for them. I hope they can at some point recover the car so that they can still do their 4th run. And we are waiting for the Stockholm car to be moved away. It seems to be a handful to get the car pushed. Of course, with these electric cars, you cannot put them in neutral, so you're always connected to the electrical motors. Having 4 of them is 4 times the resistance, so it can often be difficult to push through all the magnetic effects that are going on. The car from Ingolstadt is here waiting before the track is cleared with their beautiful livery and Goodyear tires. And then after that is the car from UAS Zurich, number 16, that will follow. I also see the car from TU Munich, so they should be able to set a really impressive time. Other than that, there's too many people that I quite cannot see through them. I also see the car from Aachen making its way. That's nice to see because they did have a suspension failure early on the test track, so very nice to see that they managed to get it repaired and back onto the dynamic area. Still, it seems to be very difficult to get the car from Stockholm pushed away. They will now put it on a trolley. And with a little bit of luck, they can recover it, although I think they will park it next to the tire barrier.
No, indeed, struggling quite hard, putting it on the dollies now.
Yeah, this is clearly a lot easier to push the car. It does look like, what will they do? Will they park it here next to the tire barrier? Or will they push it back to the dynamic area? They would be very lucky if they can get their car back to the dynamic area, because that would mean they can get a 4th run in, assuming there's no damage, of course.
Yeah, I think because of the relatively empty queue that we have at the moment, the officials are allowing the car from Stockholm to be retrieved all the way back to the dynamic area.
Cool, the driver actually has a Hans device attached to his helmet. It's actually the first time I've seen this for a Formula Student car, but there's no reason not to wear it, so that's nice to see. Yeah, indeed, the queue is clearing up again just a little bit. We had a few cars being ready, but that turned around. There's still 3 hours to go, a little less than 3 hours, I should say. But yeah, track conditions are definitely not improving. It's only getting colder and colder, and more clouds are assembling here. I mean, at some point it's going to rain, no? Look at those clouds.
Yeah, it does feel like moisture in the air is increasing, so could be some rain on the way. And I think, Matti, we're about to see an interesting comparison, because car number 31 from Munich from this year is in the queue. It'll be very interesting to see how it compares to the car from, what is it, 7 years ago at this point, 2018.
Yeah, indeed. They look very similar in a way. Let's hope they also have similar speed, and hopefully they can beat it, because that would be quite the achievement. They were very fast already in skid pad and acceleration. Also on some of the driverless components they were doing quite well. So once all the marshals are ready again, then we should be able to see the car from Ingolstadt, car 3-4, making its way on the track.
And we see the green flag is indeed about to be waved. And off goes Ingolstadt. A lot of wheel spin from the front wheels. And once again, onto the first straight.
Yeah, that does not seem like a nice torque balance. On acceleration, both the front wheels are spinning. The driver tried to get the car turned, but of course with the wheel spinning, it doesn't do much.
Well, they did seem to be able to keep it neatly within the cones, so good job by the driver in that regard at the very least.
And every corner exit, the tires are singing. Now through the hairpin, so I assume we'll hear the tires again. Oh yeah, singing very loudly. UES Zurich sent on track, immediately collecting a few cones. Also with wheel spin on the fronts, seems to be a trend.
Yeah, I think we saw this also quite a bit at the driverless autocross. I think the car from Lova started with massive front wheel spin. So it does seem to be a trend this year for some reason.
Yeah, if you don't get your balance right, or if you don't have any traction control, then you do get these kind of problems. Of course, when you accelerate, there's a lot less load on the front tires. So if you also use those as to put torque on, then you might get them to spin. I'm having a look here at the times. So we have Ingolstadt, Winterthur, UES Zurich, I think, and Porto on the track as we speak.
Yeah, Porto set off just now. Ingolstadt with massive spin and spinning out of the track at just the final corner. And they do cross the line now. The driver is very upset with themselves.
It is a very difficult corner. You come there at high speed, high braking, and then a tight corner to the right. So if you braked a bit too late or locking some of the tires, then yeah, you might end up off track or collecting some cones. I'm sure the driver from Ingolstadt wants to improve on that. Actually, he set his personal best, 97. Of course, he had some cones in the process.
Let's see now the car from UAS Zurich just coming out of the horseshoe. The car from Porto going around the hairpin on the outfield.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Porto had an issue, because their first split was extremely slow. It was a 40-second, so maybe they parked the car somewhere.
Maybe they did, but meanwhile, speeding off extremely quickly is car number 31 from Munich. Looking a little bit twitchy under braking, but the driver does manage to keep it under control.
It's a very fast first split, 12.8. A little slower than what we have seen as a best so far, but very impressive to do on your first run.
see Ingolstadt setting off again. Porto just going around the horseshoe, not going too quickly, so the driver can keep it very much under control and find the optimum line for themselves. Too fast already in the infield, going into the slalom, entering on the right.
Porto missing the braking point again, or at least another driver missing the braking point here at the very end and collecting some cones. Let's see what Munich can do. It must be they get a yellow flag.
Yes, Porto unfortunately was unable to clear the exit in time. But perhaps that is good news for Munich, because now with a little bit of extra heat, they do get a rerun on their first attempt.
Definitely, they just got a free practice basically, so that will definitely help them to improve their time. Funnily enough, even with the yellow flags here, 88.9, but they'll be getting a rerun. Ingolstadt, it is looking a bit better.
Yeah, the driver managing to keep the wheel spin a little bit better under control, still sliding quite a bit through the slingshot.
Not making the same mistake, keeping it very clean in the last corners, and that is an 89.8. Massive improvement for them, so I think they can be relatively happy with that. Good final run, got it all together. And then I think the track is from Landshut, and as I say that, Porto joins them. Oh, and the car from Landshut seems to be a handful. Driver making a lot of corrections and coming to a halt in slingshot, losing power. Can they recover? Might be enough time for the Porto to still make it around.
Yeah, Porto has only just now entered the outfield, so still quite a bit of time to go until they get to the final straight. The officials also waiting to see if Landshut can get going under its own power. And this of course means that the driver from TU Munich has to wait at the starting line, not quite able to take advantage of the extra warmth they got in their tires from their first lap. But of course, getting a rerun, they still got a bit of a practice run. Landshut does meanwhile manage to get going under its own power, going very slowly, but is managing to get back. The driver doing a couple of zigzags, maybe trying to get some heat into the tires for their second attempt.
Yeah, no point in flooring it at that point. The track lap was already ruined, but they have at least one more run.
And TU Fast sets off on their first attempt, the rerun.
That is very quick. So much grip is on that car. Driver definitely keeping it clean. Still a bit of margin to be found near the apex. It is an improvement on their first sector already. Meanwhile, Porto is wrapping up the final corners. Very neatly done by the driver. And improves their time to a 101.3.
Munich looking incredibly quick through the pendulum now. Landshut also setting off very aggressively. Very quick through that second corner.
Oh, TU Fast driver really smashing it. Jumping around a little bit, but keeping traction. Indeed, entering the right-hand side of the slalom. That is looking quick.
And now the other Munich team, UAS Munich, joining them on the track as well. S31 TU Munich goes through the horseshoe very clean.
Ooh, big slide in slingshot. Driver overshooting it a little bit. And that will cost him some time.
There was a bit of a wiggle on the final straight as well.
76.3. But this is basically their first lap. Oh, Landshut also really not holding back. The driver has no fear whatsoever.
Meanwhile, we also have Leera, car number E24, starting their third attempt, I believe.
I'm curious to see the cars from Landshut now in the slingshot. I think I see a lot of spinning tires, so maybe he can do a little drift for us.
Yeah, they do indeed.
Nearly missing the last corner, but getting it together just at the last moment. That is an 84.7.
Very good time from Landshut as UAS Munich now approaches the finish line and sliding out at the entry to the horseshoe.
Yeah, very tricky corner. We saw some other cars making the same mistake. You need to do a slight correction to the right, and if you then brake and start spinning, you're just missing the corner entirely because it's going to the left. And away goes TU Fast for basically their second run now. Driver has a really nice banker in, so he can push a bit more now. He's matching his first sector time, so he did make a mistake in slingshot. So if he can correct on a few points, he should be able to potentially get the first spot.
Dortmund now has also come back for their third attempt, looking very aggressive at the start. Liera finishing their third run.
It's an improvement, a 90.1.
UAS Munich lining up for their fourth and final run, I believe. TU Munich approaching the slalom.
Yeah, I think the driver's overdriving it a little bit. The split times are just a bit slower. So we've seen it with other cars as well. Pushing it just a bit over the limit really punishes you. Oof. Some issues here as well in the horseshoe. Let's see if we can do a better slingshot than before.
Yeah, I'm looking at their right rear tire. I think it might be a little bit flat, but maybe that's just
might be indeed, and it's not an improvement, 77.2.
No, the tire does look okay. I think that was just a trick of the light.
So the question is now, is there something wrong with the car, or did the driver really just over push the car, trying to get, yeah.
Car number 172 from Dortmund going through the horseshoe, scraping quite hard along the ground on all those bumps, but still looking pretty quick, collecting just one cone out of the slingshot.
Yeah, they are definitely quick. Also Munich UAS is also very quick on track. Dortmund not improving. This is of course the first run of the second driver, so he will be looking to make a final improvement.
Munich, UAS Munich entering the horseshoe much better this time around, no issues.
It does look quick, come on. Oh, big slide, clipping a cone on the final corner. It is not an improvement, unfortunately.
And was that the driver waving to us or just raising a hand in frustration at the final cone?
I would like to think he is waving to us, but yeah, definitely frustration. Making a few mistakes in his runs and is not able to improve.
Dortmund setting off very quickly on their fourth run. A lot of tire squeal.
They're very quick in the first sector, matching actually the first sector from Munich even.
Which Munich?
The one we just saw, TU Munich, the electric one. Indeed, both were electric, but the one from the current competition. Dortmund also quick second sector, losing a bit of time compared to Zurich and Munich that we saw before. And it's mostly, I think, in this last sector that these top teams are really gaining the most time.
Yeah, the driver overcooking it just a little bit before entering the slalom. They have a cone stuck under their front wing now that they're carrying along. And I think that's definitely affecting the handling characteristics. The cone was now deposited, but the car is bottoming out very heavily. Nevertheless, coming onto the final straight, going well through the final corner and across the line.
Let's have a look. An 80.4, no improvement for them. I did have a feeling that there was more in that Dortmund car. They were doing so quick in the first split, even in the second sector, but it's really that third sector where big differences are being made.
Yeah, no car out on the track, no car at the starting line at the moment, but we do have car number 149 getting some final instructions for the driver before they start. Car number 242 from Darmstadt was in the queue, but decided to leave for some reason. And we have 3 more cars in the queue. I see Ostfalia, I see Bremen, and a couple of other cars that are just a little bit obscured by all the team members enjoying the view as well. But we will see them out on track very soon.
And again, silence hits the track once more. There are a few cars in the queue, but all in all, it's quite calm. I think the next one that we will see here is from Erlangen. I'm not sure if we have seen them here before. We did see them, of course, in the Historic Cup.
Yeah, we definitely saw them. They're coming from the second driver queue, same as car number 19, Braunschweig, behind them. We have University Bremen 272 up next in the first driver queue. But let's see what Erlangen can do.
Indeed, they had an 82.0, so they are looking to go below those 80 seconds.
Yeah, looking a little bit twitchy in the first corner.
Indeed, the driver is looking a bit like, what the hell is this balance? We see that more often with first laps of the drivers, where they need to get acquainted with how the car is behaving on this tarmac. But that's why you have the second one, of course, to really extract every bit of performance from that car. And then we have another car that's making its way to the start-finish. This is the Lions racing car from Braunschweig.
You see Erlangen making their way back into the infield. The driver also a little bit tentative with the throttle, all coming on and off, on and off.
Going in left on the slalom. So compromising entry but optimizing exit. Meanwhile, the car from Braunschweig does not seem to have like a lot of torque available, but the driver really neatly navigating through the cones. Let's see what this first lap time is from Erlangen. It's an 89.8, so that is 7 seconds slower than their previous driver. It did look a bit twitchy and I would say unfamiliar. So either they're running with an issue or just cold tires, of course.
And you mentioned, Matti, the car from Braunschweig seems to be running low on torque. That amount of torque seems to be decreasing even further. The car coming to a halt there, but does manage to get going again.
Drivers really trying to optimize to carry as much speed as possible through the corners, because their acceleration is relatively limited. Erlangen on its way for the final lap. Slightly better, but always this little wiggle on braking. That won't help him setting the best lap time. And Gent on its way, but immediately seeming to lose power and actually parking it next to the track. Let's hope for them that they can restart on their own.
Yeah, not sure what the issue was there. It was a very aggressive power cut, almost sounded like the car bottoming out. As Braunschweig comes across the finish line.
In a 1:23.7. But they're not opting to go for a second run. This was already their second run.
Erlangen, meanwhile, does look a little bit quicker.
It is quicker, a lot quicker even.
Gent does manage to get going, but it really does sound like the car is scraping along the ground under braking.
Erlangen into horseshoe, really nicely done. Then I'm always looking forward to slingshot, but Hugo, do you see something on track?
Yes, indeed. The car from Ghent, the driver once again choosing to pull over. Erlangen, meanwhile, does come across the line.
85.5, no improvement for them, so they remain at the 82 that they set earlier in the day. Now I'm really starting to wonder if the track is cooling down and getting a little bit slower or worse.
See, the track marshals do seem to be checking the rear suspension of the Ghent car. And the Ghent car is being put in a dolly. I think there might be some sort of issue with the right rear wheel.
So yeah, we are waiting for the Ghent car being cleared on track. After that, so that also gives us the opportunity to add a few new cars to the queue. Once the track is clear, then we will see the nice green car, white, black and green car from UAS Bremen. We'll also see Ulm and Trondheim. Not sure actually if Trondheim made an appearance already. They usually tend to do quite well on the Autocross, so they might be a contender for one of the top times. Then a bit further in the queue, what do we see? Yeah, too many people around, so I can't quite make out which cars that is. Also a little bit of banter going on between track marshals, photographers and the audience. Trying to keep some action going on. Talking about action, car from Bremen making its way on the track, immediately kissing two cones. I don't think we've seen them yet. No, this is indeed their first run, making a relatively late appearance. After that will be the car from Ulm.
Yes, very nice first couple of corners from the other kit car. It's amazing how many cars we have this year having the same, more or less the same black and yellow striping which is really confusing us commentary teams because we just can't tell whether it's University of Leiria or Stuttgart or Karlsruhe or Ulm or even Stockholm looks a little bit like that. And we see one of the Trondheim, but I think
Actually,
they're already
yellow
been given a
flagged.
yellow flag because there's a car probably
Why would
stalled.
that be?
Not sure.
Me neither, because all the cars here are driving. So
It looks like there's another one stalled on track, but we can't
that's
see it
the-
from here.
I think that's just a Ghent car still being parked there. I'm really not sure why the red yellow flag was there, something we couldn't quite see. Either way, Bremen for their run, it's a 90.6 for their first attempt, and they will be going for the second. Ulm bottoming out pretty hard here. And I can smell some burnt rubber. Wow.
Yeah, Ulm was really quick, but also quite aggressive. I saw them collecting a couple of cones, but still at 85. Still a couple of seconds to go to reach the 80-second mark.
But unfortunately, they opt. Oh no, this was actually their second run, so we have seen.
Yeah,
them before.
exactly. Yep.
Yeah, Trondheim has been given the yellow flag before, so they are slowly making their way through. Yeah, they're basically their first lap. So we were debating.
We
what
still
kind
don't
of the
know.
rule is.
Yeah,
No.
we still don't know why they were given the yellow flag, right?
No, maybe
Yeah.
there was something or someone on the
Yeah.
track.
And I can remember we were debating the rule earlier, Matthias. I can remember, but that was a long time ago. So I'm not sure whether that's valid. So if you were given the instruction to go to the pits to have a rerun, the idea was that you did take it slowly to show the marshal that you're not taking advantage of the situation and that you're going back slowly, not on full speed to learn the track or heat up the tires. And then you would get a rerun. They would tell us back in those days, if you go back full speed.
I'll interrupt you because there's a car stalling. It's a car from Regensburg that is so slowly coming to a halt. Will it be able to restart on its own power? I do not see the T-Sol anymore, so that's usually not a good sign. Bremen is finding its way. They do still have a few seconds before the car's there. Bremen also came to a halt. I don't think it is out of compassion. And Lisbon collecting a few cones, but given the yellow flag, so they will get a rerun.
Yeah, just to complete my story, if you were given the yellow flag, the idea was you drive back slowly. If you didn't do that, you wouldn't get the rerun because they said, yeah, you didn't adhere to the rules.
That's a very good rule. So
yeah, actually, so we have a situation now that we have two cars stopped on track, and both of them are being pushed to the side. So it's quite terminal as it seems. And in the meantime, car number 7 is driving back slowly. So, but obviously this
he is being given the green flag.
Yeah, but still, it's not
bit,
picking up a lot of speed, right? It's still relatively slow and controlled as it should be. There's no use, right, to go back like crazy. So yeah, there was a simultaneous DNF from these two cars.
Indeed, and it also means we'll have a little pause again before we see any cars on track. It's of course the car from Trondheim that is waiting to make a reappearance, and so will Lisbon.
Yeah, I think they're just going to wait for these two cars to be pushed off the track by the marshals. So first one will be the Regensburg car number 62. And then the other car that was just stricken by bad luck. The moment they are off the track, then the marshals were give the all clear.
Bremen car seems to be very tough on to push. Regensburg was quite easy to push, and again, also that team is very lucky that they get their car back into the dynamic area. But yeah, Bremen seems to be a handful to move forward. Christian coming in personally to help a hand with the marshals.
Yeah, that's too bad for Bremen. We haven't seen them on track that much. So one of the first appearances, and already they didn't manage to finish the autocross. So that's quite unfortunate for them.
All right, so we have Trondheim and Lisbon that we will see here. Two very quick cars, so they will be battling it out on track. Off goes Trondheim, wow, quick and controlled. That's what I like to see. Difficulty under braking though. Let's see how their first sector time is. Oh, it is quick, 12.5. That's up there with all the top teams.
Yeah, definitely. I can anything below 13 seconds is considered pretty quick and competing with the top 5, right?
Definitely, and it's only, of course, the first sector, so many more to come on the track. So let's see where they can make the difference. Managing through Pendulum on their way back onto the parking lot. And this is such a quick section. Off-camber corner, but navigated very well by the driver. Into the S corner, let's call it like that. Into slalom, also opting it to enter it from the left.
Again, from the left, yeah. So it's good to see that also the top teams have a different view on sacrificing the entry versus the exit. It is aggressive, Matthias, but not overly aggressive, right? So I wouldn't.
Literally, when you said it in slingshot, slid too far, but I think
no, but
power.
I think there was an issue with the car, so
right.
That's not my fault. This time, at least. So yeah, some kind of issue with the Trondheim car. Just in the slingshot, it slowed down. Not sure what the idea is, and they just had given car number 7 the go-ahead. I'm not sure whether they have an issue as well. It seems to be the last couple of cars have synchronized failures or something.
Indeed, yeah. It's very slow.
It is going, but not really in a race car-y fashion.
So what will they do now? If the driver can make it round, he can still do the second lap.
Yeah, Trondheim in the meantime was able to get the car going. Again, doing some kind of reset on the stack overflow or divide by zero error or whatever blue screen of death they had. So yeah, but they'll have to wait because car number 7 from Lisbon is still a little bit in the way. Well, a little bit. It's blocking the whole track. So they'll have to wait and for the marshals to either push them away or let the driver drive away, but I'm not sure whether that will happen.
It is making me a little bit worried for tomorrow because a lot of DNFs, and this is just Autocross. Tomorrow, of course, they have to do, what is it, 18 laps, about 18 or 20 laps on the endurance.
Exactly, Matthias. I'm pretty anxious for tomorrow because if I see how many cars stop on track, even temporarily, that creates a lot of chaos. Let's assume you will have 5 or 6 cars on track and a couple of them stop on track for a couple of times. Yeah, that's going to be quite some mayhem.
So they are doing some resetting on the Lisbon car. With a little bit of luck, they can continue, and then if they can manage to get back on their own power. No, they are being pushed backwards now. That's a shame. This is basically the first run for the driver because they have gotten a rerun. So then I wonder, will they be able to do their second run as well? I see people running and running to the car from Ghent, so they will be able to retrieve that car as well to the paddock, potentially allowing them to do a third or fourth run. So now I'm curious what will happen with the Lisbon car. Will they be pushed to the exit or to the second driver? No, second run I mean. Yeah, shame. They had a rerun, but sometimes you can be lucky with a rerun because then you get an extra lap. But if the next lap then does not, you cannot complete due to whatever issue, then of course you shot yourself in the foot, I should say. All right, we have a few more cool cars ahead of us and some that I haven't seen yet. One of them being US Karlsruhe. I don't think we've seen them already.
No, can't remember, but that doesn't say a
Doesn't
lot,
mean much,
obviously.
yeah.
I'm
Also-
like a goldfish sometimes.
Carl from Schweinfurt, and then the beautiful car from Ostfalia, and I'm particularly fond of. We also Uni Navarra, who were driving the Crazy 20 with the cool flag. I'll never forget that. And after that, Trace Tronic on the rear wing. Is it that? Not sure. Looks a bit like Dresden, but we cannot see it from here. I did see Aachen before, but they're still not in the queue.
Yeah, maybe just behind them, there are a couple of more cars in the queue, just being blocked by all the people, but we can't see them. But the track seems to be clear, as far as I can tell. And that's being confirmed by the Trondheim car coming up to the line. They will have a clean track, so no other cars to bother them. Or let's hope they can finish now the at least one clean run on the Autocross bit, because usually this is one of the fastest teams, right?
Definitely a lot of potential in there. And we already saw that on the sector times, but indeed they couldn't quite wire it up directly. Wow, very quick and a lot of rotation on the first corner, but keeping it clean. That is lovely to see. Continuing the way, let's see if they can match their split time. Yes, even improve it, 12.2. So that is a very good start for the Trondheim team. And this is just a second run from the first driver. Schweinfurt, this is the second driver. And his or her first run. Wow, Trondheim. Look at them being so quick in the pendulum. The car looks very controlled, so if the driver can extract every bit of performance out of that car.
Yeah, it doesn't look aggressive at all, Matthias, but it looks like the car is driving on rails almost. Just a little bit of wiggle, but nothing very serious. So this driver or this car are pretty well matched to each other. The setup looks pretty good as well. Just a little bit of slide, immediately losing some time there in the horseshoe. But otherwise it looks pretty clean. I see Matthias. And exactly the same situation as the last lap.
They were going so quick, they had a super fast second sector.
Yeah, but somehow something in the slingshot or the bump just before that, something triggers in the car that makes it stop somehow. I'm not sure,
And this
but
will
it was a copy of the first run.
And this will block the Schweinfurt car. And they are given the yellow flag. That means they will be able to do a rerun. And let's not... Wow, US Karlsruhe with a big drift in that corner that they were also using at the driverless. Super quick car, but just overcooking it a little bit. Sorry, it was the Ostfalia car. Of course, this is their first run, so they have plenty of opportunities to improve on that. And also they will be given the yellow flag, so they will be able to do a rerun and correct for... It was in fact Karlsruhe, my apologies. And Ostfalia is behind them, doing a very clean run.
Yeah. And in comparison to the previous time, Trondheim was able to move away under their own power. But it seems that this time that's not the case. So these teams were hindered by it. So they were given the yellow flag, even though Trondheim is not on the track anymore. All the cars are being slowed down and will go for a rerun for sure.
Yeah, Ostfalia, despite the yellow flags, had an 83.4. So that indicates to me that there's a lot of potential in that car. But indeed, they will be given a rerun. We do have a car on track from Schweinfurt. Pretty quick first sector. This is their final run. No, this is still the first run, so to say. But it's slowing down. The sign of marshals running is never good.
There's something, I don't know, there's something with the track, or there's something in the air, or I don't know what it is. Maybe some free electrons in the air messing up electric cars. I have no idea, but so many cars stopping briefly. And yeah, I would be very curious to the root cause of this kind of issue, because a lot of these teams have this issue.
There must be something, right? I haven't seen this many DNS in an autocross before, or at least cars stopping. While we say that, DHBW Stuttgart making their way again to the car. Very uncontrollable car. Looks very wild. This is also what we've seen from the first driver. But is it also quick? Quick
yes,
first sector, but
yes,
not
of course.
top.
We don't know whether that's the car or the right foot of the driver. That's always a bit hard for us to tell. But anyway, it looks spectacular, but we know for a fact it's not a quick way to navigate the scores.
Schweinfurt had a 1:02 because they were basically parked there. Remember?
Yeah, you're right. They stalled.
But they will
just
get
on the
another
far
run
side.
because their previous one was. And unfortunately, something wrong with the UAS Karlsruhe car. They were in line to do their rerun, but they are being pushed out of the queue now. Also exciting, I see the Zurich car also being made ready. They currently have the best time. DHBW Stuttgart making their way around. It is quick, but it looks a bit wild. Clearly making it, sliding a lot even in the last corners. But it is a 77.2 for the first run of the second driver. The car from Ostfalia, meanwhile, setting a very good first sector time. Just crossing the second sector. Again, a very good sector time. But they've come to a halt. No, they were going so quick. Marshals frantically running. A whole swarm of yellow vests. And Schweinfurt again getting yellow flagged. Well, this will be, I think, third or fourth run for this driver.
Yeah, I had one of the officials approaching me to make a small announcement to the team members of Ghent. So if any team members of Ghent are listening, your car is ready to be picked up at gate 5. And I believe that's in the neighborhood of the Volkswagen Tower. So please pick up your car so you can collect it, bring it back to the pits and repair whatever is wrong with the car. So the team members from Ghent, your car is ready to be picked up at gate 5.
You should start working at an airport, Mickey, as an announcer. Doing a very good job. I almost feel like wanting to pick up the car. Such a nice voice. Meanwhile, Stuttgart DHBW, they set some very good sector times, but they definitely lost some time at the end. Not sure where. It's an 82.6. Of course, they had the yellow flags probably. Yeah, just right after sector 2. So that is still promising. I think it's still the kind of virtual first run for both Schweinfurt and Stuttgart, because every time they have been given a yellow flag somewhere. The bad luck for the cars does not stop.
Yeah, there's a lot of yellow flags as well. And every time one of these cars stop, obviously it's hindering a couple of other cars. So I'm not sure what the world record is for reruns, but I think we will approach the total amount of rerun world record, at least for this competition. It's a lot. It's quite surprising.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an unstable system as well, because the more runs the other cars need to do, the more chance for them to crash down and get this trickle-down effect. Hopefully Eindhoven can just set some quick laps again and get us back up to speed. It is a relatively quick first sector, but I don't think they quite matched their previous driver, who was very fast. We will be monitoring them closely. And then we have the driver from Schweinfurt here. I think this is already his 4th lap or something, because he keeps on getting reruns. But that of course allows him to warm up the tires and get acquainted with the track.
The 4th rerun already? Something like that.
4th or 3rd.
So
I stopped counting, to be honest. Here on the timing it says that this is their 6th lap.
Wow, this is maybe the 4th. Schweinfurt.
Stuttgart again, so this is I think the 3rd lap for this driver, but virtually it's his 1st. And wow, Eindhoven car really pitching a lot, the fronts almost coming off the ground. But it is relatively quick, at least the sector times were. A little hesitation in the throttle on the straight. And it is a 78.5, but not improving. Getting very close, just 1/10 on the second run of their first driver.
Yeah, and I saw one of the cars that just went out. I think it was Dresden. They went sideways through the couple of corners just before the broken chain turn. Really sideways, not a little bit sideways, but like sideways. It was very spectacular. Clipped a couple of cones. I managed to keep the car on track, but I don't know how exactly. But it was very spectacular. But it seems that the car is slowing just in the pendulum, and I can see a couple of marshals running.
Stuttgart DHBW had a very good sector time, so I'm looking forward to seeing them cross the line. This will be quick. It is a 75.5.
Yeah, I can see a little fist from the driver being happy with this time.
Yeah, and he is going to the exit, so probably I lost count of all the reruns that they did or did not have. But he can definitely be very proud of that. Indeed, they only had 1 rerun, so I counted 1 too many. See, the car is at no, Dresden still parked. We don't see them
here.
Yeah,
it looks like Dresden is still parked. It's just behind the big screen and in the pendulum. I think the car is being pushed. I see a couple of marshals push the car out of the way. So we will have another rerun situation for the only car left on track, car number 43. So they will navigate back, and then that's Constance, and they will get another rerun.
Yeah, and temperatures really dropping right now. Also the wind picking up again. In the queue, one of the next cars that is in the queue is Zurich, but first we will be launching Eindhoven back on the track, or potentially Constance in between. But then with the Zurich car, we'll also get a bit of an idea of track evolution or track devolution, because it might also get a bit worse. So Eindhoven, they already have a quick time on the board with a 78.4 from their previous driver. This driver manages to match that in his first run. So hopefully the driver is now acquainted with the track, and with a bit of luck he can push a bit harder and shave off a few tenths or maybe some seconds.
And if I judge the attrition rate on the Autocross, that really worries me for the endurance tomorrow, because how many cars have not even managed to do 1 or 2 laps on the Autocross, and tomorrow you will have to do, I don't know, 16, 17, at least a lot. So wow, I'm not sure how many finishes we will have, but we will have to see. And of course, teams will have the opportunity tonight and well, the rest of the night to fix the cars. But especially the suspension problems are going to be very tough to fix.
Yeah, indeed, looks like it will be a short day for us tomorrow. If the DNF rate is so high, then the cars will follow up in very quick succession. but let's keep our fingers crossed. Maybe this is the day for bad karma, and then tomorrow everyone can finish their endurance.
Did you say bad karma? Very nice. I liked it. Well done.
Yes, totally intended, indeed. All right, I see the official talking a bit with the Eindhoven car. I think they are telling him or her that they will be about to start. Yes, I hear some announcements that we will get going again. Green flag is given. And Eindhoven car is launched very quick in this first corner. A little bit of a braking on the first kink. And then definitely a good start of the lap. Wow, a 12.5 in the first sector. That is a big improvement for them actually. So the driver really pushing. And if he can keep this speed, then we are looking for a very quick time. Into Pendulum now, this is looking good. It will be making its way back to the infield. And Constance just launching here in front and already hitting a cone on the first straight, while Eindhoven is moving toward the S's and into the slalom. Will it be a left or a right? We'll see it now. Also taking it on the left. So really 50-50 between these drivers.
Yeah, interesting to see. Maybe there's not that big of a difference in time whether you sacrifice the entry of the exit. So yeah.
Zurich back on track.
This should be interesting. One of the top competitors, they had a very quick time already early in the Autocross, right? So they set one of the fastest times.
Yeah, and Eindhoven improving to a 76.2. That is a 2-second improvement on their previous lap, so well done by them. And indeed, let's keep focus on Zurich because they currently have the top time. Their intermediate first sector, not the best we've seen, but of course this is a new driver, so also he needs to learn the track a little bit. But Constance also, it drives a bit wild, but it is quick. Really a handful to control, but it is quick. And then who else do we have joining us? Theo Kamnitz.
Constance clipping another cone, unfortunately, and another one. So we should call this car Constance then.
Yeah, indeed, there was quite the roller coaster of an Autocross, and they're not opting to go for a second run. Meanwhile, Zurich, the intermediate times look good, but how good is it?
Yeah, the 34.89 was really good. And the end time is a 73.43.
That is an improvement.
Yeah, indeed.
2/10 improvement on the second lap of the first driver, so there's a bit more in there.
Yeah, and I believe that the first split time wasn't even that fast. There was still about half a second, for example, difference between the Eindhoven car as well. So, but the second split time was already pretty fast. And yeah, they may be able to find quite a bit of time still. So will we see a new fastest time?
This was already fastest time, of course, but actually the time from the Electric Munich from 2018 still stands. That's crazy.
AMZ setting off again and looking more controlled through that first part of the track. What's their split like, Matti?
Oh, it's an 11.7, the first one that go beneath the 12 seconds in the first split.
Yeah, I told you it was 13.0, already 1.7 seconds faster in the first sector. 1.3, sorry, my math is off.
They are nearing the second sector. It's almost 2 seconds quicker than their previous lap in the second sector alone.
Yeah, so just to remind everybody, the fastest time of the day, which was the historic Munich car with a 73.1. If I'm not mistaken, this car will beat that record. Let's hope the driver can find the time needed for that. Just coming into the horseshoe, a lot of spin, and going into the slingshot. Look at this acceleration just here. Whoa, a little bit too much. Oh, just clipping a cone, which is such a shame.
Oh, 71.8, smashing the the lap record here, but indeed clipping a cone at the very end.
In the final sector, clipping a cone, adding instantly 2 seconds to the time. It's such a shame. It was such a quick lap time. Oh man, that was almost at least 1.3 seconds faster than the electric Munich this morning.
Everything looked extremely quick, but then really at the last corners, Horseshoe made a little mistake, accelerating out of Slingshot, a little mistake, and at the very end, but
the driver will be kicking himself for sure.
And what is this? Tallinn launching itself here, making a lot of noise and a big slide in the first corner. Well, who else is on track, Igor? I think you followed a bit better than us. We were too distracted from the MZ car.
Yeah, I was fully mesmerized by the MZ car as well. Didn't quite see who was entering the track
Chemnitz.
before. Tallinn, Chemnitz indeed, car number 36. And now on the starting line, we also have one of the faster competitors, car 85 from Delft.
Yeah, they had a very good time in their first run, and they will be looking to improve. Quite a bit of wheel spin though. But this is of course the first run for the second driver. And the second driver from Delft is Gabor. First split, not the best we've seen. Hopefully they can improve further on.
Tallinn, meanwhile, does look pretty quick, very aggressive through the Horseshoe. Chemnitz now finishing their run.
Yeah, looking at Tallinn, it's aggressive, but it's not as aggressive as Zurich was just a couple of seconds ago. So looking very neat indeed. What does the time do?
Yeah, it's not an improvement. Their third run was still the fastest. This was a 78.1 and they already did a 77.4. Let's see what Delft can do. Looks a little bit cautious. Going into the slalom, actually taking it the other way compared to the first driver. So even within the team they take different approaches. This is a bit of a banker lap at the moment. An 80.3 and they already had a 75.7. So the driver is looking for still 5 seconds to at least match the previous driver. Will they be able to do so? Let's see, it's only the Delft car now that is ready. Other than that, I think, yeah, a lot quicker off the line here. Lifting quite a bit for the first corner. Wow, seems like braking was a little slightly unstable, but definitely pushing.
Yeah, unfortunately clipping a cone just going into the broken chain turn. So that will be added to the time, 2 seconds, unfortunately.
In front of the grandstand, taking the little lane change into the hairpin. Going into the pendulum, which is this year starting with a very tight one. And then we get the real pendulum, making their way back onto the infield. Some difficult corners ahead, and then a big straight. Wow, that was quick. Into the S's. Let's see what in the slalom, if he will take the same approach. Yes, entering on the right, unfortunately clipping a cone. This is Broken Dreams into Horseshoe. And then I'm very much looking forward to seeing this car into Slingshot. Keeping it clean on entry. Yes. This is a 77.0, so did not manage to improve on the previous driver.
And a bit more of a quiet period once again out here on the track. No teams lined up for the second run immediately, but we do have car number 120 from Delft coming in with their second driver. And I do see a couple more cars preparing just behind them. But going to be a bit of a quiet period right now, I think, until most of the cars do their adjustments, analyze their data, make any little tweaks that they might want to do, and come back to do their final runs.
Yeah, but it's getting colder and colder. The sun is almost definitely gone. Yeah, even though we saw the Zurich car doing the absolute best time of the day today, in a couple of minutes ago, actually. So, but yeah, not ideal conditions, but you never know. But we're still missing a couple of pretty quick cars, Matthias, right? For example, we are missing the Aachen car. We know, and I saw it personally when they had a suspension failure on the practice track. But I do believe they should have fixed it by now. So I'm not sure whether they will be able to make it to the autocross track. It would be a shame if they didn't, because it's a lot of points that you leave on the table.
Yeah, maybe they need to go back to scrutineering, and that's taking a bit longer than expected. They probably need to do the brake test again, for example. That's sometimes one. And while we're trying to fill in the time, luckily we have a new car on track. It's a car from Delft, immediately hitting a cone. Yeah, so we were speculating a little bit on the Aachen situation, and we actually got some intel again from one of our spies. But they are apparently at the practice area, so that's a good sign. That means they're also through whatever re-scrutineering that they needed, and hopefully will be able to make an appearance soon. Meanwhile, Diepholz making its way around the track, looking very controlled. Hopefully they are able to improve their time. I think this is the first attempt from the second driver, so we'll see if they can improve. They do seem to be a little bit torque or power limited, but then it's a matter of getting through the corners as smooth as possible. It's not an improvement for them. Their previous lap time was, and I'm looking it up for you. Actually, they did a 90.9. So this one was 15 seconds slower. That does indicate to me that the car is not quite the same. So hopefully in this run, either they can change some settings, or the driver can push just a little harder.
Indeed, they choose to set off on their second attempt immediately. In the queue, we saw car 399 from High Speed Karlsruhe joining and now departing the queue. We have car number 313 from TU Berlin rolling up for their second driver, and car number 75 from GFR Ravensburg. How was the first split from Diepholz, Matti?
Yeah, it's Diepholz did a 105.5, so that's it wasn't the fastest, but maybe the second one will be a bit faster. In the meantime, we have Berlin, TU Berlin, coming up for their third run, so this must be their second driver out on track. And just looking at the split times from Diepholz, their split time is already 4 seconds faster than the previous lap. So this fourth run in total should be a lot faster as well.
It is indeed looking faster than it was in the first run. Slowing down a little bit now for the slalom.
Looking at TU Berlin, very decent time, 14.7 on the split 1 and almost 40 seconds on split 2. So that should be right around the neighborhood of 80 to 85 seconds. Looking at Diepholz just coming over the line in an 98.6, so that's a 7-second improvement for them. Well done. Whoa, Berlin just missing their braking point, going off track, clipping one cone. So that will be added to their time, unfortunately, but the car is looking fast into the straight and into the final chicane, just over the line. Like I said, 84.67.
And just as Berlin finishes, we do get a start from car number 90 from Milan. And is this their first run, Mickey?
According to the timing sheet, it is their first run. So they waited for a long time to get out on track. We're not sure, obviously, whether that's intentional or maybe it's something that was wrong with the car. We have no idea. But anyway, their first split time is a 15.15. And it seems that Berlin is out on track again for the fourth and final run. Berlin looking quick, already 1.6 seconds faster in their first sector. So that's that should be very, very close to the 80 if they can continue like this and not make any big mistakes, obviously. It should be around the 80-second mark. Just going to keep an eye on them. In the meantime, we have Milano going strong as well, just coming into the horseshoe here and approaching the slingshot. Just watch these electric cars accelerate into the straights. Yeah, that's really cool. Braking a little bit early, but there you have it. Milan doing an 84.98 in their first run. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I do think they'll be hoping to get also into the sub 80 times. Their car was very, very quick in some of the events that have happened so far at FSG. Berlin now coming onto the final straight on their final run.
Yeah, Berlin, oh, big mistake at the end. But still, very good. 79.77 for the fourth and final run.
Milan now immediately lining up for their second attempt. And we also have GFR waiting behind them. Vienna also coming in with their second driver. And one more car in the first driver queue, not quite sure who that is. But Milan sets off very aggressively, almost clipping the cone in the first straight, but managing to control it.
Yeah, coming up to the first sector for Milan, they had a 15.15. Already almost 2 seconds faster on their first sector with a 13.2. So that's quite promising.
Yeah, they clipped a couple of cones, unfortunately, coming onto the outfield section. So negating that performance benefit, but if they can keep up that sort of delta, they will still improve on their overall time.
Yeah, we have in the meantime we have Ravensburg out on track as well. Also coming up to the first split time, first sector time, 14.66. That's already quite a good one. The fastest ones were in the 12 seconds, so still some gaps to be closed.
Yeah, we do have Milan coming around now to the horseshoe. Car number 242 from Darmstadt setting off as well. A big chunk of oversteer, but the driver does manage to control it.
Yeah, just Milano coming up to the finish line. Let me see what happens. It's at 81.6, so not quite breaching the 80 seconds, but still very good and steady time, and still a lot of points if you look at from that perspective. And they still have 2 more runs left to go for the second driver.
Indeed, and is that a combustion car setting off 141 from Vienna? This is their second driver. Ravensburg also now coming into the final corner. Driver judging the brake point well and crossing the finish. A little bit of a twitch after the finish line.
Yeah, and it's an 86.14 for the second driver, first run. Probably electing to go immediately for the second run. Yep, exactly.
Vienna looking and sounding very quick in the outfield section, now about to make the transition back to the infield. Darmstadt did seem to slow down a little bit through the slalom, but going further well. Car number 75 from Ravensburg setting off on their next run, very aggressive.
And we're peeking a little bit into the queue, Yegor. We have Aachen, the winner of the skip pad, and also a very good time on the acceleration as far as I can tell. So this should be a very quick car. Let's hope the car stays together and not have any drama. In the meantime, I think Darmstadt did a 101.59, first run, first driver.
Vienna looking very smooth through the slingshot and onto the straight. Good through the final corner as well. Do they improve?
No, unfortunately they didn't improve. It's an 80.51 according to our screen. It's a black time, so that means it's not green. And green being a personal best.
Yeah, they already set a pretty good time before from the first driver. And I'm very happy to see indeed the car from Aachen that made its way to the Autocross. There's still some time, so with a bit of luck they can get all their runs in. I do have high expectations for this car. In 2023 they were extremely quick, and I do have a feeling that this car behaves similar. So let's have a look. Big slide in exiting the first corners.
Just going to keep an eye on this first sectors, but Ravensburg finishing in a personal best 84.57. So the fourth is also their fastest time. So Aachen doing a 12.66 on the first sector, and that's really competing with the best of them.
Yeah, immediately. First run, first driver, cold tires, impressive. Second sector will be coming up at 34.5, that is quick. That is really quick, so they will be immediately in the 75-second range, assuming their third sector goes well, of course.
Vienna now also setting off on their fourth and final run.
Taking the slalom also to the right, so we have one more vote for right-handed.
Yeah, exactly. But also looking at the driving style, I like this driving style. It's aggressive, it's a little bit twitchy, but very, very quick, and not overly overdriving the car. Very quick acceleration, very tight corner, a little bit of a mistake, but wow, 73.25
first
on the
run,
first driver. That's pretty good. It's still 2 seconds away from the overall best time of Zurich, obviously, but I wouldn't rule out Aachen taking top spot in a couple of moments.
No, definitely not.
We have car number 167 from Osnabrück starting their run, as the driver from Aachen elects to go immediately for their second attempt. We can hear now the car from Vienna approaching.
I think we have
the
a car stalling on track, just briefly.
Yeah, there was also a sympathy stall from Osnabrück over there.
Yeah, I think it was Karlsruhe stalling, and almost creating a dangerous situation because the car also quit. So I think the Vienna driver was caught off guard. I think the marshals didn't realize the Darmstadt car was slowing down.
But it was all happening right as the Vienna car was approaching, so not sure what else would have been done. He's a bit angry, the Vienna driver, but I don't think there was much to be done about it.
No, I think it's because the Vienna driver had slowed down, seeing that the car ahead of him was stalled. And are they getting a rerun now?
Yeah, they are getting a rerun, so all the anger and fuss of the driver is just really unnecessary. It's always best to keep calm and see what happens. So they get a rerun, so they can try again. In the meantime, we have also the University from Taiwan for their third run, just doing a 93.4 second lap.
And the Aachen car is ready to be launched, and this time we can take launching quite literally because that is a rocket ship. And will they be able to compete with the times from Zurich? Of course, Zurich completed all their 4 runs already, and this will be the second run for Aachen. Would be very impressive if they can already get close to it. And off they go. Very clean first corner. And then exiting with a big slide.
That first right-hander, the quick one, is so quick from Aken. It looks so impressive. First sector time 12.2. That's really quick. Already almost half a second faster than the previous lap time.
Also Vienna looking very quick, so they will be looking to improve. They have gotten a new run. And also the team from Tsinghua from Taiwan are on their way for are these the last runs? Potentially.
Second sector from Aken, 33.49.
That sounds quick. I've seen 34s, but not sure if I've seen a 33.
Yeah, maybe from Zurich, but not from the others so far as I can tell. So yeah, the first run was impressive. It looks like Aken. Oh, he just went off course.
Someone goes, oh, he got a cone stuck or something. Tried to get it loose. Bit of a weird moment. Luckily, car kept going, so nothing wrong there. But yeah,
unfortunately, yeah, and the driver realizing this is not going to be a quick time, just taking it easy for the last couple of turns. I think that's a wise decision by this driver, because the car this lap time would not be a quick one anyway. Really bad last sector, unfortunately. They were so quick in the first two sectors, but maybe maybe the second driver also having two runs. And we have Wien, TU Wien, also doing quite a good lap with a 78.39 on their sixth run. So there are a couple of reruns in there.
Yeah, I think the sixth run doesn't even fit on our commentary screen. They only accounted for 5. The Taiwanese team, I'm very curious. They seem to have a very fast car, because also on the skid pad they were doing great performance.
Yeah, the car's been struggling a little bit. Its top speed is not quite what we have seen throughout the rest of the competition this year.
But it's an improvement. It's an 86.7, and yep, we have another stalled car.
I think it is once again Osnabrück, stopping once again, but starting to get going again under its own power. And a deserved round of applause from the audience.
And Uni Navarra making its way again to the starting line. Wow, car from Osnabrück jumping around, a lot of wheel spin. And wow, that car from Navarra is super silent.
Osnabrück meanwhile stopping once again. And we have the car from Taiwan lining up once again for, I think, the 5th time. Could it be that they got a couple of reruns? Very possible, given what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think the first one of the second driver was indeed a rerun. They will be looking to improve. I do have the feeling that the driver doesn't quite realize that the timing is there, because the Taiwanese driver is always slowing down before it. Hopefully they can... Wow, jumping around.
Yeah, the driver much more aggressive this time around. And unfortunately, it looks like they were a little bit too aggressive. The car going very slowly. And the arm marshal sprinting over to the car, it seems, yes, that was indeed a little bit too aggressive for the car to handle.
Luckily, their previous run still stands, so they will be going home with a 86.7 on the Autocross. So Navarra still on its way. Yes, it's approaching the horseshoe now, making its way towards Slingshot. And it's a super silent car from Navarra. A silent killer. Let's hope for them they can set in a good lap time. This is the first lap of the second driver, I think. It's not an improvement, but of course he has one run left.
Yeah, you don't hear any motor sounds from that car. It's just the tires that you hear. So.
But the driver does not opt to go for a second run immediately. So we hope to see them back again later on.
We are here.
Go ahead, Roland.
Yeah, we are hearing that car number 68 from Tsinghua is being pushed out off track by the officials, so there is definitely some sort of temporary, we hope, terminal issue with the vehicle. We have now car number 54 from Barcelona waiting at the starting line.
Yeah, and that car from Barcelona is also a quick one. We have seen them here before already. The previous run from the first driver was an 84.0, so they will definitely be looking to improve on that. I think they went pretty early on in the session, and with a bit of luck there's more rubber, but definitely not more temperature on the track.
And Barcelona does get the green flag, a little bit hesitant through the first corner, the second driver finding their footing. We have another Iberian team, car number 7 from Lisbon, taking the green flag. A big chunk of wheel spin for car number 7 from Lisbon, also through the first corner. But both Lisbon and Barcelona looking very quick.
Yeah, Lisbon was at some point also caught in the whole rerun fiesta. They got to do a lot of reruns, but then failed to start on one of them. So they got a little bit lucky and then unlucky. I think this will still be one of their first valid runs, actually. And it is a quick car, so let's hope they can also put that and prove that on the Autocross. Barcelona car, meanwhile, struggling a little bit to get enough speed in all these corners. I'm very curious to see what the end result will be. Bottoming out quite a lot on all these bumps. Luckily braking on time for the last corner. And it's an 86.2. Not an improvement yet.
No,
but
car number 7 from Lisbon, sorry Matti, I'll interrupt. Car number 7 from Lisbon has stopped on the track.
Ah, that's a shame. So many cars that are stopping on track. We don't usually see that on the Autocross, but yeah. Luckily there's plenty of time. Still 1.5 hours left. So everyone will definitely be able to make their runs. And I think actually we have a new car that is making an appearance here from Bochum. I'm not sure if we actually saw them in any of Dynamics yet.
No, I don't think so. I think this is the first time that they're making an appearance on the dynamic area of FSG. But let's see what they can do around the Autocross track. Just waiting for the car from Lisbon to be cleared. And the marshals do seem to be in discussion with the driver as to whether they can get the car going again.
Yeah, if of course it can return on its own power, then it can try to have a go at it again. Otherwise it will have to be parked somewhere there. Fingers crossed that they can get going again. But I feel like this is a similar issue that we saw here in front of us, and yeah, they are being pushed away, so that's not a good sign. So we will have Bochum first, after that the second run from, or at least the fourth run from Barcelona. And we have some two really cool cars, Horsepower Hanover, and next to it is the car from Renstal, Esslingen. Two beautiful cars that will show them what they're worth in Autocross.
And we see now car number 7 from Lisbon is being retrieved all the way back to the dynamic area, not being left on track to be picked up later. So very fortunate for them that maybe they will be able to fix whatever issue the car has in time and still put in a few valid runs. And we do have now car number 48 setting off, University of Bochum. Big amount of oversteer out of the first corner, but the driver does manage to catch it just in time. They do hit a couple of cones through this first section of the track.
Whoa,
Bochum does spin just on the outfield section. The car is still going under its own power, so the driver just turns around and finds their way back to the track.
And Barcelona will be given the green flag anytime soon. They're probably giving a little bit more space to the Bochum car. And off goes Barcelona. A lot cleaner first corner, looking very quick.
Bochum, meanwhile, does make their way over to the infield. I think the driver is intentionally trying to be a bit more careful around the corners, taking it very gently indeed.
I have Horsepower Hanover here, who is ready to make its way on the track. Off they go. Yes, very nice. Ooh, a bit of a wiggle on the straight, but the first corner looked really neat.
Bochum now going through the horseshoe, very gently still, now into the slingshot. Into the back straight, making it neatly through the final corner, and they do cross the finish line.
Yeah, for Bochum it's 113.8, and off goes Rennstall Esslingen. What a fast car, drifting its way to the first corners. They had an extremely good first run, a 74.4, and so the second driver is looking to improve that even further.
Barcelona meanwhile bottoming out quite hard again on the horseshoe section. But they do make it nicely through the final corner. A bit of a hesitation there. Do they improve?
Yes, they do. It's 83.2.
Well done, Barcelona. As we now see Horsepower Hanover approaching the horseshoe section. This is also their second driver.
Yes, they had, I think, an 84 before, so quite a good lap time already. This one does not look to improve just yet, but of course it's the first run of the second driver. It's an 86.8.
Rennstall Esslingen meanwhile coming out of the slalom and into the final couple of corners. Keeping it smooth and controlled through the horseshoe. And similarly through the slingshot, finding the right braking point neatly into the final few corners.
Yeah, we have Bochum back on track. They had a very spectacular spin a couple of moments ago. We could see it from our viewpoint as well. So yeah, not a lot of aerodynamics on that car. So meaning the grip levels are pretty low compared to the other competitors.
And Hanover for their final run. Wow, again, a little wobble on the first straight on exit. And actually Esslingen had a 77.4, so not an improvement yet, but they still have one more shot for their second driver, so fingers crossed. Bochum meanwhile making a massive improvement, of course, because they had that spin. So they will be looking to shave off, maybe even, well, I say that they spin a little bit again, but got going, luckily.
Yeah, the driver of the bottom car very clearly trying to stay within the traction limits of the vehicle. Lenstal, meanwhile, setting off on their final attempt.
Wow, that was a quick launch here in the first corner. And they do set a very, very quick first sector, 12.18. So if they can keep up that speed, they might be able to match teams like Zurich or Aachen.
Wow, that looks pretty quick indeed. Also, a lot of wheel spin for University of Thessaloniki, I don't know.
Bochum, meanwhile, accelerating very hard across the finish line. That should be an improvement on their overall time.
Definitely, it's a 97.17, so almost 20 seconds improvement. And across the line is Hanover, who don't quite manage to improve on their previous runs with an 84.6.
Yeah, we saw a bit of a shake of the head from the driver there. They probably know that they lost a few seconds in some parts of the track.
Esslingen, meanwhile, very good second sector. Not quite up the speed of Zurich, but very close. But very nice horseshoe. How will Slingshot look? Very clean. That is quick. And it is a 75.1, so not improving on their previous run, which was a 74.4, but very closely matching it.
And just a couple of moments ago, we had a Hanover car on track, but that was a Leibniz Hanover. Now we have UAS Hanover, car number 84, coming out on the track.
Car number 77, now just exiting the horseshoe and going into the slingshot. Taking it neatly through the final few corners, and they cross the line.
Is that the Vol? No,
University of Thessaly.
That is a 95.0. And this is... Yeah, this is the first run, the first time we see this car.
Yeah, I think the first time we see them at any of the dynamics, so probably they just got through the scrutineering today. But very, 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 very nice to see more teams joining us on the dynamic events. We have car number 19 from Braunschweig. I believe this is their final run. Still having some torque issues, it seems. Not quite accelerating as well as one would hope.
Funnily enough, this is their third run, so they only did single runs so far.
Yeah,
and it's an improvement, 108.8.
Just looking at the queue, guys, it's actually starting to dry up a little bit. I see maybe 2 cars just coming onto the queue. Of course, we have a couple of cars that will do a second run with their second driver or first driver even. But yeah, the queue is not that long. And of course, the minute I say that, a couple of other cars are joining into the queue. So we still have some action going on. I think we still have more than an hour left in this event. It will close at 8 o'clock sharp. But yeah, still a lot more action left.
Definitely a bit more torque on the Braunschweig car this time. So hopefully they can keep up the speed.
Meanwhile, we have UAS Hanover, car number 84, finishing their first run.
It's a 127.8, but actually they choose not to do a second run.
And it seems that the higher torque for Braunschweig proved to be a bit too much. We do see a green T-cell, and they are stopped just in front of the Ravenol curve.
Volos, meanwhile, improving significantly. This run was an 88.5. That's almost 7 seconds quicker than their first run. So well done by them. And in front of me we have the Prague car. They already made an appearance here. And yeah, Mickey and I had a feeling that it was either very tough to drive the car or the driver was driving quite wild with it. Definitely some pace in there. So curious to see how they will approach it this time. I'll, in the meantime, have a look what kind of lap times they were doing. Their best was a 78.8, so they are looking to close in a little bit on the top 10. And then we have the car with the pink accents, I should say, from Rennschmiede Pforzheim. They also made a presence before here, and I see them in the queue being prepared for another run. Once the track is clear, then the Prague car will be launched on track, and the green flag is given. Off they go. Lots of wheel spin though. Looks already a bit better than before, I would say. First split time is fast, but not quite up there with the Zurich and Aachen type of cars. But of course, maybe their pace is in the second part of the track.
Yeah, we did flag one of the Czech team, the Prague car, as being fast. It looked really good on all the events so far. So yeah, we do expect some kind of performance here on the Autocross. But yeah, the first sector time from Prague is 13.9. The second one is 39. So that's actually quite some seconds off the pace. Pforzheim, in the meantime, also doing a 15.2 on the first sector. And let's see, looks like Braunschweig did a DNF just a couple of minutes ago. And we have two running cars at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, Braunschweig had finally a bit more torque, but they could only last for a quarter of a lap. A lot more control from Prague car, but it seems like they're not really running any traction control. A lot of wheel spin. Is it an improvement? Not yet.
No, unfortunately, it's a black time, meaning if it's with the personal best, it should be a green time. So far, no luck for them, but they still have one run left, and maybe now the setting will be on ridiculous.
Yeah, maybe the way to drive that car is to really push it and get it a bit sideways in order for it to rotate. So let's see how they approach it for the final attempt. Meanwhile, Pforzheim drifting its way into the horseshoe, and then I'd love to see that car through slingshot. Whoa, big drift, collecting a few cones. I jinxed it, didn't I? And carrying one cone with them, cleanly to the final corners and across the line. It is an improvement, 93.6.
Prague now sets off very aggressively on their final run. The driver outbraking themselves just a little bit there, but regathering their composure nicely.
Bingo. Finally, they have a very good first split, 12.8.
That's exactly where you want to be on the first sector time. I think the second sector time should be around the 35 seconds if you want to be competitive with the top 5, let's say. And we're getting just to that mark. It looks like a 36, so still a couple of seconds off the quickest time, but still a very decent time from Prague so far. Let's see whether they can do that for the last sector, which is in fact the biggest sector. We don't have split times for that sector, unfortunately. So we'll just have to wait a little bit longer to see what kind of time they can put in.
First lap from Darmstadt now. Took them a while to get here, but here they are. And Prague going into slingshot now, keeping it clean on entry. Little hesitation on the throttle. Final corner looks clean, and it is a 78.7, a slight improvement. And that brings them, I think that's a 2-second improvement, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it's a green time for them, so it's a personal best for Prague. I think they're just about in the top 10 with that time. Still, of course, 7 seconds off the blistering pace from Zurich. But yeah, nobody will be able to match Zurich, I reckon, if this goes on like this. Pforzheim,
meantime, almost identical split times. So So I'm curious if they made some improvements in the last sector. Yes, second quicker, 92.5. Bern, meanwhile, the Swiss team on their first one of their second driver.
Yeah, there was some issue at the moment I say it, and the car spins out in a spectacular fashion in the horseshoe, rearranging the track. So no, sorry, that's not Bern. I think it was the car just.
That was Darmstadt.
Darmstadt. You're right, Matthias. I'm not sure what the track layout was for Bern just behind them, but Darmstadt was really impressive. Spin out, of course, not going to be a quick time with 106.7. And Bern, of course, I'm not sure whether they will get a rerun or not, whether they were hindered or not due to the lack of a track.
Yeah, there was also a Marshall that was almost on the track, so I kind of hope it hindered them and that the driver lifted a bit, but we'll hear about it now. Bern on their way again for potentially their last run, depending on what the officials have decided. They are quite quick actually. It's a very quick first split, 13 flat.
As car number 16 from Zurich, another one of the cars with a lot of front wheel spin. We've seen that a couple of times today.
Yeah, it's their second appearance here. I think in their first run, I'm not 100% sure if they managed to wrap up their first run, but we'll see if they can manage to improve now. Bern, meanwhile, going very quick in the infield section. What side of the slalom will they take? On the right-hand side.
As car number 59 from Dresden sets off, one of the quicker entries we've seen today.
Yeah, and this is their final run for Dresden. The previous one was DNF for...
Yeah, and unfortunately that run also, Matti, ends prematurely. They do stop just before the transition to the outfield. Meanwhile, car number 227 from Bern finished their run. Did they improve on their time?
No, actually they didn't. So looks like the first driver got the better of it. First driver had an 81.1 and this driver had an 82.4. Of course, the track conditions are quite a bit cooler right now, so that might play a role. But yeah, relatively quick car. Nice to see.
Yeah, and the Dresden car is being pushed off track by the marshals, as far as I can tell. It's just being pushed into the safe position, so it doesn't hinder any other cars, as far as I can tell. Yeah, so no yellow flags so far.
Major improvement for the other car from Zurich, Winterthur. 10-second improvement even. They went from 104 to 95 seconds.
Yeah, next up will be car number 110 from Augsburg, just as soon as the car from Dresden is cleared safely from the track. And then up next we will also be seeing car number 23 from Poznan, car number 16 from Zurich going on their second run, car number 6T from Weingarten, and I also see cars number 127 and 62 waiting in the queue. And I also see Aachen rolling back towards the dynamic area, hopefully for their third and fourth runs.
Yeah, and I think the Poznan car was here before, but they also had a DNF. That was actually their first run, so they are still looking for a time and some points. So let's keep our fingers crossed that they can do 2 successful runs. And then I'm also going to look up Augsburg quickly to get an idea of what kind of times they are aiming for. Their first driver did 2 successful runs, and their best was a 91.9. And so the second driver will be looking to get a few seconds off that.
Looks like the track is clear. We also have it confirmed on the radio. So the next car will be out on track, which is car number 110, which is
Augsburg.
Augsburg. That was the Augsburg car, just
Yes,
you mentioned.
exactly.
Car number 16, Zurich UAS, also getting the green flag now. Augsburg now making their way back into the infield, looking pretty quick. As car number 23 from Poznan sets off on their second attempt. Augsburg getting towards the slalom. That is one more vote for entering on the left, Matti.
Yeah, well, Matti just went to have a little break, so can probably not hear you. Or maybe he brought his monitor, but anyway, I'm just looking at the split sector times. And they're quite comparable, these cars, with around the 15 or 16 second first sector. I'm just looking at the car 110 from Augsburg. And they're doing a 86.63, which is a green time. That means an improvement. I think Matti mentioned that their first driver did a 91 seconds, so already a 5-second improvement for the second driver on the first run. So there's even more potential inside the car for the final run. And they are... oh, there's something wrong with...
That's car number 16, Zurich UAS.
UAS Zurich Winter Tour has stopped in the... Oh, it's going again. That's good. So it does continue under its own power, making it back. Obviously the time is going to be very slow, 103 seconds. But at least there is no yellow flag situation or any hindrance to the other cars. Because one of the cars, car number 23 from Poznan, was just right behind them. But the track is clear. And also looking at east, car number 60 from Weingarten, actually doing quite a decent time. But they had some kind of issue, I think. Anyway, car number 23 doing a 103.8 and Weingarten doing an 83.44.
Yeah, Weingarten looked very quick off the start. I don't think they had any issues. Just the first driver maybe settling into the track, settling into the car. Yeah. We also have car number 127 from Lausanne setting off. But unfortunately, it seems to be coming to a halt very, very quickly.
Yeah, we saw this car having some issues on the track drive this morning. They had a couple of attempted starts, but the car didn't go. Only the third or fourth start they managed to do a couple of laps, or even less than that on the track drive. Something similar happened to them now. Just after the first couple of corners, the car came to a standstill.
Yeah, speaking of slowing down, the car from Augsburg also seems to be going a lot slower on this attempt than on the previous one. It seems that the car is nursing some sort of issue and the driver is just trying to bring it back home.
Yeah, maybe there was some big mistake, or maybe it stalled. We were a little bit busy with the Lausanne car. So maybe the driver selected, okay, I'm not going to improve my time, so why bother driving like crazy? So yeah, unfortunately, not an improvement for the Augsburg car, 94.3. So I think their previous lap time was their fastest of the four.
Yeah, and the car from Lausanne is moving under its own power. Unfortunately, not along the track, but off it. And I think it's only capable of moving very, very slowly under its own power, and the track marshals are just directing it to stop, I believe. Indeed, the green light comes on, and I think they will roll it off to a safe area manually.
Yeah, I think it's not really the good idea to have it move under its own power off track against the driving direction as well. So I think it's a good call to shut off the car and let the marshals push it back to the pits.
The second driver of Weingarten still waiting at the start line, just waiting for the Lausanne car to be cleared away. The track is empty apart from that, and there we go. Weingarten gets the green flag. A little bit of brake lock into the first corner, but they are looking pretty quick.
And it is quick. It's a 12.9 in the first sector. And we've seen that everything below 13 seconds is a really good start. Yeah, they had some really nice rotation here in the first corner.
Yeah, we see the car from Lausanne now being pushed back to the dynamic area. Let's hope they can either do it before the car from Weingarten arrives, or they wait for the car from Weingarten to finish.
Yeah, they still have well, almost a minute. Well, less than a minute, but they will manage easily. We have 2 human power motors, so yeah, no problem with that. And the car from E60 from what's name was that? Weingarten. Sorry, Weingarten has the track for themselves and just slowly but surely making its way through the finish line.
Yeah, not too slowly. They're actually quite quick. This might be a sub 80, but it's gonna be tight. Oh, tight indeed, 79.1.
Well, it didn't look like that. I stand corrected. I apologize. Yeah, I was like, okay, that's it's so smooth. It must not be very quick, but it was. In fact, everything below 80 seconds is a pretty good time. So well done by Weingarten.
Meanwhile, we saw a green flag for car number 62 from Regensburg, and also for car number 29 from Navarra, going on their third attempt.
Yeah, it's actually the 4th attempt for Navarra, so they opted to jump out, I think in their 3rd run. Oof, big lockup for the Regensburg car.
Indeed, car number 62 from Regensburg. And the car does seem to be slowing down somewhat. Not accelerating quite as spryly as it did before, also bottoming out quite hard, just cornering through the horseshoe.
I also hear a little kind of like tickling or wrinkling noise, as if some component has come loose. Wow, big lockup in the last corner, clipping a cone. And they do improve, it's a 91.3. They are going in the second run queue again. Did they get a rerun?
No, but I think they might have done only 1 run before and are now doing 2. Navarra, meanwhile, is going through the horseshoe, going into the slingshot, looking a little bit faster than they did before. And driver braking and turning nicely through the final corner, but unfortunately not an improvement for them, a 92 seconds flat. Regensburg, in contrast to them, is looking very aggressive and very quick off the starting line. But maybe a little bit too aggressive. The driver struggling a little bit to control it through those tough couple of corners.
I think the driver name he's called Twitchy.
It is a bit quicker though, so if he can keep it clean. And indeed their first run was a DNF, so this is probably the second driver doing the second and third runs. Ulm. They also looked very quick in their first appearance here. And I think at some point they stalled. Whoa, every time they brake, the car is really locking the rears. Looks like a handful.
Yeah, maybe a brake balance or some regen not being symmetrical. But every time the driver touches the brake pedal, he has to catch the rear side of the car to prevent the rear overtaking the front.
They had an 85 before, the Ulm car, so they are looking to bring that number down.
Regensburg, meanwhile, collected a couple of cones just before entering the slalom. Scraping the ground quite hard through the horseshoe.
There's something, I don't know whether there's something stuck underneath the car or but it's scraping all the way. It's not just at the bumps.
It is an improvement, 88.5 compared to their 91.3 before.
Car number 44 from Ulm now approaching the horseshoe. Also scraping on the bump, but not through the turn.
.9, not yet an improvement on the previous driver, but of course this one still has another attempt.
Indeed, and we also see car number 123 from Amberg-Weiden returning. I believe they were the ones who had a little bit of issue with their right rear wheel. And it's great to see that they have fixed it and are returning for their next attempts.
Yeah, that's actually quite a quick fix. I think it was just had the wheel had a bit of an odd angle, right? So it was pointing in the, well, not in the right direction. It had a little bit of a toe out or something like that. So it must be something with the track rod. Fortunately for them, it's a quick fix. So they did that on time and they're back to complete their autocross runs.
I'm dropping an ear on the Ulm driver who is saying that there was a car, a cone on the straight. So he's of course trying to get an extra run in. If that is indeed true, then he does have a case, of course. Let's see what the officials decide. And away they go, Ulm, for potentially their final run. Let's see if they can improve on their first split time. It is half a second quicker so far, so he is finding some time somewhere.
Yeah, the car is sounding very aggressive through the corners as well. As Amberg-Weiden now also gets the green flag.
Yes, so as we mentioned, they were the car before that had some issues with one of their wheels pointing the wrong way, one of the rear wheels having an insane toe out or toe in angle. So one of the track rods might be broken, but they managed to fix it very quickly, and hopefully they can set a successful time.
Ulm now coming back to the infield, going through the slalom section. And the driver unfortunately loses the car on the entry into the horseshoe, does a little bit of a 180, finds their way back onto the track, but unfortunately that is this attempt, well, I don't want to say wasted, but ruined. And let's see if they were able to convince the marshals to give them a rerun.
A bit unclear. They are going to the exit, but there is an official walking towards them.
Amberg-Weiden, though, looking very quick across the finish line.
But it is not an improvement at the moment. Of course, it is the second driver, so hopefully you can still find sometime somewhere. It was an 81.9 compared to the 79.8 the other driver did before. And I also see Karlsruhe and TU Fast, also Hamburg, which is a very quick car. And then Porto was, I think, one of the first cars on track that are now making their way again to the Autocross a few hours later. Running Snail back on track for their final attempt. This looks a lot quicker and more aggressive from the driver. Let's have a closer look at the first split. Wow, it's already 2 seconds quicker than his previous run. So definitely the driver needed some confidence to really go quick. Porto, meanwhile, also on the track again. and this will be their final run for Porto, unless they had any reruns before.
Ambergwijn looking very aggressive in the transition back to the infield.
It is an improvement of almost 3 seconds on their sector 2, so it is going somewhere.
Yeah, they're keeping it very clean as well as car number 43 from Constance sets off. Ambergwijn managing to control the car just in time to go through the horseshoe. Accelerating nicely out of the slingshot.
And across the line in a 77.0.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That should put them somewhere in the neighborhood of the top 10, right? Not sure. Yeah, exactly. Let's count a little bit. There we go. I think it's just about top 10 or just outside the top 10.
Yeah, unfortunately the car
11th, yeah,
exactly. The car from Porto just now had to pull off the track as they stopped, but they did manage to get going again. Behind them, car number 43 from Constance is catching up, or at least was catching up. That should not be an issue now. And we have car number 78 from TU Hamburg lining up, and they were also very quick in their first runs, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, definitely. Did they have... I am looking it up for you now.
Yeah, Matti, while you check it, car number 320 from Porto did stop on track again and did manage to get going again.
Yeah, big question mark whether the car behind them perceived the yellow flag, because the marshals were waving them, but also putting them away. I do believe if I were the driver of the car number 43 from Constance, I would say, hey guys, I saw a yellow flag, so let me get a rerun.
Hamburg, meanwhile, sets off car number 78. A bit of a power slide through the first corner.
Yeah, and they were the team that indeed were very quick, but they always came to a halt right in the middle of the track on both their runs. So let's hope this does not happen again and we get a representative view of how quick that car really is.
Yeah, we also have car number 76 at the starting line, KA Racing, Karlsruhe. And another quick car behind them, car number 31 from TU Munich. So we might still see the time from AMZ, if not beaten, at the very least challenged.
Yeah, the TU Fast, they had 75 followed by a 77. Unfortunately, the first driver could not quite improve in his last runs, but indeed, if someone is about to challenge them, it could definitely be the Munich car.
Karlsruhe unfortunately clipping a cone in the first corner, but are looking very quick. And Hamburg, meanwhile, Matti, do seem to be going a little bit slower than they were before. Car number 43 from Constance starting as well now.
And actually, it seems that the Hamburg car had an issue crossing the line and was really crawling here after the straight. It is an improvement, 87.9, but not the clearest of runs.
Yeah, the car from Karlsruhe is going, but they do seem to be braking a little bit early and not accelerating quite as hard as we saw them in the autonomous mode. So not sure if that is a conscious choice to limit the car or if there is some sort of issue going on.
Well, it doesn't look fast and aggressive, but we've seen earlier that that doesn't necessarily mean the car is slow. So I'm not sure what kind of sector times they did already, the Karlsruhe car.
Good, but not the best. They are looking towards an 82nd time, 80.5. It had a very distinct sound. The car was almost singing.
Hamburg, meanwhile, did set off on their fourth and final run as TU Munich lines up on the starting line. I'm sure they'll give them a bit of a wider berth to make sure they don't catch up to any of the cars ahead. Hopefully, of course, neither Constance nor Hamburg will experience any issues as TU Munich does set off. Also clipping that one cone in the first corner that we saw many teams clip. I believe that is an annual occurrence here.
And again, I'll keep a closer look on the sector times. TU Fast, 13.1 on the first sector. Good, not impressive. Of course, this is the first run of the second driver.
Karlsruhe is setting off on their final run, looking more aggressive than in their third attempt. Hamburg again seeming to have some sort of issues. The car going faster than slower, then faster than slower.
Yeah, that's the issue that was bothering them as well at the very beginning. So that car is a lot faster, but we're not quite seeing it at the moment, unfortunately.
We see Bochum return for their third attempt, car number 48, setting off with a chunk of wheel spin.
Hamburg does improve a lot, 83.7. I think that is the best they could get out of it. Meanwhile, Munich almost seems as if they had a problem or something in the second sector, but because Karlsruhe is actually going quicker.
Yep. Some kind of issue for Munich in the second sector for sure, because otherwise, looking at the last part, it's a 78. So even with a slow second sector, it's still a 78 second below 80 second mark. So not sure what happened.
They did, of course, a 75 before. But we'll see. Kit, this might be quite a good run for them.
Yeah, they seem to be accelerating again, just a little bit slower than they were before in that final straight.
76.9. That is really good.
Really good time from Karlsruhe, good improvement. As car number 43 from Konstanz set off on their fourth attempt. Team Munich also approaching for their fourth and final run. And in the queue behind them we see car number 121 and also 26 from Stuttgart coming with their second drivers. Bochum taking it very gently through the horseshoe, but they do seem to be going faster than on their first two runs. The second driver definitely more capable of controlling the car, as TU Fast sets off on their final run, looking very aggressive. That did seem to be an improvement from Bochum just through the eye test, Marty.
Definitely,
is that indeed the case?
92.1. I do not have their previous time on my speed at the moment, but definitely improvement. Also, Konstanz is making big improvements on their previous lap. So they will be looking to have a good time, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, we see a very gentle start here from car number 121 from Pisa. And I think given the rather leisurely pace at which they're going, the car from Bochum will be held up for quite a bit of time.
The rocket ship of Munich is setting some good sector times. Not the best we've seen yet, but they might be able to improve on their first run. Do fingers crossed.
Konstanz seems to have gone faster.
They didn't improve in 87.4. It did indeed look very good, but for some reason was not an improvement.
Team Munich now in the final few corners. A bit of a slide, but neat.
It's a 75.9, which is an improvement for them, but only marginal. And that does bring them into, just having a quick look at their ranking. It does bring them into 7th place with that time. They actually had a 76.3 before, stand corrected.
Yeah, so just to give you an idea, all these times that we're mentioning are not official, and all the cones and of courses have to be added. We don't keep track of all of them. We know a couple of them obviously, but in the end the marshals are keeping track of all the cones collected and all the off courses. So these rankings and these times that we're saying is just purely the time on track and not the total time with penalties.
But maybe, even though they're not the official times, while we wait for the car 121 from Pisa to finish, you could give us a bit of a rundown on the top times so far.
I will, hold on. Of course, first we had the extremely fast car from Zurich with a 71.8 in their final run. And then Aachen in their first run actually had a 73.2. Third place Esslingen with a 74.4, followed by Stuttgart, who I think we will see again now, with a 75.5. The other Stuttgart, the HBW, with a 75.5, Delft with a 75.7, so all very closely there in the 75s. Let's see if Ren team can change this order as we speak. Very good first sector time, that's for sure.
Indeed, Ren team looking very fast, but also Bochum looking very, very quick.
Yeah, just looking at the sector times, there's still a couple of seconds off the fastest pace, so it might look quick, but it's still. You're talking about Bochum, right? It slides a lot, I guess, so that gives the impression of being a quick car, but in the end, the speed isn't just isn't there compared to, of course, the top teams.
But personally, they are improving. This could be about 4 seconds quicker than they did before, maybe even better. And they improved big time with 87, so that is 5 seconds quicker than their previous one. Well done by Bochum.
We have Renteam now just coming out of the horseshoe, going into the slingshot.
This might be below 80 for sure. It's going to be a 75.4 for Stuttgart. That's pretty cool.
Already an improvement on their best time.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and again, they had so many reruns before that I cannot really see the time appear here. I do. So they improve it 2/10, but of course, this driver has one more run to go.
And they will be taking that run immediately. Track is completely free, so Renteam will be going at it alone for the time being. They will be joined soon by car number 90 from Milan.
Unfortunately, already clipping a cone. Sorry to interrupt you. You were just.
I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Yeah, we probably saw the same thing.
No, indeed, I was going to say the same. And it's always that cone. I believe every year that cone is for some reason the one that drivers hit the most.
Exactly. That's I don't know.
But their first sector time is quick. It's an 11.4. This, I think, is only the second car that manages to get it into the 11s. Let's see how their second sector goes on. And it is a 33.2, so they are improving by more than a second. Really nice drive from this driver. Too bad from the cone at the very beginning. But we might be seeing maybe the second best time so far.
Another cone there on the entry to the slalom, unfortunately. Coming out towards the horseshoe. A big slide on the entry, but the driver managing to control it. Clean through the last two corners.
And it's a 72.49. That is the second quickest we have seen in this competition. And also the second quickest overall, even with the historics in mind.
Yeah, so again, it's the usual suspects. It's Zurich, it's Stuttgart. So yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, another year and nothing has changed.
Milan now coming across the line, a little bit slow in the first few corners, but they did look quick before.
It's an 81.8. Yeah, here at the very end, braking just a bit too late. Well, actually just in time, but sliding their way through the final few corners. They will go for a second run, so hopefully they'll be able to shave off some seconds.
Yeah, we're also seeing a little bit of a strange behavior from car number 399, high-speed Karlsruhe. The driver is going very, very slowly through any corner and very quickly on the straights. And I'm not sure what that could be motivated by, as we have car number 23 from Poznan starting again, and it seems immediately stopping again as well, unfortunately. Track marshal's running over to the car. It seems that the power has cut out. But they do manage to get it started again, and they set off. And high-speed Karlsruhe now living up to their name a little bit more. The driver was very, very tentative through the first corner, but now speeding up quite a bit.
It's a 91.3, and they did have some issues in their first run. So maybe they did a bit of a banker, and now they will push. But indeed, it's a bit odd because it does look like a very quick car.
And we do have now another quick car, Milan returning for their fourth and final run. The driver setting off gently and again clipping that one cone.
Yeah, I think we should call that the apex cone. Why? It's more important than the other ones, and two, it's on the apex of that turn.
Yeah, I think it gets given a different name by the commentators every single year.
Yeah, I think we've had a couple of like the victim cone, or I don't know what kind of names you already thought of before, but yeah, it's a very popular cone to be hit.
High-speed Karlsruhe now setting off much faster on their final attempt.
And let's be, if we are going to use names, it is called the cone killer chicane, right? So
Poznan with an improvement, 102.7, but yeah, not representative for the speed of their car as they stopped on track for a moment.
Yeah, let's see if Milan is able to improve. They're just coming out of the slalom now.
They actually had a very good first sector, also a very decent second sector. They might be looking at a sub 80 time. This time driver breaks in time for the last sector. It's to 77.7, well under the 80-second mark.
yeah, well judged, Matthias. You saw it visually, and maybe also sneaking a little bit peek at the sector times. But yeah, well driven by the Milano driver, managing a sub 80 second. The magic barrier has been broken by them as well.
And high-speed Karlsruhe had a very good second sector, and that is a what? No, sorry, it is an 80.6. For a moment, I thought they were also in the 70s. So insane improvement by them, because the lap time before was a 91.3, so 11 seconds improvement. Clearly, something was wrong in the first run.
Yeah, Haag Göttingen in the meanwhile going pretty slowly, and another car just behind them stopping completely on the track. Matti, do you know who that is?
I'm afraid that's Trondheim, who are already running into some kind of issues before. Yes, they already had a DNF before, so that is really a shame to see. Oh no.
Yeah, it is a shame indeed. Looking at the queue, up next we should be seeing car number 99 from Aachen for their third and fourth attempt. So once again, one of the fastest competitors, and we will see how they go up against AMZ.
Yeah, and actually this is the first successful run from Haag Göttingen. They had a DNF in their first run, and now finally managed to get a time in. They do choose to go to the exit. There's 30 minutes left, so fingers crossed they can get their second driver in as well.
Yeah, just two cars waiting in the queue. Neither of them are ready to drive yet, so Revolve not slowing anyone down at the moment. And that is, as mentioned earlier, car number 99 from Aachen and car number 7 from Lisbon, returning for their attempts. I believe they also had a DNF on their last run.
Indeed, actually Lisbon already had 2 DNFs, so this might be one of their last attempts that they have left. Or maybe they have 2 attempts left, but yeah, they're just looking to get a run in, because that gives you a whole load of points. So fingers crossed. And then I'm very much looking forward to seeing the Aachen car again, who on the first one already had a 73.2. I think that was the quickest first run we've seen so far, but then in their second run, some kind of cone got caught up. Driver wanted to get rid of it, but with that going off track and also stopping for a second, so he gave up on that lap. And then I think there might also the car from Ostfalia is in the queue. They're a very nice livery, and also the car with the nice green accents, 172. Do you remember which one that is? It's a bit of a quiz.
Give me a hint.
It starts with a D.
And what color was it?
A bit green, a bit black, and it had these
that would be Dortmund.
Exactly.
Yeah, and indeed behind Dortmund we can also see car number 16 from Zurich UAS, and also car number 110 from Augsburg. So half an hour to go, and let me be a little bit less. 29 minutes, and still plenty of action to come. So the car from Trondheim is safely removed from the track. We're just now waiting for one of the cars in the queue to be ready. That will be one of either car number 99 from Aachen or car number 7 from Lisbon. And what sort of times did Aachen set on their first attempts, Matti?
Yeah, so they were one of the quickest first laps that we have seen. They set a 73.2, insanely quick. But then on their second run, they clipped that cone. Driver tried to get rid of it, but then they eventually gave up on the run. I'm just quickly verifying, but yeah, that first run was the quickest first run of any driver out there. So I do have high expectations of this car. I also think it drives really cool and really nice. So what will he be able to perform? But I think first we get the Lisbon car, who had 2 DNFs so far. So they are really praying that they get some run in and get some points. So let's pray with them.
Yeah, let's see if maybe they try to go a little bit more gently, just to see if they get a... yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ah!
And they're back. I think initially they definitely did not go gently. But they got going again.
And they're still going a little bit gently, as you put it, but continuing to move and accelerating a little bit.
A time is better than no time, so
Absolutely.
they can get it together.
Aachen is now also lining up the starting line. Lisbon does seem to have found its power, and it is accelerating there on the outfield section.
They will probably give a little bit of space before they launch the Aachen car. Although once it goes, it's a very quick car, the Lisbon, but it does tend to shut down a few times.
It did seem to go. Yeah, the Lisbon car did indeed seem to need a little convincing at the start, and off goes Aachen on attempt number 3, looking very, very planted through those first couple of corners.
I am having a closer look at, it's immediately a sub-13 first sector time. That is a good indication. Of course, all the time is won or lost in sector 2 and 3. Meanwhile, also the car from WOP Racing on its way also looks like a very fast car. So action suddenly returns to the track.
And Lisbon is about to go through the last few corners, slowing down just a bit before the finish line, but they do finish their lap and they set a valid time.
That Aachen car is so quick. It's at a very good second sector. Not the best yet, so I think this will just be matching their time. But then hopefully in the second run they get a clear one. Also WOP Racing looking super quick over there. Late on the brakes and then quickly through that off-camber corner. Across the finish line goes Aachen. It is a 72.5, wow, on the first run. And the second sector was not even that good, so they really caught up a lot of time in that last sector. Meanwhile, Ostfalia also going quick. Oh, unfortunately, as I say, they make a mistake entering the horseshoe. We've seen this with other drivers as well. But luckily, they will have one run more where he can correct himself.
Yeah, the car is very wobbly under braking.
Nice one. Yeah, beautiful car. I really like the livery that they have on that car. Aachen launched it again. Can they beat the Zurich time? It's a very, very quick first sector, 11.8.
Aachen still looking incredibly quick through the first sector.
Yeah, they must have an insanely quick last sector as well. So let's see. They are almost 2 seconds quicker in their second sector. So if they can keep on carrying this speed, they might be able to beat the best time from Zurich.
Do you think they could go sub 70?
They might, they might. If they can keep this clean.
Yeah, very neat so far. Great entry into the horseshoe.
Let's see a lot of action over there.
Here we see a big slide, I believe that is from Wob Racing. Aachen, meanwhile, does cross the finish line.
70.7, that is the quickest time of the day, beating the time from Zurich with a second. And wow, what a big cheer from the audience.
And it is absolutely deserved as well. Phenomenal time from Aachen. Meanwhile, unfortunately, I do think the car from Wob Racing has gone a little bit too quick, maybe a little bit too wobbly under the brakes. And that is unfortunately a DNF.
Indeed, and it almost seems like maybe there's some mechanical issue. We're gonna need the binoculars. The contrast couldn't be bigger. Quickest lap from Aachen, and then at the same time, Wob Racing having an issue.
Now it does indeed seem like the rear of the car has collapsed somewhat, at least on the right side. The electrical system is working, but I think the car might need to be wheeled away by the marshals. Not 100% sure though.
Discharged again. So they are still having a look if it's actually broken or not. Meanwhile, through all the drama, Dortmund is finding its way back home. It will get a rerun, of course, because they were hampered by the car from Ostfalia. And the driver gently bringing the car back. And of course they will do another run.
And in true FSG fashion, we do have a lot more cars now joining the queue in the last 15 or so minutes of the event. Cars number 16, 11, 242, 84, 24, and at least 3 or 4 other cars waiting in the queue now, while the car from Wob Racing gets cleared from the track.
Yeah, just discussing with Mickey here how that car of Aachen seems to be on rails. They took their corners very smoothly and meticulously. Meantime, the driver from Wob Racing is getting out of the car. And I also see some trolleys, or how do you call it, dollies, brought out. So that means there's some kind of mechanical problem and they will roll the car out on these trolleys.
And I just had a little bit of a sneak preview in the queue while we were discussing here a couple of things. I noticed that there are at least 10 cars in the queue still. Cars are even coming up to the queue, and it's always the same story every year. The last part of the Autocross is always the busiest. People just wanting to get in just another run, and trying to sneak towards the front of the queue. But yeah, there are some cars in front of you. You have to wait, and something like this happens on track with some kind of mechanical failure or suspension failure, and the car needs to be pushed aside. It means it costs a lot of time. So if you are late in the queue, there's always a chance that you might not be able to finish your remaining runs. So yeah, that would be quite a shame. But we've been telling all the teams, be here on time, make sure you use the time wisely and not waste it in the pits. Of course, some teams don't have a choice because they have something to fix or whatever, but some teams also elect to wait quite a long time before joining a queue, and then, yeah, if you're unlucky, you might not get another run.
Yeah, there's even a car in there, number 11, which is still on for their first run. It's from Aristotle. Of course, might be because they just got through scrutineering or something like that. But yeah, it just goes to show you how tight it can sometimes be with the closing time of Autocross.
Yeah, normally previous years we would be already close, right? So because these events are usually not open until 8 o'clock. So we've had quite a couple of hours. I think we started at 3:30, right? And now it's almost 8 o'clock. So
even at 1 with the historic ones, but
yeah,
for
exactly.
this one, 3:30 indeed.
So it should have, we should have had ample time to finish all the cars. But as always, as every year, we still have a couple of cars in the queue when the event closes.
And off goes the Dortmund car again.
Yeah, and just before them, we also had car number 16 from Zurich UAS setting off. Once again with a big chunk of front wheel spin.
Yeah, this will be their final run. They had a 95.4 on the board, and I'm very curious to see if this driver will be able to improve.
And we do have car number 11 setting off for what their first run with their first driver.
Yeah, from Unit Thessaloniki. This is indeed their first run.
Zurich misjudging the entry to the infield a little bit, hitting a couple of cones there. Dortmund much cleaner through that corner. We also have car number 242 from Darmstadt joining us on the track.
Yeah, from Darmstadt, this is also their second driver. And I'm having a look. They need to beat 97.5. I think it's UAS, yes. And I'm very confident they will. Wow. Winter Tour with a big slide at the very end on their last lap. And they do not improve. Dortmund, meanwhile, is that an improvement for them? 82.2.
Judging by the cheer, it must be.
Well, according to the timing screens, it's not, because the fastest lap time so far is an 81.4. So, yeah, they're close, but not a personal best.
A lot of sliding from car number 240 on the starting line, and we also have a lot of scraping coming from car number 11. Really bouncing up and down on all of the bumps, bottoming out multiple times, even under braking.
Yeah, they seem to have a lot of roll and pitch going on under braking and under turning, causing the front wing to scratch everything. Go ahead.
There is a car stopped on track. There are marshals running towards it. It is once again in that section where we cannot see, but it does seem to have gotten going once again under its own power.
Yeah, that might have been the second run from Darmstadt.
No, Darmstadt are coming across the line just now, hitting a couple of cones in the last few corners.
Actually, this is Darmstadt UAS, and the other one is Darmstadt TU. So they're making things complex for us now.
Yeah, and we're easily confused, as we always say. How about the different names for your teams, and how about same color on the same car? It's very easy to get those things right.
Yeah, I think every car needs a unique number. I vote that we have looked at every car also has a unique livery next year.
Definitely.
TU Darmstadt then, meanwhile, did stop once again on the outfield section, but did get going again under their own power. We have 84 UAS Hanover coming across the line.
And in front of me is the car from Lausanne. I have seen them so many times, and I feel like they have a little bit of a love-hate relationship with the track, because often they do seem to have a problem left or right getting the car going. The first run was DNF, so let's hope they can show what their car is worth now on Autocross. While I say that, the car from TU Darmstadt came to a halt close to, what is that, Broken Dreams? The Broken Dreams corner.
Yeah, and that's the second time this lap even. The first time they stopped, I think, just in the broken chain turn. And this is the second time they stopped on track. Not sure what's going on. Maybe it's the same issue as they had before. but it is stopping all the other teams to enter the track as long as the car is blocking that part of the track. None of the other cars will be released. So I think the marshals are now wisely pushing the car out of the way. Doesn't seem to have any mechanical suspension failure or something like that. Diego, can you tell a bit more?
No, the car does seem to be rolling on its own mechanically, so no mechanical issues, but the tractive system light did turn off. I saw the marshals turning it off for the driver, so it does seem to be some sort of power issue.
And we have Lausanne on track. The car we saw stopping earlier, just after a couple of turns. So they already made it past that. Also, the team that had a lot of issues starting the autonomous drive, and at the moment I am saying that, they're slowing down just at the crossover point to the outfield of the track.
Oh
so,
no, just when the car from Thessaloniki is released.
Yeah.
So.
But it is going again, Lausanne, so
they are
let's
just
hope.
looking to get a time on the board.
Exactly.
UAS Darmstadt is on the starting line, but they might be a little bit cautious, seeing that Lausanne already came to a halt once.
Yeah, there's definitely a risk of happening again on this pretty long track anyway. So let's hope they can finish at least this part of the track cleanly without any major issues. They already lost a bunch of time, obviously, in the first part of the track, but just having a time on the board would be quite satisfying for them.
And we were worried that Thessaloniki might catch up to Lausanne. Unfortunately, it is now Thessaloniki that had to stop and power cycle their car. Let's see if they can get going again. Lausanne bottoming out quite hard at all of the bumps.
And only 12 minutes remaining, but Uni Krakow making their first appearance for the Autocross.
Yeah, I think they will hold them off because the car from Thessaloniki is still stopped in the middle of the track, still trying to get going. We are going to get yellow flags for car number 242 from Darmstadt, and Lausanne has set a time.
It's a 1:04, but to be honest, I'm so happy for them that they managed to get it round without too many issues. So, I'm happy for them.
The car from Krakow is being held at the starting line. UAS Darmstadt being guided around the car from Thessaloniki. They had yellow flags and they will get a rerun. But we do see the driver pushing, I think, quite as hard as they can. Get a little bit more experience with the track, with the car, heat up the tires.
Well, if I would be the driver, I would push 90%. So I could say, well, I lifted, I saw a yellow flag, I didn't go full out, so...
No, they definitely slowed down before the yellow flag and during,
but
once they were...
I think this is exactly what the driver is doing, definitely not going flat out.
And the car from Thessaloniki, unfortunately unable to get going under its own power. It is being pushed off. We do hear some big cheers from the audience. And I think that is the team from Aachen potentially getting the news that they passed post-autocross scrutineering. Of course, that is speculation on our part, not confirmed, not official.
There are some issues with the Thessaloniki car anyway. Not sure exactly what, but it does take a long time for the car to be pushed off the track out of the way.
Yeah, looking in the binoculars, the rear of the car has been put onto a dolly. So it could be that the wheel seized in some way and they're very difficult to roll.
Yeah, it could be. We don't know, or some kind of suspension failure or stuck in certain position, making it impossible to push, obviously. So they just lifted it up with one of these dollies.
The car from Krakow had been given the green flag and they do get going. As has the car from UAS Darmstadt, car number 242, getting their rerun on their final run.
and also Stockholm is making its way. 9 more minutes. Let's see, what else do we have in the queue? 5 more cars.
Yeah, and the
6, 7.
6, 7?
Yeah, a lot of cars in the queue right now.
Ah, sorry, I thought you were making a meme. The car from Krakow is slowing down, car number 30, on the track, and so the car from UAS Darmstadt will once again see a yellow flag passing by the car from Krakow very quickly. I think Krakow had wisely pulled off the track, so it was still a safe situation.
Yeah, they did brake a little bit, but indeed still quite quickly they were passing the stranded car.
I think it might also be a little bit of frustration from the driver. And now they do stop all on their own as well. And I think just behind the car from Krakow, I don't remember who exactly it was, but they also stop on the track.
Yeah, that was Stockholm. They're again doing a sympathy stop. If one car stops, then for some reason the other ones tend to join them in the front.
Yeah, it was a big stopping sequence, Krakow, then Darmstadt, then Stockholm. That will not be to the pleasure of Uni Bremen 272, now lined up on the starting line. Of course, it'll take a minute or two to clear all the cars, or at least put them in a safe area. UAS Darmstadt does cross the line. They will probably get another rerun, although I'm not sure.
Yeah, you can hear the driver asking or shouting for a rerun. I'm not sure what the situation is because there were no yellow flags as far as I can see. So I'm not sure whether he passed the stricken car full speed. If you do that, I'm not sure whether you get a rerun.
Yeah, I had a look on the live stream, and he did brake for the situation. So also the lap time, I don't think was representative at all. But still, it's up to the marshals to decide.
We do get the indication that the track is clear. The cars are being pushed way past the hairpin there in the outfield. And we are about to see the green flag for Bremen. A lot of wheel spin this time on the rear wheels.
Yeah, and it's getting a bit more excited because we only have 6 minutes left, Matti. If my clock is correct, then it's only 6 minutes left. And as we know, we will hear a gong at 8 o'clock indicating the event is over. So that means that any car that is in the queue at that moment, will not be able to drive on the autocross. And I see another car slowing to a halt just on the outer field of the,
Indeed,
the car. And the third one as well.
Yeah, that was the first one is UAS Bremen. The second one is Magdeburg. Again, a sympathetic stop. And yeah, it will take a couple more minutes now to clear those cars out of the way. So I'm not sure whether everybody in the queue will get a chance. We have car number 23 from Poznan waiting at the starting line. Car number 63 from Trondheim will be hoping to get at least one valid run in. I believe they had DNFs on their previous attempts. Car number 7 from Lisbon is back. They did set a successful time, though, with some slowdowns throughout the lap, so they will be hoping to improve if there is enough time left. And one more car behind them. I can't quite make out the number, but given the amount of time left and the number of cars stranded on the track, that is one less now as Bremen does get going again. But yeah, not sure if all the cars in the queue will get a chance to run.
No, with something that we predicted at the beginning of the Autocross event, and yeah, it's a little bit of experience from previous years. Something like this happens. A couple of cars stalling on track, which needed to be removed, for example, and that hurts really the timeline. And I'm sure of course the organizers are sympathetic to all the cars in the queue, but in the end, 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock. We've had a lot of time. We've had, I think, almost 4.5 hours to do all the autocross runs that you have. So yeah, let's hope they can send out a couple of more teams in the remaining 5 minutes.
Yeah, Magdeburg did get pushed off to the side of the track. They did not manage to get going again. Bremen did, and they're not looking too slow. As car number 23 from Poznan sets off again, I believe this will be their 4th attempt.
Yeah, they had a couple of scrappy runs with some stoppages as well. But we do see Bremen finishing the lap. Of course, it was a very slow one due to the stoppage in the outfield.
Lisbon now getting the green flag and setting off as well.
And having more or less the same issue as they had before. This is the 5th run of Lisbon and indeed the 4th run of Poznan.
Trondheim now lining up, waiting for the green flag. And in your experience, Mickey, Matti, if, say, a car starts before the gong and then are slowed down during and they do get a rerun, but that is after the gong, will they still get a rerun or no?
Complicated.
Complicated, yes, complicated. I'm not sure. It's such a specific situation.
What they sometimes do in these situations is they do give the rerun and then discuss afterwards what to do with it.
Well, it might be a situation that could develop now because the car from Lisbon did slow down quite a bit and Trondheim is catching up to them. Car number 23 from Poznan did not slow down this time around and are completing a lap at a decent pace. Uni Bremen, meanwhile, did come up for their 2nd run, but are now being pushed away.
Yeah, and we have the Trondheim car stopping again, so it will not be catching the Lisbon car. I think that problem solved itself, Jaeger.
Yeah, and it seems that just after the Trondheim car stopped, Lisbon is also slowing down, but still going and speeding up now.
I'm not sure whether the driver saw a couple of yellow flags being waved or some marshals running and then decided to slow down just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, we now see car number 62 from Regensburg being given the green flag, even though the car from Trondheim is still stranded in the middle of the track. But Regensburg also coming to a stop. And it is an insanely high attrition rate here in the final few runners. It could, of course, be an indication that these cars were not fully reliable. That is why the teams waited until the very last second to have a run, and that unreliability is
either
showing
that,
now.
Or there are a lot of gremlins that have replicated during the night and causing mayhem for these cars.
Or that. Trondheim is... Sorry, Matti, go ahead.
I also see that the UAS Darmstadt has been given the rerun, so they are also making their way to the starting line. 2 more minutes to go, or 1 and a bit.
Yeah, Trondheim has been pushed off now. The car that went behind them, I don't remember who that was. It might have been car number 62 from Regensburg, also stranded still somewhere where we cannot see from our position.
Yeah, I think it's just in front of the Volkswagen grandstand, so we can't really see them from here. And that's also one of the spots that you cannot be blocking the road. I think I see the marshals pushing the car out of the way as quickly as possible, and then the track is clear. So UAS Darmstadt is on track for their final run.
Indeed, and Uni Bremen also pulling up for their first driver's 2nd run. I believe it's their first driver, I'm not 100% sure. 3 more cars waiting in the queue, 399, 161. Green flag given, and Bremen sets off very quickly indeed. I think the drivers and the marshals are just trying to shuffle through as many cars as possible in these final few seconds.
With a little bit of luck, we can get the Lisbon car in there as well.
Yeah, I think the strategy is to get them on track before the gong and then let them finish one by one. If they don't finish or stall out the track, then it's too bad luck. But let's get them out on track before 8 o'clock sharp, and then we'll manage the situation later.
We have high-speed Karlsruhe lining up to be given the green flag. But there is the gong, and unfortunately, high-speed Karlsruhe will not get to go.
And Darmstadt also coming to a halt. This was one of their reruns. Does that mean that Bremen will now also get a yellow flag?
Yeah, Bremen
there are people on the track, so...
Bremen indeed getting the yellow flag.
Aye.
But Bremen coming to a complete stop. That yellow flag seems to have broken down the car.
Yeah, and I think your question will be answered, Yegor, because I think also the rerun situation will not happen for these cars.
Well, let's see what happens with Lisbon, because they are still going, and they did start before the green flag, before the gong.
Yeah.
They are slowing down, but not stopping.
Yeah, they stopped as well, right? So.
Well, they stopped
because of the yellow flag.
Indeed.
Yeah, but I think they're sending all the cars away from the starting line, right, Yegor? So it would be a bit strange to allow all these cars to do the rerun again. So
yeah, this is the sixth run from Lisbon already, so it's not that they didn't have any chance, but
No,
a
no,
lot
of
of bad luck, that's for sure.
Of course, well, let's see. It's at the discretion of the officials.
Absolutely.
yeah, of course.
Of course, the cars indeed that did not get to start before the gong will not get to start anymore.
No, that's correct.
But this is a bit of a unique situation here. So at the discretion of the officials. Bremen, meanwhile, does manage to get going again.
I do see that they are given a rerun.
Yeah, they are giving a rerun. Yeah, you were right, Yegor.
But what is going to happen?
Well, the cone is being moved away from the starting line and the green flag is being held out. So
Yes.
one final moment of tension here for the car from Lisbon.
I do see a car progressing to the starting line.
Yeah, I think also the car from Bremen, who also suffered from the yellow flag, will be given the rerun. Yep, I can see the sign. So those two cars, if I'm not mistaken, will be the last two ones on the Autocross event.
Yeah, and a clap of appreciation from the team members, and indeed a very fair decision by the officials, in my opinion. Lisbon setting off quickly, will be hoping to set their fastest time of the day. Bremen also lining up at the green flag.
Yeah, so far best lap from Lisbon is a 1:05. I do feel that car has a bit more pace in it, but they had a lot of bad luck. Also have a look at Bremen. They had a 90.6 on their first run and then a whole lot of bad luck. So let's have a look if both of them can do something with this rerun.
Bremen does clip a cone just a little bit outside of its box at the start. Lisbon slowing down just a little bit on the transition back to the infield, but still going. Bremen, on the contrary, slowing down on the transition to the outfield. And Bremen does seem to have disengaged their traction system again.
Lisbon had a very good second sector, but again they slowed down just a little bit before the slalom.
Oh no, Lisbon also slowing down.
But they slowed down and then suddenly get a kick of acceleration again.
Yeah. Maybe the driver changed the Duracell batteries or something, I don't know. But
yeah,
it's very unpredictable, these electric cars, right?
Yeah, especially the Lisbon car, they have been displaying this sort of erratic acceleration behavior throughout
And
all
now
of their
a lot
runs.
Wheel spin. So maybe they're just running on the only front motor or something. Do they improve? Actually, they do to 97.3. So that is in fact their best lap time.
Well, it was their 7th, 8th lap or something. I think it was more than
seven attempts.
Yeah,
so,
so it was more than our timing screens can handle. So that's actually quite funny. But anyway, they had a lot of practice. So improvement on the last lap is not a big surprise, I guess.
And the Bremen car, unfortunately, unable to get going again under its own power. So Lisbon is the last finisher of the day.
Yeah, so I think that's it for the Autocross event. Matthias, would you give us a rundown of the first 10? I think it's a bit much to do them all.
Yeah, that's a bit much, but definitely top 10. So in first place, and this is again without any penalties or any cones that we have seen or did not see. In first place, the Aachen team, of course, with a 70.7. I think we were so close to breaking that 70-second barrier. Would have been very epic. At the very end, they managed to get this lap in. Second place, Zurich with a 71.8. Already quite early they were here and setting a very quick lap time. And then we had Stuttgart, who for this moment, I cannot actually see what their lap time is because it was too many laps, but I think it was a 72, 73-ish. Followed by fourth place Esslingen with a 74.4, followed by Stuttgart DHBW 75.5. In sixth place we have Delft with a 75.7, TU Fast with a 75.9, Dresden with a 76.1, and Chalmers with a 76.2. So in the 75-76 region, a lot of cars very close. But it was really Aachen, Zurich and Stuttgart that got quite the lead, I should say, on all the rest of the cars.
So thank you very much for joining us, everybody watching along on the track and at home. And we will see you bright and early tomorrow at 8:30 for the endurance. Good night.